What would happen if the Earth stopped rotating for a second?
Oh, yeah, that would be disastrous. Disastrous. Because right now, here in New York, you can calculate at our latitude, we are all moving with the Earth at 800 miles an hour due east, because Earth is rotating. If you stopped Earth and you weren't seat belt buckled to the Earth, you would fall over and roll 800 miles an hour due east. It would kill everyone on Earth. People would be flying out of windows, and that would just be a bad day on Earth. I'm just saying. Now, if somehow we all slowed down, so anything not bolted to the Earth would fly due east, 800 miles an hour. That's what happens to you in a car if you hit a brick wall and you're not wearing a seatbelt. You keep going. That's why you get hurt in those kinds of accidents. But if somehow we all slowed down with the Earth, then okay, that's fine. I mean, people think, well, somehow we'll be weightless or we'll lose our atmosphere. No, it's just that you'll have really long days.
At Ski Boot One asks, what's the thing that has surprised you most in the physics world?
In the physics world, I'm surprised. Can I give a cop-out answer there? I'm surprised that the United States could lead the world in particle physics for most of the 20th century and then just abandon that leadership. And now the most powerful particle accelerator is in Europe at CERN, the Center for, the European Center for Nuclear Research. But if you spell that in French, it spells CERN.
They're ahead of us.
And it's that particle accelerator that found the God particle, the famous Higgs boson. And we're just looking over across the pond saying, oh, can we, a few of our scientists are on the project, but we're not the leaders of it. So you ask, what surprises me in physics? That we could, by vote of Congress, cede that leadership that quickly. And I'm astonished. I wonder, what country am I living in? It's not the one I grew up in. It's something different. I know it's a cop-out answer, but that's how I feel.
Danger Dave 723 tweets, what obstacles do we have to overcome in order to facilitate interplanetary travel?
Oh, okay. You know, Voyager just left the solar system. The Voyager spacecraft, it was in all the news a few weeks ago, traveling fast, all right? And it's at this boundary between the sun's influence and the galactic influence. And so you can say, well, if you hitched a ride on that, how long would it take you? Because that's been going for 40 years. How long would it take you to get to the nearest star? The nearest star in a galaxy that has 100 million stars in it. Excuse me, 100 billion stars in it. The nearest star take you 40,000 years. So the question, what does it take to become interstellar space? We either have to figure out a way to live a really long time or send a crew of astronauts that are really fertile so that the 80th generation down the line is the one who lands at the destination, or we have to find out something new about the fabric of space and time so that we can basically invoke the famous warp drive engines that are common in Star Trek, allowing them to cross the galaxy during the TV commercial.
Jean Lacharon tweets, I love that. What can we expect the North and South poles to shift? When can we expect them to shift? And what manifestations will we experience?
They don't shift.
They don't shift.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about pole shifting as we went into the year 2012, or the 2012 hysteria, which was basically a hoax on scientifically illiterate people of the world. And so the pole, Earth rotates, and the pole bobs up and down over tens of thousands of years, and we oscillate like this, the way a top does. When you see a top begin to slow down, nobody plays with tops anymore.
I love tops.
Well, you gotta love a top. I play with them.
I love them.
You spin it, and then it begins to.
I love that.
The official word is precess. We do that, and we do one full precession every 26,000 years. We don't flip.
Harry. You came in. Harry, are you there?
Yeah, can you all hear me?
Yeah, you finally got your mic to work?
Yeah, bro, there's a lot of, I had like a lot of issues with it. Like, so someone with my cable, I don't know.
Well, you're coming through now, so hey, welcome to the chat. Real
Great,
quick, Jack,
hi.
before you come in, I'm just gonna say what's up to Harry, and then we'll get back to that convo with Gizbo. Just
Sure.
real quick, Harry, just to an introduction of yourself, just kind of say like what you think the Earth is, whether you think it's a globe, you're on the fence about it, or you know it's flat, whichever one. Just tell us why you think that is and the evidence behind it if you do.
I mean, yeah, sure. Well, to be honest, I haven't like researched the topic not at all. Like I just I'm just very interested to see like I only know one like side of the story, like that, you know, that the Earth is like a globe, and but like I'm really interested into like seeing, you know, why people believe that, you know, the Earth could be flat, and like I'm open-minded to hear people's opinions.
Let me give you
But,
the
like,
role for VC. Go
I
ahead.
haven't like researched anything about it, so like I don't have a valid opinion even if I say anything.
Yeah, no problem, man. If you want to ask any questions, you're welcome to do so. We have a lot of information at the bottom of this Discord. Tons of like and just different things, but you can look at stuff there, or you can contribute in a conversation if something interests you and you want to jump in. Just wait for a break in the conversation and jump in. You know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now that I have the chance, I mean, if you guys are finished with the questions, I'd like to ask something.
Yeah, let's let Gizbo. I don't know, Gizbo, if you wanted to finish your point.
Well, I just wanted to get his whoever, I don't even know who I was talking to.
Yeah, it's me. It's me, man.
Who is it? What's your name?
Jacques.
Yeah, it's me, man.
So, like, what are your thoughts on that? As far as like, you know, like there's got to be an arc, a certain degree of arc going around the ball at all times, right?
Yeah, so like curvature.
Right. So they came up with this formula, right, to help identify the curvature. And part of that formula, you know, they give the average height of the viewer being like 5'8", 5'10", or whatever. And, you know, they'll say that the horizon, the apparent horizon, or the physical horizon is at 2.8 miles or 3 miles or something like that. That's as far out as you can see. After that, everything starts to begin to curve. And based on that, you know, you get this formula, this weird formula, 8 inches per mile squared, right? And 8 inches per mile squared doesn't seem very big, right?
Yeah.
Like if you go 8 inches times 1 mile squared, you get 8 inches. You do 2 miles, well, that's 2 miles squared. It's 4 times 8 inches, that's 32. Well, now you're up almost to 3 feet of drop. Just in 2 miles.
I understand.
So, you know, you get to 100 miles, it's like 1.2 miles of drop, dude.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we don't have any, there's people that have infrared images that see beyond 100 miles. But, I mean, just taking into perspective, people dropping a camera down at 12 inches above the ground, you get this other formula, 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Well, if you're 1 foot off the ground, square root of 1 is 1. The furthest we should be able to see is 1.225 miles. And there's people out there that have a video, they video record objects 10 miles away. Well, the object is 9 miles away, but the horizon is beyond 9 miles. So, you know, you do the math.
So,
We're
like
seeing
the
8
horizon.
miles past. We're seeing 8 miles past what we should be able to see.
So, like the horizon is there like a visibility range that humans can see through it?
So, according to the globe model, the horizon is a physical object because it's the curvature of the Earth. And, you know, we come into play with a little bit of perspective. If you've ever taken an art class, you'd understand this a lot better. But it's a thing called perspective, and like the way lenses work and how we view things. There's a narrowing that goes off into the distance, and everything comes down into a focal point, and even what they call the vanishing point, where like it becomes outside of your focus. But if you had a lens powerful enough, you could bring those objects back into focus. And those are things that we're observing that you shouldn't be able to observe on a bow. I was just wondering what your thought was on all that.
Yeah, I mean, perspective, I guess you're right. Like if you move where you're standing, you see something different.
No, I'm not saying you move where you're standing. I'm saying you have a powerful enough lens to bring further objects back into focus.
Oh, so you're saying like with theoretically, if you had like the most powerful lens, you could see the whole Earth?
No, not necessarily, because air has a density, and so the more air you look through, the thicker shit is. It's like, excuse my language, I'm a little blunt with some of my vocabulary.
Nah, it's good.
If you take a really powerful light into water, like a lake or something like that, or even like a big giant pool, right? Like you can only see so far into that pool. Like the light's only going to travel so far, and then eventually it goes into darkness, right? Well, air has a density too. Like you can't just say air is nothing, because we know that air is made up of oxygen.
Yeah, vacuum is nothing. Air is not a vacuum.
Right. So those are just things that we've come to notice in everything. Now, something interesting though, people have converted their cameras into infrared, and there is a process that you can do with that. Apparently, there's a lens on your camera to help see different colors. You remove that, and it doesn't. The camera doesn't pick up those colors in the visual spectrum, and so you continue to see beyond that. Something crazy about infrared is the wavelength of infrared, the sine wavelength. It's a lot longer, right, than like ultraviolet would be. Ultraviolet's like really erratic and short from the crest to the crest. So if it's very long and narrow, there's less chance of the argument refraction. There's less refraction in infrared than there is in like the regular color spectrum. And I'm doing research on that, and I have yet to see anything that says something different. I don't see anybody out there saying, "Oh, there's so much refraction in infrared that it's ridiculous." Like infrared, there's less refraction. So, like once you take away the medium, once you start removing that medium, and you start seeing through it. Like if you had X-ray vision, I bet you probably could see all the way across. But that's just a completely hypothetical statement. You can't prove that.
Yeah, good point. All right,
So
I'm gonna do a bit more digging on this.
Okay.
I'm gonna say if I have any more questions on this, because it's pretty interesting. All right, I'm gonna just go do a bit more digging.
Absolutely, dude.
I have a question to ask. So if gravity isn't real, then why do heavier objects like go to the ground faster than lighter objects?
Because they're more dense than the air, and so there's buoyancy. That's why helium floats.
Yeah, but isn't buoyancy why things float, like in the ocean?
Well, there's things that go down and there's things that go up.
That's buoyancy. Another thing is density.
Well, density works in buoyancy.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I know what you're saying, Sasha.
I would like to ask a question.
Sure.
So, like, Right, this is like more general because like this is, you know, I just popped into the server and stuff. Like when y'all say like, you know, flat earth, you know, when I think of like earth, right? You know, I mean, there was I think I was yesterday as well, and there was one guy that said that, you know, science should be something that you could like, you know, illustrate yourself or something like that. And I mean, if you go outside, you can literally see the moon, which is a globe, and you can see like other planets with microscopes
Are you sure?
that are like, yeah, and like I mean, there's
Are you
I mean also
sure?
like
Question,
No.
sorry. Are you sure that the moon is a globe?
wait, repeat that again.
Are you sure that moon is a globe?
Sasha, you're
ball.
coming in really low, brother. You
You're
need to
in-
get
you're-
closer to
you're
your mic.
fine.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're better.
How you know that moon is a sphere?
I mean, like I can like go outside and look at it.
And
Looks like a circle, not a sphere.
Looks like a circle to me, dude.
Okay, I mean,
look what guy posted.
when you
on
say
our
circle, you mean that it's like two dimensional? Is that what you mean by circle?
Yes, that's how the image looks when you go to the sky and you look up. It looks like a two-dimensional circle.
So okay, I think what you guys are trying to say is that it is a flat surface, but in the way that it's like shown, it's like, you know, a flat surface on a 90-degree angle. If that makes sense.
A flat surface on a 90-degree angle would look like a flat plane perpendicular out in your face. So you wouldn't even see it.
True. That's right. Sorry. I mean, like, you know, you get what I mean. Like a flat surface that looks like on one side.
On an angle?
I'll give you a different idea. If you had a basketball laying on the ground off in a distance, like let's say 100 feet away, and you saw it, how would you know that's a ball? Other than that you already knew it was a ball because you know what a basketball is. Like, does it look like a circle to you, or does it look like a ball? The only way you're going to know if it's a ball is if you go and verify it.
Right, but there's also the argument that, okay, I get what you're saying, but like, there's also the argument that, you know, like, how is like, I don't know, there's other planets, right? They're like that you can like, wait, let me.
Have we been to those planets to verify that?
Planets where you can do what? And if you can do something on those planets, how do you know that you can do those things on those planets? Where would you get that information from?
No. Listen, I think can you not, if I'm not mistaken, can you not see Saturn with a like a telescope?
I don't know. I never tried it myself.
I've seen it. I've seen Saturn through a telescope. I mean, that looks. It looks. I mean, you can tell that it's like three-dimensional in a way. There's a circle, and then there's like a ring around it. I mean, how can you?
But you
how
can
is
draw
that
a piece
no?
of paper to make something look like a sphere, and piece of papers are two-dimensional almost.
Well, so
You never seen an artist draw a three-dimensional looking image on paper?
But the thing is, the image of Saturn is not like the same. Like, I mean, each time, you know, there's a specific like time where you get to see Saturn and like through a telescope. I'm not sure when it is, but like each time, like each year when it happens, I'm not sure what the event is called. Like, sorry, but like,
Do you know anybody who's ever gone to Saturn to verify that it's a ball?
no, but listen, what I'm saying is that each time it's like it's like a bit from a different angle. Like you can understand that, you know, it's not like two-dimensional.
Dude, the lights in the sky do some crazy things.
Like, okay,
You want to know something? You want to know something crazy? I took a picture with my P1000 the other night of Jupiter and its moon. Right, what they call the moons around Jupiter. If Jupiter is 391 million miles away, how am I taking pictures of their moons? Like here, let me show you.
You said a P1000. Is that like a Nikon camera thing?
I don't know what that is.
Nikon P1000.
Oh, Nikon.
Here,
He said,
I
how
got
can
the
you see
picture
that
right
when
here.
it's?
There's my picture. It's a little distorted because I couldn't, when I hit the capture button on the camera, it kind of shakes the camera a little bit. So I tried to make it as clear as possible, but
Yeah, but you say that the reason that you say why can we see planets when they're like so far away? I mean, it has to. I'm pretty sure it has to do with light, because the light, it has to do with the sun that is reflecting off its surface. Also, how can the sun? No, this is my other question. Like, how can the sun be two-dimensional? Also, like, there's a lot of heat that's coming from it. Like, even if gravity.
We don't know what the sun is.
We are not claiming anything. Only we don't want to say that it's spherical if we don't know if it's spherical. We are not saying anything about that it's flat or two-dimensional or three-dimensional or whatever.
There's pictures that people have. There's pictures that people have. I heard them. There's pictures that people have of the sun where it looks like it's sitting in the cloud.
Well, you just cut out for me. I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said?
There's pictures that people have of the sun that looks like it's like sitting in the clouds, like a ball sitting in the clouds. Like we don't know what the sun is. We can't verify what the sun is, but we know that.
Well, there's no chance the sun is in a sphere in the cloud. I mean, that wouldn't make sense. How could it light up the whole Earth? If it was sitting on clouds, that would mean that it's very small, wouldn't it?
I'm gonna show you a picture.
No. Listen. He's not.
Oh my God.
He's not saying it is. Am I coming in clear now?
Nigel, where are you, by the way?
He's outside. Listen, Harry, if you look in live stream voice chat, there's a nice GIF of some guy showing balls on a surface. One is like a half sphere, one's like a circle, one's a full sphere, and then the other's a flat piece of paper. And you can see how they would all look essentially the same, but it's four different things.
Where is this GIF? I would like to see. Where is it?
It's in live stream voice text. It was posted at 3:20 p.m.
So the point that they're trying to make is you can't go off of what it looks like, because it looks like a lot of things sometimes. So it would be special pleading or cherry picking for you to say that, well, the sun is this or the moon is this because it looks like this. Because when someone says, well, the sun looks like it is setting into the ocean, or the sun is sitting in the clouds, well, they have just as much justification for saying that than you did, which is zero, because you don't know what it is or what it's doing. That's just what it looks like.
Yeah, but how can the sun be in the ocean? Like, I mean, sitting on the ocean.
Listen to that. No one said that it is. We're saying that's what it looks like, with no other way to engage our senses. If all we're doing is using our eyes as the basis for an argument, obviously that's a fallacious position, because no, you can't look at the sun even though it looks like it's setting in the clouds. Say, hey, that's the sun, it's an orb and it's setting in the clouds. You also cannot assume that it's a sphere because it looks like a sphere. That's the point.
But you can't assume that the Earth is flat just because it doesn't feel like it's not flat.
It does feel like it's flat.
But hold on, guys. Relax. I don't answer people's questions with answers to the questions. Actually, your logic was fallacious there. That was a non sequitur. It had nothing to do with what we were talking about. Only reason I'm talking about this is because of a bad argument you put forth previously about what things look like.
Yeah, no, the argument with that was just that basically, because we can't physically. I mean, I'm assuming. Let's say we ignore like evidence of the Earth and stuff like that. I'm saying that we can see, other planets, like look just how the evidence is, of the Earth.
Are you ignoring the one thing you live on?
That's the bottom. But the bottom line, I'm gonna finish this point with him. The bottom line is you can't look at something to say, oh, I've made a conclusion based off of what something looks like. You can't do that. Nor is it reasonable to ask us to explain what it is if it isn't what it looks like. That's not logical. Now, I could post a picture of my street lights that, by the way, aren't spherical, but they all look like spherical orbs of light. Next to the moon, that also looks like a spherical orb, except that was a crescent moon that night. But guess what? Just because I'm taking out my camera and that's what it looks like, doesn't mean that that's what it is.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what to add on that, because like, I mean, I told you, like,
you just
like,
agree and go, okay, what other angle can we approach this to make a determination of what the shape of the Earth is? Maybe looking at things in the sky is not appropriate for that. Like you said, we can't assume that the Earth is flat. Would you like to know how we know it's flat versus assuming it is?
I mean, for sure, yeah. That's why I'm here.
All right, take it away, guys. Sorry.
Oh yeah. If you look in the live stream voice chat, people will show you all kinds of visual information to help you get a different perspective on things that maybe you're not grasping abstractly. But if anybody's got anything on the Black Swan, obviously that's our first go-to. Like there's a formula out there to find curvature, because if you have a ball, then you have a circumference. If you have a circumference, then you have a diameter. If you have a diameter, you get a radius. If you got a radius, then you can measure an arc. And so if you got all of that, then you get these formulas, and we have formulas, 8 inches per mile squared, or another one the one that we use for the Black Swan. There's a formula 1.225 miles times the square root of the height of the observer. And if you take the square root of 1, it's 1 times 1.225 miles, which means we should only be able to see 1.225 miles to the physical horizon before a curvature should begin. And if anybody's posted that picture or the video,
I didn't quite get the math, but I want to see the picture of the video.
Well, this is their math. This isn't our math. This is their math.
I know. Yeah, I'm just saying I didn't, catch it.
Did anybody drop the picture or video? Do you see it in the live stream chat?
Also, all right. Like, I mean, you guys say that, just by looking off of something,
No.
Isn't an efficient way of like knowing if that?
Yeah, for knowing if something is 3-dimensional or 2-dimensional. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you see a horizon line in that image?
Okay. Wait. Let me see that.
There's someone. It should be labeled Black Swan.
Nah, someone.
Oil rig and over some water, and off in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
It just keeps going and going. So that oil rig is, there's one that's 6-point-something miles and one that's 9.41 miles. And then do you see a horizon in that picture?
When you
a
see
physical horizon.
What do you mean by physical horizon?
Do you see any kind of a line in that picture where the air meets a physical object?
I don't think so. No.
I don't think you understand what a physical horizon.
Hold on. Do you know what a horizon is?
I mean, in the sense that.
Do you know what a horizon is? Yes or no?
Sure.
Yes
I mean, isn't it like a line at the surface where I think it's where it's where I think the sky's supposed to, like, I don't know, meet the earth in a way, something like that. probably.
Okay, exactly. That's what he's asking you. What's the problem? Do you see that in the image?
I don't, but I don't get how that is related.
I know
to
you got to
the
go
Earth.
with it, fam. In order to know how it's related, you have to listen to what we're trying to lead you with, because you don't have enough information. No disrespect. So you kind of have to be led, right? Like imagine this is class and the teacher is leading you to an ultimate conclusion.
There's no way.
I don't know. I don't think you're gonna get it, dude.
But no, he will. It's just that he has too many. He doesn't understand what any. You know what? I'll help you out, because he doesn't understand what this has to do with anything. Okay.
Right.
So already he has a wall built up only because we just told him you can't look at stuff to determine what stuff looks like. So right now he's thinking being hypocritical by showing him this photo. You tried to tell him the difference between, talking about looking at something and assuming it's 3D or not. And that's totally different from this, specifically because this also isn't our claim. We're trying to point out to you what the globe claim is. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon is a geometric distance from your feet based on your height above the ground, above sea level. Whatever your height is, you use the formula, Pythagorean theorem, to figure out what the distance to that horizon is, if it is the physical edge of the Earth that's curving away from you. That is not our claim, that is the claim. Do you need to look at an ABC video that's 1 minute and 30 seconds long to illustrate this point? Just 1 minute and 30 seconds long.
What a straight line is and what the visual straight line is?
Well,
yeah.
Okay.
The reason I'm asking him if he understands that, or if he needs a visual representation, I guess I didn't ask that nicely. I'm being kind of crass, but okay. I have a 1 minute and 30-second video about the horizon on YouTube. It's not a flat earthers video. It's just videos that they've been putting out for years. I think it's like 10 years, 12 years old. So they tell you what the horizon is and what you would expect because we live on a globe, right? So we're trying to get you to know what that is, because remember when you came in here, it was either you or the other guy. I said, in order to understand why we're here, you have to actually know what the globe is. That's what I said. That's what this is. Us telling you what the claim is. There's a literal obstruction of view in the distance because the Earth is not flat. That's what you believe, right? That's why we can't see the entire Earth. That's what you believe, right?
It's the bulge of the Earth.
A physical horizon.
So that's why the horizon is relevant. So if you can have a little patience and let the man lead you, that would be nice. But if you need the video so that will help you, I can provide that. We can sit. You know what? No, fuck it. We got to go through it. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds.
But so what we're trying to say is, like, just because you can't tell something three-dimensional doesn't mean you can't observe, what's in the picture. I mean, call a circle for what it is, a circle. Don't call it a ball unless you can physically identify it as a ball.
See, the difference here is what the horizon is supposed to be is blockage, obstruction, kind of like a wall or a person who walks in front of your line of sight of seeing a really pretty girl. Okay, they're in the way. In the same sense, the horizon is in the floor that you're standing on is in the way of seeing the rest of the ground that's curving from beneath your feet because you live on a sphere.
Because it rolls away from you and it rolls downward. That's what the globe model says. Because it's a ball, right? It has to continually do a curving motion to go all the way around and complete circumference. it has to curve away, curve downward, right? That's what a ball does.
It does, yeah.
What a ball does. Yeah.
So is there anybody in the chat that can play this video?
Okay, give me a second.
Like, who has the bot? I'm about to post it right now.
Drop the link.
Yeah, I'm dropping it. 3, 2, there it is. It's crazy because this could be Matthew Learn's brother or something, man. He sounds just like him.
That's brain stuff, yeah. It's...
There we go.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very interesting question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like us. You can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
So there you go. That is the relevance of us talking about the horizon. I hope that helps. Now,
I think it did, yeah.
So do you have any questions about what the geometric horizon is and what the physical horizon is?
Honestly, no. I think maybe I need to look into this. Like I understood like the main part of this, but like maybe I need to look a little bit this maybe deeper. But I think it's kind of pointless for me to talk because I don't really know. I don't even know. I don't have any evidence to back up anything.
Let us finish this because we haven't even gotten to like the understanding of the evidence that we're presenting. And I want you to understand the full aspect of it. So like you understand that like after a certain point, like the bottom of an object should be obscured, right? Like the further away it gets, the more obscured it's going to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like if you're looking at what they call the black swan, and I'm not in the chat, and you're looking at the black swan, and you see an oil rig off in the distance, and you see the legs sticking into the ground off in the distance, and you're told that the geometric horizon should be at 1.225 miles, right? Because you're 12 inches off the ground, you're a foot off the ground, so the square root of 1 is 1, right? We agree with that?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Square root of 1. If you got 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height, that'll tell you where the curvature should be.
Yeah,
so, like, if you were 5 feet tall, it'd be square root of 5 times 1.225. That's where you
I just want to interject here. Just remember, it's not worthwhile to focus on the oil rigs or the pillars or anything, because remember, the argument is strictly about where the horizon is. It should be at 1.22 miles, but it's photographed far beyond.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say, though. Like even at 6.21 miles or 9.41 miles, and you see the oil rig legs sticking into the water, right? You see that? Sasha posted that picture for you.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, but dude, listen.
right.
It doesn't matter where the
That's my
oil
next
rig
question.
legs are.
That's my next
It
question.
doesn't matter. Like,
Where do you see where the sky meets the water? Where do you see that? Is it do you see it behind the oil rigs?
Do you guys hear me?
Or is it in front of the oil rig?
The what?
The where the sky meets the water.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Where's the horizon at? Donato put a good picture there. If multiple choice, A, B, or C. Where's the horizon at?
There's no A, B, or C. What do you mean? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the horizon is a... Or is it a...
A, right? So does that horizon line, does that look like it's closer than 9.41 miles or further than 9.41 miles?
From the... It looks like it's... It looks like it's closer in a way.
Are you sure? It doesn't look like it's like if it was closer, it would be cutting off that oil rig leg. wouldn't it? I know this is critical thinking, dude, but this is what we do here.
It's not a trick question, bro. You're not going to get in trouble for making a different answer. You just say what you see, man. Like,
I'm
hard.
trying to grasp at this. Look,
Yeah, it's not that difficult, man. You just look at the picture and you say, "Where's the horizon?" And then you just give an answer, and you're not going to be wrong, or no one's going to start yelling at you. Just to answer the question, and then the conversation can move forward.
That horizon looks like it's behind the oil rig, does it not?
It does.
It does. So that horizon looks like it's further than 9.41 miles, right?
But in a way, yeah, it does. No, if you look at it, yeah, you can't see that the
But the horizon should be 1.22 miles, not 10 miles. It's 10 times further than it should be, dude. That's what we're trying to say. Where is the curvature? We're told there's a curvature. We're given a formula. Where is it?
Legit, yeah. Okay.
It also demonstrates that the horizon isn't a physical location that you could measure to. It just appears beyond the further.
But was that ever the case? Was that ever the case that it was something physical?
Yes.
That's the claim.
That's the claim. I'm going to show you another picture, all right? It's a picture image used for perspective. Go ahead.
I still think he's not grasping horizon and the curvature of the Earth. What do you mean? Is that what they're claiming? Is it physical? Of course, it's physical. That's what they're telling us.
He's got it. We just saw the video, and then there's this. He might be skeptical of what this is and what we're telling him, but the bottom line is the method that we just gave you, the method that we just spent time showing you the video, giving you this information. That actually, what I would have done after sharing the video with you, I would have gave you an EDU to go ahead and validate what was being said in that video, because that is the claim. So basically, it's a tangent, a line to a tangent point, a point on the sphere. That is where the horizon is. They give you a diagram, they explain it just like the guy did in the video, but you didn't see it, you only heard it, so fair enough. So anyway, like I said, it wouldn't be a source from us. Again, it'd be some university or something that we would pick, because we don't really care. As a matter of fact, you could look it up right now. Google distance to horizon. Look at all the diagrams. Read to your heart's content. Boom. That's the claim. So the point is, you as a person should be able to go out and validate that what that guy said in the video is true. So you could go out to your beach.
Yeah, of course.
Get a shipping tracker and figure out whether the horizon is where they claim it is. If you have something for demarcation, like those oil rigs, or like a ship, or buoy that you can know the distance to, whatever it is that's out there. This is what you want to be using to help validate this thing that we all believed when we were coming up. It's their claim. It's clear as day. You saw it in the video. You can see it in the diagrams if you look. So the bottom line is the claim is very clear, and you should be able to either validate that is the true reality or that it's not. At least in this instance, we're showing you images of a video, because these aren't just images. It's of a video where you can see the guy put the camera close to the water, literally 1 foot above the ground at the beach, where he zooms into those oil rigs and the horizon is behind the boat. So you might be thinking it can't be that simple. It actually is. That's why we're flat earthers.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, same question. Is it that simple?
Yeah, sphere must curve. That's simple.
Yep. That's exactly, Sasha. The sphere must curve. That's it. It's that simple.
I mean, it's geometry. That's why. Simple as that.
Look at the link I just posted in the chat. The sphere has to curve, dude.
Yeah, astronomical horizon. So that's what it will be if it was.
Look at what the true horizon. Look at what the true horizon is, right? You see how you look straight out, and then eventually the ball curves downward away from the observer.
Yeah.
That's your physical horizon. We're seeing past that.
Right, because on a sphere there should be a limit to how much of the sphere you can see.
Oh, I get what you guys mean. Okay, it took me a bit, but I understand what you guys say.
And you was correct. It was correct about horizon. It's a parent place where the sky meets the water or ground. That means we don't think that it's physical location, but they globe Earth model saying that it is that it's saying that it must be like that, and with precision, numbers. The dimension.
I get it.
Someone drop a link for me.
Where do you guys come up with these conclusions, though? I mean, it's insane.
Nature.
Hold on.
It's no. I'm saying it's not in a negative way. I mean, it's in a good way.
Hold on. Go ahead.
It's this simple. Some people are curious and some people are not. How did we come up with how to think about these things? Well, a lot of people have went to school. The problem is 99% of the people who believe it's a globe haven't thought about it. But they're brilliant engineers, brilliant chemists, brilliant a lot of things that we have right here in this community. Okay? So the thing is, when someone, like someone who knows math, I know the noise in the train, but when someone who knows math, you ask them simply, okay, well, you know the geometry, where should the horizon be? Oh, it should be this far. How come it's this far? That's it. We wanted to know what the curvature was so we can test it. That's it. Very simple.
I mean, look, first of all, I mean, thanks for the info and like everything, but what you guys are saying, like, just looking at it right now in a way, makes sense. I mean, but I mean, it makes sense. And I mean, I don't know what to say, honestly. It does make sense, and it's kind of weird that it does make sense.
Does anyone know? Weird because it's not weird because it's reality, and it's just observations of what's happening in reality. So when you step outside, it's not spinning; it looks flat. Therefore, we should come to a conclusion that it's stationary and flat. Now, they've told us that we're spinning and it's curved, but we don't observe that. So that's why, like you asked that question before, how do you guys come up with these conclusions? It's just observations and measurements. It's pretty simple, man. Like, they make the globe really complicated, and where we live is, it's complicated, but a lot of it's simple. Right. Like, we look over there, we see that. They're telling us we look over there and the light's refracted. We're not actually seeing that. What's the better kind of what makes more sense and what's more logical, that we're actually looking there and seeing it. Yeah? And it looks flat and stationary. So
here's the weird part that's going to blow your mind, Harry. We all here were Globers at one point, dude. We all here were sitting in the same shoes that you were saying. Like, it makes sense, dude. Why does this make sense? Why is like it was supposed to be complicated?
Yeah. I mean, sure.
So I think you're in the right place to learn some things, dude.
I mean, look, it's very interesting how you guys like, collect information and like, just look at it from a bigger perspective. But I think for me to like even have an opinion, I should like know more, I guess. So, I mean,
do lots of research.
Yeah.
Has anyone gone over the atmosphere argument with you? Like atmosphere and vacuum of space?
No. We didn't even go down that rabbit hole. Yeah. We were just we wanted to get to the physical horizon.
And I just showed like a 20-minute like thing on the live stream. That was it.
Wait, you said you heard it yesterday?
No. I mean that I joined yesterday the server, just out of curiosity why people believe that the Earth is flat, and I just this is the first time I've ever like interacted. So that's what I mean. I didn't even have a.
Yeah, there's some weirdos on here, but we sound pretty normal, don't we?
Yeah, you
we sound pretty normal. Look at you.
Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah, of course.
Lots of logic here. Lots of logic. And you'll hear, if you sit around long enough, you'll hear us argue amongst ourselves. Like, you can't say that. You can't verify that.
Oh, no, trust me.
And it's true. Like, we only are all out here to seek the truth of everything. And so we refine each other and make each other better in trying to figure out.
I've heard you guys fight over your own opinions. Like,
And just for a little example of perspective, I used to be a little computer science. I wanted to be a programmer, do machine learning. I wanted to be just like Elon Musk. I wanted to go to space, all that shit. Yeah. No, my worldview's changed a lot.
There's some people here that have like used to work for NASA, or probably still do. I don't know.
What do you mean, like actual like engineers?
Engineers, dude. Engineers, or people that have built like massive construction projects in places like Utah or just anywhere, like massive building projects where like you have to find level ground, dude. You have to make it even in level, and they use lasers to confirm all that stuff.
Yeah,
and they never thought about it. I was gonna say they never thought about it before, and then one day someone brought flat Earth to them, and they're like, "Holy shit, dude! Like that explains why I use lasers."
Well, I mean, the hardest part is still just believing everyone lied. That's just a ridiculous thing to try and wrap your head around. And I still struggle with that to this day, but that's the main blocking point. It's just the fact that, well, everyone's fucking lying, which is insane. Not something you should normally believe.
Yeah, well, it's that was probably the hardest thing for me to grasp as well. But when you start realizing that, there's so many things that, you got to ask yourself one question: does the government lie? And if the answer is yes, then that means they can lie about anything, pretty much.
Oh, they lie. I mean, the government lying is very like, it's very normal in many areas. But I mean, what I can get around, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, why, this all you guys said, it makes sense, right? I haven't taken the time to look at it. It's like I'm also pretty tired. I'm like can't even like
don't ask that question.
Fully grasp it, but I can get it. But like.
What you to dissect it a bit for yourself.
There's a but
here it
what
comes.
Do you guys think? Look, I want your guys' opinion. What do you guys think? Like, there's them lying about certain topics which actually gets them like some benefit from it. But what is this? The shape of it. What does this have?
Power, control.
Dude, I had no reason to believe in God before this. None. They do it.
Oh wait, another question. Are you guys religious?
I am now. I
just became religious.
Spiritual, I guess you could say.
Some are not.
It depends on how you use that word in definition, because religion has a negative connotation. That
Well, pretty much all Christians.
I'm less
Right,
religious.
Like, because I don't know any other religions. Just say like Christian,
know-
the Catholic Church.
Do you know what is
What
the
about
biggest
globism?
religion?
What is what?
The biggest
Globism.
biggest
Hold on.
religion in the world.
Can you repeat
yeah.
again?
What
There's
is
a
the
lot of people
biggest religion in the world?
What is the biggest religion in the world?
I mean, I don't know. What is it? What is it?
Globe religion.
Heliocentrism.
Heliocentrism, man.
Because you're talking about what you're
You guys are talking. Wait, there's a lot of people talking. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Alright.
What did you say?
Yeah,
what is the
but
biggest
I
religion
was-
in the world?
Globe.
Heliocentrism.
Oh, globe religion. You said.
Yeah.
Yeah, heliocentrism.
Oh.
Yeah, but you're
I was going to make a really good comment. Just then, I like I know where he was going with that. Do you want to go, T-Wad? Because I think that makes
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah, I
sense
just-
where you were
just-
going.
Just quickly, I just wanted to say what you're talking about is organized religion versus acknowledging a creation and a creator.
Good job.
No, that's not what I meant when I said that question. When I said that question, I purely meant because you guys, from what I understand, like to view things not the way they're given to you, but to look at them like even further, I guess. So I'm saying, are you guys religious? Which is a question of, because I mean, I don't know, but I'm thinking religion is the most like a part that where we know nothing. Like there's no. I guess
really?
there's like stories of people, but like there's nothing like tangible in a way you can like grasp.
Do you know?
If that
do you know-
makes sense?
Do you have? I understand. Do you know any religion that has a globe in their narrative?
No.
That's interesting. For example, I will post you now ancient cultures. They have all of kind dome and flat surface on their religious beliefs. There is
You mean there's no like a globe and like
there is no beliefs in any religion about globe. Only globe religion.
Right. Like all the old ancient cultures all agreed somehow miraculously that the earth was flat and there was a dome over it. And only until NASA came was there the idea of a ball. So that's their religion is the globe.
Yeah, but they didn't have the internet, so what did they know, right?
I mean, for that, I don't know about that. But like my main point was like, okay, so that's what you guys mean when you guys say you're religious in a way, that it's
Well, we're spiritual, dude. There had to have been a creator to create all of this, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. And so that alludes to the idea that there's got to be something over our heads keeping everything in. There is no space. Space is fake.
I mean, yeah,
It
sure.
goes so high up, and then you hit a container wall.
Conclusion.
It's a logical conclusion.
Yeah, it's a logical conclusion, and
We can't prove that, but the second law of thermodynamics says that you can't have gas pressure without a
Right, and amongst all flat earthers, right, you'll see a diversity of background, and religions and spiritual beliefs and things like that.
You'll even see Wiccans. You'll even see Wiccans in that, dude.
Yeah, exactly, and agnostic, where they think they've concluded that that's unknowable, but they don't discount there being a creator.
Right.
So they just haven't chosen to follow a particular doctrine of faith or belief. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. Look,
So it's not a religious thing. This is like factually based, evidential based. Like we don't know what the creator is, but we can all agree that something had to have created it.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, that's
It's too intelligent.
I mean, yeah. Totally. Look,
It's kind of cool that we always see the same face of the moon, right? That's pretty interesting. Little just tidbit of life. It'd be pretty hard.
It might not even be a man.
And plus, nobody proved the rotation also.
Right.
How come I don't feel it? If we're rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, I don't feel it.
Have you ever been on a gravitron at the fair or at a carnival?
I have, and there's something called centripetal force that you feel when something's rotating. But for some reason on the Earth that's rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, you don't feel that.
Like I don't get dizzy at any given moment. Bro, like you have these wonderful things in your ears called vestibular tubes.
They pick up motion, right?
The vestibular system.
The vestibular system.
Look, yo, it's been very interesting talking to you. Like I've learned a bunch of stuff, I think. And but I think if I stay any longer, it's quite late for me. I think I'm gonna go start like overthinking everything.
Oh, you're scared you're gonna get unindoctrinated?
No,
dude,
I think I'm overthinking as well.
This is heavy.
Too much to think.
Dude, hey, real quick, Harry. I had a dude in here one time, and he was a surfer, right? And he always thought it was a globe. And I was like, dude, I was like, perfect, you're a surfer. I was like, have you ever gone out to go surf a wave? And you sit out there and you look around, man, it sure is fucking flat. And he's like, maybe once or twice, but now that you mentioned it, now I got to go back out there and look for myself. I haven't seen the dude since then. I think he's been the whole time.
There's a lot of overthinking that goes into your guys' conclusions, I swear.
It's heavy ass shit, dude.
No, it's alright.
This is the final exam.
What the hell is that soundboard, man?
Yeah, somebody got soundboard stuff.
What the fuck was that?
That's the surfer laugh. Come on, bro. You already know this.
Did you say that you? Did you say that you?
But yeah, it's a lot of critical thinking into the information you're being received. So yeah, chew it, dissect it in your own way, and come back whenever you feel like listening more to, learning more. As always.
Do you live by the ocean at all?
Of course, I have.
No, you do? No, do you? Do you live there now? Is it easy access for you to do?
What do you mean?
A large body of water or anything like that? Like just go out somewhere like where there's a large body of water.
Oh no, where I am right now, there's no access to it. No access. I mean, there's. It's pretty. I mean, I've been to the biggest I think like beach I've been to. I think it's like probably.
Do you? I guess I don't know if you're going to a beach anytime soon, but if you go to a beach, just go out there and look and just, like observe the beauty for what it is. It's a lot of shit.
I mean, what did you say? Like, repeat that again.
It's flat. It's flat as shit. Flat as fuck.
It is.
Flat
I mean,
Even in a plane.
No denying it. Yeah. Like you're like, oh, I'm looking through the window. No, put your eyes all the way up to the window. You press your nose on the window and look out and tell me that you see curvature.
Yeah, don't let them do any window magic tree with a little curve on the little side of it.
Yeah.
Or do experiment like this. Go to any delta of river, any river delta, and turn around in the direction of the source of the river, and now ask yourself how much curvature it's to the source.
Or the river
like
goes
following
up.
the horizon line, 360. Or?
Following the river like a canal.
Following the river in opposite direction. It must be curved, but river it's coming down from the mountain. But you are on delta.
Can we see hill of water also?
Ask Bob.
Interesting fact, by the way, Harry. Water always travels downward to its level, and so if it always travels downward, there's an elevation. And how can there be curvature if it's traveling downward.
Yeah, imagine curvature. It would be going uphill as well. Where have we ever seen that?
You sometimes see water curve, but that's only in its smallest form, not its largest.
Yeah. Like when it's changing elevation, it'll curve a little bit, but it's
How do you
always
guys
flat.
even grasp with your own questions? Like, there's so many.
Ask them.
We all were there, dude. We were all there at one point where like we had to fucking sit on it
Guys,
and learn it.
y'all are missing the opportunity to tell him about the eclipse.
Look, no, I don't think I have
there's an
time for that.
eclipse. Do you live on the East Coast? Where do you live? Do you mind if we ask where you live? You don't have to say. You don't want to.
I live in Europe, yeah.
You live where?
Which part?
Huh?
What language do you speak?
I speak Greek. I'm from Greece, actually.
Bro, oh my god, I wanted to learn Italian.
Well, I mean, it's not really related.
Baklava, melanzana salata, tiramisu salata.
A lot of people like confuse Greek with Spanish, actually.
Terama? Is that Romanian?
So I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but there's an event called the Selenelian Eclipse coming up. It's once in 25 years or something like that occurs.
No,
not a Selenelian.
No,
Selenium eclipse. Selenium eclipse. I think. No.
Every year.
I can't hear you. Every year. Elijah knows more about the moon and the sun than a lot of us do because he likes the moon.
I mean, sure. Look, we can keep that for another conversation.
But there is a Selenelian eclipse happening tonight at 6:34 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what that would be over in Greece, but from New York.
Harry, good luck trying to find anywhere else more intellectually stimulating. We'll see you back.
11:30. What's that? Geometrical meridian in Glasgow time. Glasgow time would be 11:34 a.m. So whatever that is in reference to you. Selenelian eclipse. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see that.
Yeah, he can Google search it on his own time zone where it is.
I mean, for sure, yeah. I'll research about it. But anyways, thank you guys for the talk. It was interesting.
Thanks for visiting.
Yeah, sure. We'll probably talk soon.
Come back.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Goodbye.
For now.
getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
That's for sure.
And, you know, the colors all look kind of weird in space.
People just research what your eyes do. Research what your eyes do. As soon as you do that, then everything, all the pieces start falling into place. Then you'll understand what you're looking at. And these globies just don't get it. They're like, I'm like, well, it's scientific fact. I mean, you can Google it right now. I mean, look at how your eyes work. I mean, you're saying no, like we're taught no. I mean,
the problem is, you know, I don't care if somebody doesn't believe me, but when you don't even look, and then you tell me how wrong I am, and it's like, dude, and it's like, I mean, you've seen some of my shows, and I've seen your posts, and you just as well as I and others. I mean, we break it down really simple for these people.
Schon gar nicht weiß.
Everybody put your hands up.
I wrote this out in 2019, dropping it for the end of 2020 and Agenda 21 for the Flu World Order. So let's go.
Hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I got. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars. Tries to thought, Roddy started, gotta keep it behind bars. Now I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I got. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars. Tries to thought, Roddy started, gotta keep it behind bars. Now I shatter glass ceiling, trap metal with degree. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped from the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true trooper squad up. Drums and G-Mars, only back to Rob Kiba. This age-old concept destroys a globe object. Evolution turned to rubbish like the disc Star Trek. 2019, focus cameras, what we see. CGI images claiming to be what we be. No stars and no moon and no galaxy. Claiming space is real, flipping another 60. On this green screen, altered reality. You blindly believe in programmed by the TV. And Neil deGrasse says the tiny ass is not large, well enough to earth to notice the track. You notice any curvature with that appears flat. So go and drop the mic and watch these globes react.
Well, these sticks and stones and these shadows alone to prove the earth is curved. So why don't you go wrong? The fat tarts alone, the bastard, you're wrong. The why I get to see China outside of my home. Show me the edge and now show me the dome. I got proof where we came from this bone. Poop we ground from this explosion. From poop soup to monkey goop to homo sapien.
This is ludicrous. Flying space is the root of it. Pagan sun god worshipping ritual Jesuits. Sundog, Masonic, Nimrod, the Illuminate. Fallen gods take charge, then they end up ruining. Just before God cracks open up the firmament, just sound the trumpet loud. It's a turn of the permanent, and ain't no stopping it. God's word is the ultimate. You're testing all things, in the end it'll be positive. Gospel to the opposite, hostile environment. The apostles stood for the Messiah, now we're honoring. So go and bound wonder, the true God of thunder, with more power, more powerful than any other one. Joe, I shatter glass ceiling, strap metal with degree. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped from the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. SMG to carry weight, no rock, keep up. Theoretical philosopher, true trooper officer, radical, tactical, even lateral, the monster. Why bother globe god would even be on it with your worthless, pathetic, redundant, circular argument? Playground bullies with your loser asking tactics, grade 2 attitude, high school antics, and I don't talk about it, I mean all about it. Cooking cows ain't got nothing, verbal showers every hour that you want it, teaming up with some of the most incredible, streaming live shows straight to your telephone. I know what you know and what you views to know, and all my views are on mine and on mine alone. And time will show with all these lies they throw, and how they compromise your home and how your child will grow. Indoctrination, globe told operation, my control, occupation, stay woke and tell the nation while these kids is getting raped and killed in the pavement, while you meet in the street and debate out your enslavement. Divide and conquer is what they gonna aim with. Religious, skin color, history, you name it. Mystery up and hidden from the public. Retelli in the Vatican and the Queen's got all of it. Locking away providence, God's documents, his promise to his creation, which is us, and we should honor it. Shatter glass ceiling, strap metal with degree. degree. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, I smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. From ZenG, Nathan Jeter, Rob Skiba. Blaze Jones, Brian. Yo, I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I go. While we sip and collide, while the lizard of us tries to thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to the top so I can sip as I go. While we sip and collide, while the lizard of us tries to thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I shatter glass ceiling, strap metal with degree. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, I smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. From ZenG to Johnny Peter, Rob Skiba. And I would like to end with some of these, so please, geez. 50 years of NASA-derived technologies, web-based mapping the world at your fingertips. CGI cartoons, spaceships made out of paper clips, curtain rods, tinfoil, scotch tape, and bacon bits. This is how it sounds when I see you be faking it. Paper mache, while you laughing in my face, telling me you got robots searching out up in space.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Prosthetics again, health and medicine, I'm throwing what again? Just a minute on Reddit, said some shit again. Now they admit it can, Golden Boot, my friend. I don't get it, this is ludicrous, every bit of it. And if you're new to this, stop the track and get in with it, cause we be winning it. True trooper who be killing it. Globe Gob, little Toms, acting like Olympic kids. I wipe them off some little bombs, tying up the kitty bits. I give them the globe and distract them like it always is, and throw them off the edge. It's the only thing they know of it. Who you kidding? When you acting like a little bricks, dissing my music, stuff that I might can see real it is. It's just in my name, and Robert misses me with nothing but a flat tall bombard me an idiot. The joke's on you, though you're real tough talking. Someone already told you globe model was caca. Flat earth experts, I might hit you where it hurts. Between the skirts of folk retold and tippity dirt. Belong call cruise dirt. See the stars deserve the globe Mars be hurt. Flat tall be burnt. With both your meme and lurk. A 3D band to work. To vote a clan victory to here we go. Globe birth, so let's go. I'ma jump off the ropes. I got a choke hold on this globe. Choke on my skull. Glass ceiling, strap metal with degree. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that fee for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, I smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. From ZenG back to me to Rob Skiba. You globe goblins ain't got shh.
Alrighty, MIDI HC. Yeah, that's a funny name. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Thank you. What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is? I'm just here to troll.
The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere. There are no curvatures, ain't there? That means it's not an oblate pair. NASA's lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the bloopers of sloppiness. Like they're not even trying to fool half the audience. Yet this will buy it up. You say you're woke, but it's diet, yeah. Want a debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take up the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me to bug FE. Give it me gravity. Give it me philosophy. Give it me pure comedy. Give it me to bug FE. Give it me gravity. Give it me philosophy. Give it me pure comedy.
You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate Sand. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretending clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rapper, you're multi-nine or scientific. All the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You endless sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best team since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. It's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understanding no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Grace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? Our spears are strong, a formation of edge. It's time to push it to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield, the Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them! This is where we fight! This is where they die! And these shields rise! This is Sparta!
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated, thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clown, subjugated, with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long awaited, your counters are unrelated. You're just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend. Are you medicated?
Calm yourself.
I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us are meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Here, sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims and substantiated. That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated. Not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically degenerated, with hearts exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession? See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, black swan reverberated, percolated, and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, needs to be updated and thoroughly investigated with science invigorated, its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find trust.
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated, and desecrated. The whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assemble know the truth of this. Let each among them search his own soul. And while you're at it, search your own.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon beauty shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to tore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CD. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. B. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo, the FP commando, with knowledge as ammo, a 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location, it's called exploration. Using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation, not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration, you feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation, perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition, and superstition. We're all around faulty cognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission, we get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
They lie? Why would 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 they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They win out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transformed into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Globe abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus, sure, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plotting derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
would they lie? Why 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 would they lie? OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Hey.
Check 1, check 2, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. They say, hey y'all, immature, like jumping on the couch. They say, hey y'all, immature, like jumping on the couch. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. They say, hey y'all, immature, like jumping on the couch. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Tell me the reason for all of this season. Tell me the reason for all of this season. You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Tell me the reason for all of this season. Tell me the reason for all of this season. You should watch your mouth. 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 Towers are flat. Towers are flat. They're chatting about. Towers are flat. They're chatting about. Towers are flat. Towers are flat. What? They're chatting about. Towers are flat. Very clever. Towers are flat. Very clever. Towers are flat. Very clever. Very clever. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Towers are flat. Towers are flat. They're chatting about. Towers are flat. They're chatting about. Towers are flat. Towers are flat. What? They're chatting about. Towers are flat. Very clever. Towers are flat. Very clever. Towers are flat. Very clever. Very clever.
Yo, I've been hearing a lot of talk about refrigerators and whatnot. 2020. MIDI HC. CI. tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be freaking out when they act like they're speaking about some test for you to do to prove all of their doo-doo. Oh, hell no. No. It doesn't work that way. If you're gonna make a claim, you gotta back it up. Prove it. Or we just throw it away and call it a day. So rap. They tweaking and peaking, zooming and sinking, got them all reaching. Did you just say atmosphere? You ain't got no sphere. Get this globe head out of here. Black Swan, nightmare. Turns out the horizon is over there. Look at that. You'll always be like, yeah, but it's just not fair.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Cause the earth is not a sphere. Got 'em. If you ain't been peeping the Gleason, but you still asking about seasons, I got a million reasons why I think you're not a genius. You tweaking if you ain't been peeping the Gleason. Got these globe heads sheeping and weeping while we out here speaking and preaching. Peeping the Gleason. You ain't proved shit. You a bad debater. Serving up another red herring. Someone get a moderator. Second law thermodynamic violation. Refrigerator. Wait, what?
Natural phenomena observed, please.
The Terminator will now terminate ya.
Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they ain't proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV.
You are sitting in a second law of thermodynamics violation in your ball-tart spinning space monkey religion.
Okay. You happy with that?
No. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
We just showed that the ball-tarts are actual science deniers.
Good morning, Discord. Anybody here? Somebody was just playing the bot. I hope if it was happening metaphysically or something. See our old friend Flurf Williams out there in the chat spewing nonsense again about flat earth changing definitions and water doesn't conform, and it's actually not even a coherent statement, but keep saying them, Flurf. One day it'll be a globe for you, maybe. Anyway, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you're listening, you're curious about this subject, come in and discuss. Click the link.
Good day, hello, guys. What's happening? How's everybody doing?
What's up? Who's that? Kiwi?
Yeah. What's happening, Dave?
Another day of waking up on the Creator's beautiful plane of existence.
Hey, that's right, baby. Another beautiful day.
Trying to make the best of it. It's all we can do, right?
Yes, sir.
What's going on in Canada?
Nothing. We got some snow overnight, so everything is white. All the rooftops are white, and the sky is gray, so it gives a lot of blending in the environment, if you will. A lot of refraction, a lot of atmospheric distortion due to the but due to the I guess the precipitation in the air. That would be the right word. It's chilly, -2 Celsius.
That's pretty cold.
Yes, sir. Keeping that cold stuff cold, or that wet stuff frozen. Aha.
So how does snow work on a globe unless it's in a snow globe? Stupid joke, anyway.
Would definitely make for an interesting feat.
When the snow falls, it forms a curve because of gravity, right?
That would be the attraction. The snow falls to the earth because of gravity. But
when it lands, it forms and makes a curve because that's what the globe's doing. Gravity's doing to water, so it does that to snow too. So that's amazing, ain't it?
I love it.
Yet everywhere you see level, even snow kind of finds its level. Not exactly. I mean, it piles up here and there. You know what I mean?
Well, it does pile up in a very uniform distribution, though, and then it gets pushed into snow piles as the snow plows come through and clear the roads. But snow does blanket areas very evenly. Very even indeed. So, did you catch I saw some news on the Artemis launch. Did you see this?
Oh, yeah. I was just brushing up on that. I went to bed. I was watching Jaron and Dave Weiss and that other guy, Caleb from TikTok, were kind of making fun of it, acting like they worked for NASA and covering it. It was kind of funny. But anyway, evidently they launched it, and it's on its way to the moon. So In your face, flurfers.
Take
We're
that.
going to the moon.
We gotta shut down the server.
Yeah.
Here's the best coverage ever. CNN coverage. Oh yes. Oh yes. I'm gonna look for the video of the launch. See if I could see any curve.
50-some years later, we're finally going back to the moon. Way to go, NASA. You're awesome. Even though you destroyed that technology and it was a painful process, somehow you came through it. And you launched Artemis, and oh my God, I'm so excited. Artemis 1 mission takes flight in historic leap forward for NASA's ...
Artemis launch. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. 2-minute coverage. I'll actually, you know what? I'm gonna watch it and I'll share any screen caps. Because my main thing I'm looking for is to see if there's any kind of curve introduced in its path.
Yeah, I didn't see any visuals, so that, go ahead and let us know. I'm sure there was no CGI involved. I'm sure they showed the rocket going into the second law of thermodynamics violation clearly. So I'm sure there was no shenanigans about it. Gotta love those rockets, man. NASA can build some big metal penises for sure.
Holy shit, Dave. I just drank my coffee and I almost spat it out all over my computer screen. It would have been your fault. You never use words like that.
I apologize, Felix.
No, you don't have to. It's just absolutely hilarious that your timing, because again, in your past, you don't randomly say stuff like that, right? So for you to say that at the same time I'm drinking coffee, I'm like, bro. Oh, man.
It's nice to see that 68 million a day or whatever is going to good use. We're finally going back to the moon. It's awesome, man. I'm just so excited. I can't believe there's not like 20 guys in here making fun of us now because we're going to the moon. What do you think, Flurf Williams? We're on the way to the moon. Aren't you excited, man? They're going to go up there and take another fake picture. A real picture of your globe. Can't wait.
Oh, man.
"50 years of many tireless efforts and long nights by the NASA people, and they finally pulled it off. You got to tip your hat to them. Or not. While you're reviewing that video, nobody else is talking, we're going to hear the latest from the conspiracy music guru. You don't care. I can get it to play here.
This entire thing is like suspect, man.
Oh, it's all legit, man. He's not.
Well, I just mean from the.
I'm going to play a song real quick. We'll be right back. If it'll work.
I wonder if you would recommend locking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
You're okay. You're not gonna get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
First of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down.
Vaccinated people do not get sick.
I recommended to the president that we shut the country down.
Zooming level playing, missing curve, space is gay. Boston bombing, false flag, Joe Biden torpedo. Dr. Fauci always lying, Stevie Wonder is a blind. Fake career, whistle, see it down the rabbit hole. Bilderberg's fake bar, Mike Obama, huge down bar. Right, the Kenyan guy has your wife identified. Warp speed, vaccine, J&J, ultra jeans, my go. Kiss your sweet ass goodbye. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is flickering, you know it. Now it's time we expose it. Health Department, NSA, CDC and TSA, IRS, CIA, and NASA is a crock. SpaceX, Space Force, space is clearly fake, of course. Devon Island is Mars, Elon Musk is launching cars. Einstein was a queen, 2 more weeks of quarantine. Jussie Smollett, fake attack. George Floyd, swallow crack. Said he couldn't breathe at all. Overdose from fentanyl.
By the way, I'm very excited, waiting the Tom McDonald bringing 2 albums Friday. This rapper, I'm sure if you like him or not, but he has lots of truth in his lyrics. So check him out, Tom McDonald rapper.
World economic thugs, Klaus Schwab, Castro, his son Justin Trudeau. Cyclones, the elite, Bill Gates attacking me. Biotech, Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca. Trust these liars. You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making you know it. Now it's time we expose it. 9/11, no planes, another dream, another day. Building 7 falling from the plane they're calling. Nanothermite concrete, passport found in the street. A lucky Larry Silverstein, folded like a slot machine. Shanksville, Red Pill, Rumsfeld, missile. That's what hit the Pentagon. Where is all the footage gone? Trust these liars. You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. We are sick of these clowns, let's get the circus shut down. Climate change, MSN, selling fear on CNN, moonshot, spacewalk, Alfred, Dalton. All the astronauts who died have a twin still alive. Challenger, master plan, Buzz Aldrin is drunk again. We have moon rocks, petrified, red shots, yeah they lie. The rockets fly, CGI, planets no, CGI, the ISS, RBS, it's Earth flat, actually yes. Not dinosaurs, yes of course. I can't take it anymore. Would you trust these liars? Maybe concerning, NASA building is burning. Maybe carbon these liars. They deserve a take down for saying we go around, 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 around. Why do we trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is flicking, you know. Now it's time we expose it. Trust these liars. You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is flicking, you know. Now it's time we expose it.
Alright, that was the latest from a conspiracy music guru. Somebody trying to talk there?
Yeah, why you trust the liars? It's amazing that how many times people or politicians or whatever government is going to lie people, they still believe the next day or couple of weeks, all right, we believed you today, even though you just lied us 2 weeks ago. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's a sad facet of our reality right now. People just keep believing, don't they? Anyway.
This kind of accepted thing when you talk like people who are still sleeping, I often talk to them like, do you think politicians lie? They say, yeah, they might do. So, do you trust them? Well, kind of, yes. So, why you trust them if they lie to you? Okay. So, then they went like silent mode, like, I don't want to talk about that anymore. It's kind of weird.
Or, why does it matter anyways?
Yeah.
I like that one. Sorry.
I was just going to say that's a good point. They're dealing with a direct contradiction in their mind. They just don't want to deal with it at that point. Most of them, like they know they're lying, but they think they're telling the truth at the same time. So immediate, like Cog did. So give us a full report on the Artemis mission, Kiwi. Are they on their way to the moon?
They showed footage of it. The footage was broken, interrupted. There was no continuous shots. It's just a mess. I mean, and then there's evidence of obviously like it's not going directly straight up. There's shots of it going sideways, and then there's what's interesting is towards the end of it, it starts to do one of these. Hold on, get the picture.
Well, their excuse for it has to go sideways to follow the rotation of the Earth or something.
Yeah, catch the curve bullshit. Yeah. But see, what's interesting is this happened. Let me show you. Let me show you real quick. So they got this shot, which is that. Now, that's obviously the afterburners starting to rock and blah, blah, blah.
Thank you, Kiwi, for keeping an eye on us, by the way.
Bro,
I fell asleep.
No, I just decided to pull it up. It's no stress. I appreciate the thanks, man. It's no stress at all, but it's just suspect, bro. It's suspect. The major thing being, like, there's no continuous footage of it. And this is like NASA launching it. Now, what's interesting is like we can go look at things like the Falcon 9 launch rocket, and that, which I love this. We actually get full continuous video of that. So why is it that we can get full continuous video of an amateur launch, but we can't get full continuous video of a NASA launch? That's it. That's foolish. It'd be fun.
Maybe it's because NASA's underfunded. They don't have enough money. Sorry, go ahead.
Because if they had better CGI, then it would look a lot better.
Somebody said to me they have lots of cash, so they're able to provide multiple angles, like more like multiple rocket scenes from prior launches stitched together. Poopy brains.
I like how they're being this time, and they sent an unmanned mission to circle the moon first because they're being extra careful. They want to make sure they get everything right before they actually send people again. But way to go, NASA. Good job.
Well, apparently, Mr. Pettit was wrong. The technology's been brought back to life, and they're heading back. So we'll see if we get some fossilized, or no, moon rocks this time, not fossilized wood. Maybe we'll get real moon rocks this time. Maybe we'll even get to see the rover. Maybe we'll dig it out. They'll be like, hey guys, this is the rover that we left up here way back when.
When it's flying by, it should get a good shot of the rover and the American flag from 50 years ago, and anything else they live, make their bags of poop on the moon. I'll get a shot of those. It'll be cool.
Oh my god! Oh no, they sent the bags of trash to the sun to burn up. You don't have to worry about the trash. They threw it all over to the sun.
Oh, cool. Fair enough.
Oh, because it was only like 2 feet away, right?
Yeah, they literally went, all right, Bobby, heave ho, ooh, and they threw it. It was a team effort. They had to be careful though that they didn't throw too hard because their force, they actually would have thrown themselves off of the surface of the moon due to gravity. So had to be careful how much force they exerted on the throw. Looking at Buzz ending up floating into the sun, like, we threw it too hard.
That's hilarious. Y'all see what Adam Unsalted posted? Pettit's pastry. The apple Danish is good, but whatever you do, don't drink the coffee.
Shout out to Adam. The fact that he's drinking coffee in his profile picture is epic. It's a great tie together.
Yeah, everybody be prepared today. If you engage with any of your normie friends, they're going to be throwing this moon mission in your face. So there you go, flat earther. What do you think, man?
They don't even know. They don't even know. You tell them, hey, Artemis 1 just launched today. What do you mean Artemis 1? What's Artemis 1? You don't know what Artemis 1 is? Nobody knows.
Selfishly, I'll say it's a great birthday gift, let me tell you.
That's a gret birthday. Is it your birthday?
Yeah, it's my birthday today. So to see these guys heading to the moon, I'm like, yes, what a great gift. It's the ultimate troll gift. It's a gift that keeps on giving. We will talk about this until I'm 80. When I turned 43, they sent a rocket to the moon. Artemis. Oh shit.
Crazy and interesting times we're living in, isn't it, gentlemen?
Tell me about it, brother. You preach on that.
Let's do a quick shout out to the YouTube audience in case somebody's listening, maybe just heard about this subject. You're curious, come in here and discuss. We got a whole panel full of knowledgeable people that can go over the globe model with you and hope you come to some epiphanies about this globe model. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, Dave, thanks for the shout out to the YouTube chat. Click that link, come on by, drop the evidence on the table, let's have a chat about it. Shout out to the panel that's actually here. Adam Unsalted, hope all is well with you, my friend. Chili, Chris V, Dave Hinkle, Dr. Flat Earth, dude, he's on Deafen though. We got Fake Professor Waterball, he's away, he's on Deafen. Got Gizbo, Johannes Midgard, Julius J, I Am Kiwi, and Morvis rounding out the base. Again, guys, shout out to the 24/7 panel, the community. If you're interested in coming by, chat with us, come on down, have a chat.
Quick comment: those who are talking right now, any of y'all born flat earthers? Like, were you all? Any of y'all like always noticed flat? No. Yes. Hello? Can you hear me?
You're good, dude.
I was asking you, man, were you born a flat earther? Did you always know it was flat from the very beginning?
Sorry, dude, I missed you on that. When you said it prior, I apologize. I zoned out. Nah, man, I was born. I was raised Catholic. I always kind of knew about the fact that the firmament was a thing, but obviously you see pictures of the globe, so you kind of fall into that brainwashing. But yeah, man, Came to realize these last few years something is amiss. And then I found y'all.
I want to point out that
Well, we
we're all
always knew.
flat earthers. Then we have to be taught to believe in the globe. You know what I mean?
You're damn right. Sorry, Gizmo.
We always knew it was a myth, right? Like, something is wrong. Like, there's no way. Like, we're told these things in our scripture, and then we're told, this is not what it is. We know it's this now. Scripture makes more sense.
Gizmo, you're breaking up a bit.
Gizmo, you're breaking up. You're touching your satellite. Thank you.
Excuse me. But yeah, boys, I mean, I remember walking into grade 7 specifically. And my teacher, it was grade 7, pulling down the map from above and then showing us the antique globe that was sitting on the shelf in front of the blackboard. It was like, this is where you live. Awesome. And remember, geography is a class. I remember grade 10 geography. I remember grade 10 geography. My grade 10 geography teacher asked me to play football. He's like, you're a big dude. You should play football. I'm okay. Off I went. And then I broke my ankle. Joke's on me. Oh, high school. We learned so much about where we live. Our senses tell us that we are calm, we are still, we are not moving. Yet we have to learn that we're on a moving, spinning ball from them, those that preach and tell us where we are and what we're doing here. We are just happenstance on this place. No, I challenge you on that. I believe that we are not happenstance. We are designed. We are beautiful. We are people. We are one. Life is beautiful. But I tell you, I talk to these globe folks. One of the questions I've started asking them is, do you believe in creation or evolution? And they will say evolution, and I will say that is so unfortunate. Because in order to believe in evolution, you have to believe in gravity. And gravity's a fallacy. The gravity fallacy. Is Cavendish, in order to observe gravity, needed to input energy into his system. In order to observe the pendulum moving, you had to start it. These things don't just naturally start on their own. So if you have to input energy into a system, that means you're presupposing something.
I'm still with you, Kiwi. I'm just gonna be on mute. I'm getting a few things done around here.
No worries, man. I'm working as I thinking and talking out loud, so it's kind of like I'm talking to myself as I'm working. No stress at all. And I got a meeting in. Oh no, I'm good for time. Top of the hour, I got to bounce out of here for a little bit.
I just want to congratulate NASA one more time for launching their Artemis rocket into a second law of thermodynamics violation. Very well done. Good job.
Bullshit. Sorry. They should get charged for breaking that law or pretending like they're breaking it. Entropy. Yo, thanks, C. Appreciate that, Chris. Actually, yo, Chris, drop that link, homie. Let me play your track. This is gonna be my track right now. If you wouldn't mind.
By the way, they do get charged when it comes out of our pocket.
Sorry, Gizmo, you're distant from your mic.
Again? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good, dude. Thanks, man. Yeah.
I said they do get charged. It comes out of our pocket. Theirs.
They're breaking the law and we're getting charged? What the fuck? Oh, man. It's funny that I have my radio on in the background and Queen Under Pressure is playing. Like, what a great track to be playing right now as Dave is talking about breaking the law of thermodynamics. All right, shout out to Chris. This is honestly, I'm so proud of the community that we have for the creators and the minds that we have for the absolutely amazingness that they put together. Here's a track from our boy Chris. Let's have a listen. Chris V.
I can prove the earth has no curvature, no curvature, no curvature. I can prove the earth has no curvature, no curvature, no curvature. Look at me, hands in the air, cause I'm glad to see all eyes. And I see another, flat as far as the eye can see. I can show you how to start with level, I can show you how you stay deceived. I can take apart the global model and unconsciously put it back together. I can tell you spin on a pendulum, I can tell you about the state I'm in. I know all the words to why would they lie. I'm proud to be here in confidence. Me and my friend made a measurement, me and my friend has a common sense. And guess how far we looked? I can't do anything that I want, cause look, I can prove you're not on a spinning ball. No spinning ball, no spinning ball. And I can see you're here with a different goal, with a different goal, with a different goal. Look at me, just slithered around here to say I lied. It's such a large world, I'm all curled up, armed to the teeth. I can make money for the people quickly, I can make stories so they stay deceived. I can design a life so large that people will have to stay here trapped with me. I can make new AI robotics, I can make computers survey the people's intentions. I know how to run the system, I can make you want to stay psychotic. Masons, sinners, and dividers, me and my slave rearrange the fighters. I pull the strings that control the demons, program anything here with no resistance. Cause I'm here doing it all with the simple lie, with the simple lie, with a simple lie. And I can make sure who to ridicule of a golden rule. Well, and glad to be alive and a dot. My curve is somewhere, my space, a frontier, my cause, a big bang. I cower for more. I can lose myself in imagination, eat it all up with no damnation. Have it all true with indoctrination, have it all fueled by fascination. I can see a curve on the horizon, just because I don't like it. Everyone agrees here with no suspicion. We have it all on our television, cause we can all agree we spin with satellites, with satellites, with satellites. And now I'll prove you wrong with my telescope, through a telescope, through a telescope. And I can finally see that I've been double-crossed, I've been double-crossed, I've been double-crossed, I've been double-crossed. Really at what cost? We've been double-crossed. No curvature. I can prove the earth has no curvature. No curvature. No curvature.
Sick track.
What's the original song?
What's up, Crit? Yo,
Hey,
Chris. Crit's got questions for you, Chris.
Yeah, what's the original the original song for that?
I'm not sure if oh, you can type it up maybe. How's it going, man?
Oh, okay.
Did you catch the Artemis launch?
Because I saw it was on hold, and everyone's like, "Yeah, it's canceled. It's kicked. It's kicked." There's just not enough time left in the launch window, and I kind of had it just in the background, a different window. All of a sudden, I heard like all the fanfare and stuff, and I had it down to like 1%. I look, I'm like, oh, freak, what the heck, So they probably knew if they canceled it again, they had to do some sort of like showmanship. Like, there's a leak, and there's a sensor, and all these things are wrong. But watch how quickly they can correct the mistakes, and then they just shot it into the ocean and called it a day.
Yep.
Where do you put the?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the command for. Oh, I found it. Okay.
The video for Flowbot's handlebars, pretty dope.
Oh,
like
yeah,
a comic
yeah.
strip. Just checked it out.
Yeah, the music video.
Yeah. What's going on on the YouTube chat? Let's see if anybody's talking smack on the YouTube chat. Multi Tom, he's the usual. I see Moxie is in there. Old dude, what's going on, old dude? It's good to see you, man. Moderating and watching those folks in there, making sure they play nicely. Good. Got watchers on all fronts, man. We watching. We're always watching, standing on guard, ready to answer questions. Show you the things to look for if you want to answer the questions yourself. Visit discord.gg/flat earth. Shout out to Adam Unsalted with that link. Appreciate you, my friend.
I feel like it's Lady Gaga, but I can't remember. It's like no something like.
For what? We talking about?
The No Curvature.
Oh, the song. Man. I hope you're serious. Be serious. Be back in a few. I'm gonna make a call. Word calls.
Earth is flat. So
Somebody say something. Hello.
that was me, Dave. Said the Earth is flat.
Gizmo says the Earth is flat. Prove that.
Prove that. I don't have to prove that the Earth is flat. I just know there's no curvature.
You don't even have a model, so how can you say that, man? Come on.
I don't need. Hey, I'm a straw man it. If it's not curving, it's flat. I mean, what else is it going to do? There's no curvature. What's the other alternative? Am I right? Am I wrong?
I would say you're right.
Well, my question is, like, okay, if there's no curvature, what's the alternative?
It seems to be a level. You know, we all exist on the level. Everything we do depends on the level. So living on a ball becomes impossible at that point. But many people continue to believe they live on a ball that's in motion. So it's crazy.
Why do they call it level-headed? Because they're even, right? If anything's loud here, I apologize.
You're coming through, but you're still breaking up a little bit. Just letting you know. Are you driving?
I'm in the gym. I'm on a workout machine right now.
Yeah, if none of us had been taught that we live on a spinning ball, I don't think any one of us would come to that conclusion on our own. That's ridiculous.
No, I sure wouldn't. Matter of fact, if somebody was being honest, they would be like up in the air in the plane and like, you know, I always see it flat. That's it curving in the window. Oh, that's because the window distortion. It's still flat. Oh, okay, that makes sense. But no, they're like, oh, the Earth is curved. That doesn't.
Yes, Bo, if you're trying to talk, it's very distorted. At least for me.
No, I'm not. It's background noise. I'll mute myself.
All right. Let's continue not living on a spinning ball. Somebody go ahead.
So they launched this thing?
Apparently.
Yeah, I woke up and I saw some posts saying that it was a success or whatever. Haven't really looked up in it.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they not?
Why should they tell the truth? If the lie works, why tell the truth?
Right. Like people were just going to believe it anyway, so just tell them whatever.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I saw it in a Disney cartoon. Like, did anybody ever think about like how like Fantasia was like the making of space? Like how everything that Mickey was standing on was revolting against him, like the earth and God, and he was determined to make his own creation.
Actually never really watched that one, strangely enough. I had the VHS sitting on the shelf. I just never popped it in, watched it. Was too busy watching Mulan on repeat.
That's kind of like with the all them Glovers out there. Did you ever see the Moon videos? No, I just have it sitting on the shelf. I never really watched it, but it's real.
Right. Right. So what's the update with the launch thing? You been following, guys?
No, I fell asleep last night, and now I'm on my way to work. I'll do a little research here and there just to kind of, follow along or whatever. But Kiwi said that they kept breaking away.
No, of course.
And all the imagery is all cut up, and like they couldn't get clear imagery on the whole thing.
Huh. Well, no surprise there, I suppose.
Well, I mean, you got to figure, like, if you're doing a Wi-Fi connection, like, all the towers are pointing downwards at Earth. They're not pointing up to the sky. So I'm sure that's probably why they lost all their imagery on the way up.
Well, we're talking NASA here. They got the Super 5G, right?
Oh, dude, they should have had a satellite tracking thing the whole time.
They ain't on no Starbucks Wi-Fi. Shit.
Hey, did you ever see that that video of that kid on a McDonald's Wi-Fi playing Call of Duty? He's like tearing everybody up.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah. If you ever come across that, it's funny. He's like 14 years old, and his 15-year-old girlfriend's sitting there laughing next to him. I thought that was great.
I mean, you're doing it. You say you do a Zoom call for an interview or something. That was really big thing during the last couple of years. What are you gonna do? Blame your wife? Oh, I'm so sorry, I lost connection. It's like you're NASA. You that's no excuse. If people can conduct business, get a job and stuff, and have a business call on Zoom, but you can't. You're the biggest space industry. You can't freaking stay live without losing connection. Come on, dude. Oh, I'm so sorry. We only had 30 minutes on the Starbucks Wi-Fi. We had to refresh.
Well, and then here's my other thing too is like, okay, so you want to make the argument that in order to send a satellite into orbit, you have to kind of go over and you have to start going around the curve too high and so out of the way or that, right? Like, okay, yeah, I kind of get that, but now you're going to do that also on the moon mission?
What? So you mean like launch from the moon and do the same thing in reverse or something?
No. Like you're going to the moon, right? And the moon is a set distance away. You know you got a long way to get there, right? Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So why are you going to go around the curvature of the Earth, spiral out to the moon? Why not just go straight to the moon? Like, why not go straight up? Facts.
Yeah. I mean, that does seem to make the most sense. Just straight up off and out.
So, like, I get it for satellites, right? Like, you want to make the argument for satellites that they go in a curve, an arcing curve. Like the angle on the pictures and videos, they don't make sense at all. Like, I can tell you that right now. So, like, we'll see how I can explain it because I'm not using visuals. Like, the Earth is spinning, right? And you want to send satellites around the spin, right? That's what the idea of a satellite is, based on the globe model, is that you're trying. You don't want to go straight up. You want to go with the direction of the spin, and then just like drop it like a turd, floating around on the outside. I get that. But the moon, how far is the moon? I'll have to do a Google search real quick.
250,000 miles.
250,000 miles away. Wouldn't you want to go straight up? Like, you're burning my fuel, man.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Like, I can already sense an excuse around the corner of why they have to do, go around. But yeah, the fuel thing's like, well, save some money, save the fuel.
I'll make the prediction right now. So when you hear the excuse, you're like, Gizmo said it. It has to do with the Coriolis. So, like, when you break the Earth's atmosphere, you hit space, and so all of a sudden you go from like how the Earth, the outer edge of the atmosphere is spinning the same speed as the Earth is, right? That's the little argument. As soon as you break that atmosphere, you hit 0 miles per hour. So now you go from full-fledged speed to 0 miles per hour, and it would just rip your space shuttle apart. That's why they have to go into curves. So when they say their argument, now you know where you're. Gizmo, the day of the Artemis launch. Yeah, I'm going to do some research today. Find out what's going on with the Artemis. I guarantee you nobody else is paying attention. Like Dave Winkle was saying earlier, all the normies out there are going to be like, oh, we went to the moon. I'm like, I guarantee you, I work in a hospital. I'm about to go in there. And I'm like, hey, did you know we launched a rocket to the moon? I said, what? Guaranteed. Hey, CB, quick question.
Yeah, sorry, I was just playing with my cat. What's up?
No, you're fine. I just wanted to make sure you were on the mic so I could ask the question. Hey, do you think the 10 flat commandments is going to get hit by the algorithm? Because it's a badass song.
Probably not, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did, but probably not.
Like Lou, he has a playlist on SoundCloud, and so I've kind of like brought some of his songs off of that. Brought some songs off of that. One of them's yours, and then I'm going through your profile and seeing if I can pull other songs. Just creating a playlist to play for whenever there's dead silence.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one seems to be pretty safe for the most part. I did see that one of Helio's songs keeps getting flagged, but
yeah.
No,
I mean it was blatantly obvious. I'm like, dude, come on, man, you can't Black Sabbath. Or not Black Sabbath, but seems got a big phrase from.
I think most of my songs are live stream safe. So all of them really.
Do you guys hear about this stuff where people just randomly all over are just like looking over their shoulder, like they see something, and then just go into some sort of weird spasm?
Cut out. Or was it me?
I actually think I might know. I think I've had personal experience with that, but that happened when I was in like 7th grade. If it's the same thing you're talking about.
No, just like right now. There's a bunch of videos of people like remember, have you seen the movie Bird Box where they think they see something and they start self-harming? Or the movie Cellular, like of your Stephen King Cellular, where they hear something online or they hear something through their cell phone and they just go crazy.
No, I haven't heard about it.
Yeah, apparently it's happening. It's like updates from all over are showing people like they think they hear something off their right shoulder. They turn around and look at it and then just go completely bonkers.
Do you have something you could post? I want to check that out.
CD the paranormal.
not really, but
yeah, here, maybe I should DM it here just in case. The video I got here, it does reference something. There you go, check that out.
okay. Oh god, I see why you can't post it.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently it's called it like the 544 or something like that. It's like people who have looked, like documented cases of this happening.
Whoa.
Wait, where you posted that?
I DM'd it. I can DM you too.
Alright, yeah, go ahead.
Whoa.
Because I'm skeptical as fuck, so I'll be the first to tell you like that's fake.
Oh.
Yo, Crit, hook a brother up.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Thanks, bro.
But I gotta say this too, like I was always ascribed to like the biblical cosmology stuff. Like I'm leaning more towards like learning about all of the different magic they call it that's out there. So I mean, God created all of that stuff. And for just because it was shown to us at an early form in our history doesn't mean that like it wasn't something that was not meant for us. And we're supposed to know how things work and make things better with God. Like I said, I'll be the first one to tell you.
The turning around part is really interesting, how they all seem to turn around.
Yeah, like they hear something first. Like something, it's all their right side, every single one of them. They think they hear something off their right side. They look at it. Their face goes completely bird box. And then they just die. I mean, they just go into some weird, like convulsion. It started on their it's like their body's shutting down.
Wow. The one where he goes under the train, dude. Wow.
Yeah, I know. That's the one because this is why I thought it shouldn't be posted live.
Yeah, no, I can definitely speculate on some of this stuff.
May I please have a link to this video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's crazy. That's complete. That's like
It's only the right shoulder.
Dude.
Okay, yeah, that definitely didn't happen to me in 7th grade. Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, it's weird because it kind of reminds me of when the Coco first came around. It was videos from like Japan and whatever. The people just falling over in the streets. Kind of reminds me of something like that. Like it looked like people were getting drop kicked in the head. They were like falling down. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, so like what I'm seeing in the video obviously is like you can't mistake that. But when I hear InfoWars or what's the other one, SaveTheChildren.org or something like that, I think it's SaveTheChildren.org. I question the narrative behind it. Like you obviously see them looking at something over the right shoulder and it's spinning or whatever. But to say that it comes from that thing, like that's speculation part that gets me. Like whatever's
no
going
one
on,
knows. No one's surviving this. It's not like someone went through it and they survived.
Right.
None of them have survived. And this is it only became a big thing now because so many times it's been caught on video camera. I mean, it's been going on for some time.
You know what I find interesting about it? I find if you look at how they like their last, let's call it their frame, they're in paralysis, right? Their right leg is like held at a 90-degree angle. Their foot is like in complete paralysis in some of the shots. It looks like a nervous system dysfunction. From what I understand, like paralysis. I have these tremors and stuff. But your nervous system, when it's compromised, causes spasticity. So,
right? No, and that's what I'm saying. Like you never know. Like a half hour before that, they might have interacted with somebody and somebody like dropped something on them. You know what I mean? Like just to kind of give an example. You remember that movie The Rock with Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery?
I'm saying more like Bird Box. Like, well, this is like something, like where people see something and they just go completely bonkers. But it's something
we don't know
hear
if they're
too.
seeing anything.
They hear something. Well, they all turn their head like they heard something, and then look at it, and then the right side of their body shuts down, and then they die.
That's what it appears to look like, but we can't verify that because nobody's ever lived from it, right? So that's where I kind of get a little bit.
You see these, you don't
like. You see the observation of it, but you can't verify it. You see what I'm saying? I'm coming from a medical standpoint. Like in order to make an observation, you have to verify it. Like I see what they're doing, and there's no doubt what they're doing in some of those videos, and others, there's just an outright collapse. But for the most part, it looks like they're like looking over their shoulder at something, and then they're swatting it. But like,
not all of them. So something gets their attention. Like something gets their attention over their right side. All of them, every single one of them, their right side.
Right.
They
so
look, and then the bang. It's just a matter of seconds. They're dead.
So if you understand what a neurological impulse is and a continuation of a neurological impulse, like we don't know, we can't verify that they're seeing it. All we can say is it looks like they're seeing it. It looks like they're hearing something. Looks like something got their attention. When for all we know, it could have been just a twitch of a reaction that started that momentum. And I'm just
all
saying
544, all 544 people are having the exact same neurological effect. Every single one of them. They have they all hear something. They all look, and they all. It's not possible. It's not possible for all the people to have exactly the same neurological phenomenon. There'd be differences. Each person would be a completely different neurological effect.
Yeah.
There's just going to be some random, like
I said, you're not understanding from a medical standpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be very different. People don't have, neurologically, almost every single person is completely different. There's not going to be one blanketed symptom that matches every single thing, where they all look like they heard something.
Unless
they all turn their head and look, and then go, and then have roughly the same sort of paralyzation on the right side of their body.
Well, you don't know if it's paralyzation because you can't verify it. Go ask them. Say, hey, were you paralyzed on the right side of your body?
I don't think we're trying to say we're trying to verify anything here, friend. You know, we're just.
No. That's what I'm saying though. Like that's what I was asking. If you've ever seen The Rock, and you know what VX gas is, right? You know what VX gas is from The Rock. That shit's real, dude. I'm probably roboting.
No, I think you missed the point that nerve agent affects people lots of different ways. There's a litany of symptoms that people go through. It's not like every person exposed to a nerve agent suddenly hears something, turns their head, and then goes into some sort of. I guess watch a video. You seem to be confused, maybe.
I've seen the video. I can't ask them if they heard anything. Can I? I just don't trust. Sorry. I don't trust that news website. What's it called? Oh, it's cut out.
You said you don't trust something?
Am I roboting still?
Nope, that came through.
So, what's that? The media thing that I can't even think of his name. It said it right at the end of the video. So this is reporting from whatever website.
Yeah, it's alternative
whatever
news
media
source.
website. I have to go back and watch it now.
Yeah, stuff like this is very interesting for sure.
Infowars. I don't trust anything that comes from Infowars, man. Just like I don't trust anything that comes from ResearchGate. Y'all know ResearchGate is ran by Robert F. Kennedy, right, Jr.? Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Be careful where you get your sources at. Obviously, the video is true, but the speculation behind the video, be careful. Just like, what's that concert that everybody was dropping dead at? Travis Scott. Yeah. Turns out like over 100 fentanyl overdoses. Like, I don't know if y'all heard that, but people were saying that somebody was walking around, like, all of a sudden they'd brush up against them and then they would be like, ow. And then they just continue on with their concert. And then like 30 minutes later, they were having breathing difficulty. Yeah, no, VX gas, right? I've seen it before. They drop a little drop on the ass end of an animal, and within 18 to 30 minutes, they're having this little twitch that's going on, and then they collapse from muscle spasm. They look like they're having a seizure. All their muscles lock up, and they break their own spines, and then they die. So, like, there's a lot of different things that it could be. You can speculate all you want on it. Could it be, what we've been having going on for the last year or so? Maybe. But to say that they hear something or they see something, like, you can't tell somebody else what they're seeing. For all we know, that just could be a twitch that just turns them in that direction. And they're trying to grasp for something because they feel like they're falling and they can't reach out and grab anything. Like there's a lot of things you can speculate on. And I work in an emergency room, so I see people doing hallucinating things all the time.
But Gizbo, you do agree that they all end in some form of paralysis. We observe paralysis when these people with their last frame, right?
I can't verify that.
Bro, okay. I seem to.
They're on the ground. They're on the ground. That's all I know.
We're not in the verification stage. We're not even attempting to verify anything from this video. We're just seeing what we observe and discussing it at that point. So
and what
verify anything.
The thing that I took from it, right, is that they obviously turn to their right. But again, if you want to check it out, the last frame, their right leg is all locked at a 90-degree angle. And from my understanding, whenever there's paralysis like that at the time of death, it's always connected to some form of fixation. And from my understanding, or even strangulation for that matter. But again, from seeing that paralysis, I understand that's something to be a dysfunction of the nervous system, which really could be triggered. Hold on, nervous system dysfunctions could be triggered from anything: stress, pinched nerve, anything, right?
Okay. So let me ask you this: what form of paralysis was it? Was it flaccid or was it tetany?
No clue. I just know
there's
that
two forms of paralysis. There's tetany, and there's flaccidity or flaccidness. So you can either be completely limp or completely locked, but there are two forms of paralysis. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
They seem kind of locked up.
Yeah, exactly my point. They seem locked up. And that's
that doesn't mean that they can't. That's almost like a seizure more than anything else. You get that usually when you have a seizure. And the whole idea behind a seizure is if you're seizing, you're not breathing. So that's why you're locked up. And if you have a continuous nonstop seizure, anything over 30 seconds, that's where your brain gets a lack of oxygen. And so, that's why it's dangerous over 2 minutes. You can have brain damage after a 2-minute seizure because for 2 minutes, your brain's not getting oxygen. And so to me, that looks more like a seizure lockup than paralysis in a flaccid state. Like something like a Guillain-Barré syndrome or something like that. So I just wanted to make the clear distinction on that. I don't want you to get lost in that whole InfoWars saga. That's another rabbit hole that just you got to be careful on.
So we're on our way to the moon, boys. Should we see what the people are saying? Our Vice President, Kamala Harris. Congratulations to NASA. Today, America is charting a path back to the moon. This is a landmark moment for our nation and our world. 4 hours ago, from Vice President Kamala Harris. Via Twitter. Vice, 3 minutes ago, NASA's moon mission is finally a success, launching the world's most powerful rocket. Yeah, this is hot. Let's see. In moments, NASA will begin to show imagery of the Earth. "17 minutes ago. Let's see. It's not even trending on Twitter.
Robot check. Am I roboting right now?
Nope, we got you clear.
ACB, what if they launched a moon mission after 50 some years and nobody cared? What would happen?
That would be interesting.
Man, allegedly, I was watching it last night before I went to bed. There was like 180,000 people on the live stream, and the chat was flying by, but who knows?
I think it got up to like over 200,000.
Really?
Yeah, we were watching that ticker go up and up. It hit 200K before I went to bed.
So there is some people there. There's some deep NASA space fanboys out there that really want this to be real, don't they?
I was just surfing through Twitter.
They really got some psychological issues, you know what I mean? I'm sorry if they do.
So you might be right, because I mean, I'm seeing here this guy Twitter 3 minutes ago. All the SpaceX fanboys who said Artemis wouldn't fly are now eating their words.
Fly, rocket, fly, up to the sky. Remember that song? Maybe too young for that. Fly, Robin,
fly like an eagle, right, into
That's the one that comes to
sea.
mind. To the
sea. Yeah, fly like an eagle into the sea. That's a good one, too. Let my spirit follow me or guide me or something.
I'm going to start putting some screenshots.
If you believe they shot a rocket to the moon. Rocket to the moon.
Yeah, we're here. I watched.
Go ahead.
So anybody see that John Wick 4 trailer? Looks pretty good. I think I might have to watch that one. I know I love to derail the subjects, but that just looked like a really good movie.
I was trying to put John Wick and Artemis Moon Project together there, Frog. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, but like you guys had just got on. I've been driving all night, so I was on here with some other guys, and we were talking about Artemis all night. Because it launched at 1:47, so we've been talking ever since then. And so I'm just now getting into Colorado. So I was watching the John Wick trailer.
Do we know the ETA of when it's going to arrive on the moon and start circling it? Do we know when that's
They said 2 days.
Couple days, okay.
Like Tuesday or something. Tuesdays, yeah. So we get to see all the fake CGI footage. It's going to be great. They can't film it, as it flies towards there, right? They got no video feed of that. No satellite can watch it as it makes its way to the moon. But once it gets there, video feed. It's like, come on, man.
Fraud, it seems like after a certain height in the air, the cameras lose their ability to be cameras and they can't record stuff anymore. So that's just what happens when you're in a vacuum of space. Back to you.
It's all so convenient for these guys, the way things work and don't work. And they launched it at night, right? When everybody's asleep, no one's awake. Who's up at 1:30? 1:30 on a Monday night. Fuck out of here. Waiting for that.
Yeah, I was talking about that last night, how typically if you're going to do something big, like a big pay-per-view or something, you want to have it lined up so a certain amount of people are going to be able to catch it at a good time. In the US, you want to make sure everybody on the West Coast and the East Coast can see it at a good time. So
you remember it was supposed to be a big party, remember? It was supposed to be celebrities and everything. That was the original setup. It was supposed to be celebrities, it was supposed to be a big thing. And
right.
They forego that.
Yeah,
so
they should do it.
Now let's launch it at night.
Right, Fraud. They should do it at peak viewing times, what CB was talking about, like 8 to 9 p.m. East Coast, and then they on the West Coast.
But that's what it was supposed to be originally.
Yeah.
That's what it was supposed to be originally. It was supposed to be a big party. Like the end of RoboCop, when RoboCop got put together, remember? When they finally finished him and they had a big party. Everybody was drunk. And she kissed him on the visor and left a big lipstick stain. Oh, it's great. We didn't get to see the party for the Artemis. No party at all.
Well, when they get there, they're going to have. Their excuse for the whole thing is they had to wait till optimal nominal conditions, so it happened to be 1 o'clock in the morning, whatever it was. You got to wait for that perfect time to shoot that thing into that vacuum of space. You guys just don't understand. You silly flirt.
Watch the footage be all grainy and choppy when it's gonna be crap. Watch it be. If it's crap,
Well, now it makes sense to launch it when everyone's asleep, because then you don't catch anything live going wrong with little mistakes live. They can go and patch up and fix any mistakes, before everyone wakes up in the morning.
To end their lives. Not a space agency.
This is weird. They're saying travel time is 3 to 11 days. You can't narrow that down?
How do you get 3 to 11? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Is there cosmic wind going to
I guess
throw
depending.
it off course?
It's supposed to just so right now it is orbiting Earth and they're waiting for the right time for it to do some sort of translunar burn.
Elliptic. It's supposed to be already on its way. They opened the solar sails, which we didn't get to see happen. Oh, you just had a glimpse of the opening, and so it's a glimpse.
Yeah,
that's what she said, and you didn't even get to see it.
Okay, yeah, I just saw it too. So 5 hours or 15 minutes ago, they said Artemis is now on moon-bound orbit. Let me click on it. This is the headline.
It's supposed to do a slow burn via battery power or solar power, whatever the hell it is.
While my mic's working, I want to shout at anybody listening right now wants to come in and discuss the shape of the Earth. Come on in. Got a whole panel full of people here ready to talk to you. Have a civil discussion and find out some stuff you didn't know, maybe. Back to you guys.
I can see all these mountains. Pretty cool. Colorado.
Hey, I figured out how to do it from my phone. If somebody's at a PC, is my mic still working?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Somebody's at a PC. I got the official NASA stream. It's like 50 minutes there, going through all the details of from launch to going to the moon and stuff. So that's their official story of what's going on. They're shedding boosters and whatever the guy says. Anyway, somebody check that out if you got time.
4 minutes past the hour in the chat. Yes, thank you, Dave.
So right now, according to their story, they're about a third of the way there, or a quarter of the way, something like that. But that's a big window of arrival time between 3 to 11 days. You sure you got that right? Who said
it was a graphic. Yeah, I guess it was a graphic that showed how long they might have to wait on Earth before they go, or something. It was like a a meme sort of thing.
We're
It
talking
showed
about
like
strictly travel time from when it
Yeah.
launches to when it gets there. You know,
which would be
Fraud
3
City,
days.
couple days, 3 days. Okay.
Yeah. The minimum time would be 3 days, but it could take up to 11 days, depending on what orbit it got into or something. Like it'd have to wait on Earth a couple times before it could. But I guess they
So
got
basically, they're saying they got to time the orbit to something they can't even mathematically figure out. You know, the
Yeah.
3-body problem, but never mind that.
Are they gonna bring us back some more petrified wood? You think, guys?
We have moon rocks petrified. That sucks. Yeah, they lied. We got Billy Lighted saying stupid things in chat. That's nothing new. Go ahead, CB.
Good morning. I'm Steve Inskeep. A prized possession in the Dutch National Museum is not what the curators thought. Back in 1969, the Apollo 11 astronauts visited the Netherlands, and the U.S. ambassador gave the Dutch prime minister what he said was a moon rock. No doubt it gave a warm feeling to the U.S. ally. But when an expert saw it in the National Museum, he said he wasn't so sure it was real. Geologists have now identified the moon rock as petrified wood.
Whoops. Ben says it's hilarious that the fake rocket was fake delayed for several years. We're talking about 53 years, and to me, it's understandable. They waited as long as they could to try to fake it again, so here they go, if they're doing it, whatever. They're not going to a place that doesn't exist in the story.
I absolutely love that clip. It's just so perfect. I need to find more like that, where it's coming directly from the news. You know, a lot of these guys, I could just say it. You know, if I just tell someone as a flat earther, hey, you know that's moon rock was wood, right? They wouldn't believe me just because, you know, I'm a flat earther. So that's why I love these clips. This is from NPR. So it's like, sometimes these guys, they want to hear it on the news. So here's the news telling you they faked it.
Yeah, sometimes on their mainstream news, they throw in some little nuggets in all this bullshit, don't they? Every now and then.
Well, it's hilarious because you'll get those guys that say, oh, well, we have moon rocks and fossil records.
There are volumes of proven data, numbers, you know, figures. There are fossil records.
I debated this dude about evolution yesterday, and he said it was science. It was all proven. I go, with what? What experiment did you do? You know, what was your cause and effect? You know, what was your variables? So then, like, he just started getting mad and started saying stuff about me, like, you deny it. I'm like, okay, so I added in uncontrolled variable. Crit denies it. So now what is your independent variable? Is it, you know, he's like evolution. I was like, okay, well, earlier he said selection, natural selection. I go, so which one is it, natural selection or evolution? I went on with this like for a while, and it was quite funny. So his experiment, finally after, you know, probably about 2 hours of talking to him, like this way, right? He said that his experiment was he went to the zoo and he saw a monkey, and then he looked at himself and said that a monkey evolved into a person, which was you. I said, so you went to the zoo, you saw a monkey, and you walked away with a person that just evolved like a Pokemon, did it? He said yes. He said yes, it did. And because I don't believe it, that's his proof of evolution. I was like, maybe the reason why you're acting like a monkey is because you think you are a monkey. You're not. Okay, you're a person. You're a person who went to the zoo and saw a monkey. You didn't evolve from a monkey or de-evolve into a monkey.
I'm not sure. Bone.
We do this bone.
This bone was 68 million years old. Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones. Bone.
We do this bone.
The bone away.
Bone.
Oh, that was a classic for a little while.
I love that one. Yeah. Bone. Was that Brian? No, I can't remember the guy who found that video. It's like Flat Earth Tests or something like that, or Brian's Logic or something like that. Is the guy who originally found that video.
It was just played. I remember when it was played for like a week straight.
It's so savage. Bone.
This bone is 68 million years old.
Bone.
And that guy with evolution, it's just crazy to me how people can just call their claims proof. Just point at the claim, and that's all you need to do. They don't know how to go about proving things. It is you have to accept what I say, or you're just you're a liar, you're a bigot. So I don't have to just accept things just because you say so. Mister, I just went to the zoo.
Yeah, that's all it takes. So you go to the zoo, yep, and you saw a monkey at the zoo. Okay, and what happened? Did you walk away with a monkey, or did you walk away with a person? What did you do to the? Okay, so you've got your independent variable is you've got a monkey, and you added in a dependent variable, which is zoo. And this zoo did something to the monkey to cause it to be a what? What did it change into? A monkey. Okay, so the monkey went to the zoo. It stayed a monkey. He's like, yeah, because evolution's random. Okay, so not predictable. He's like, no, it's not predictable. So you've got no proof then. Because no matter what you do, the result will always be random. So you'll never be able to isolate any variables. He's like, yeah. I'm like, well, yeah, so you don't have a model of prediction. You can't predict. You've done nothing to prove your case. He's like, no, I proved it. I'm like, how? Well, you don't believe me. I'm like, dude, what I am or not in your experiment would be an uncontrolled variable. All you did was added another random element to your experimental model.
It's sad how common that is. They do this all the time. Like, well, gravity. Okay, can you prove that? Well, I just dropped this thing and I believe that I'm right. And you don't believe me, so it's still true.
Yeah, it's like, what? Okay, let's say I believe you. Okay, just can you tell me what it is? Whatever it is, I'll believe you. Just what is evolution? Just tell me what it is.
Yeah, then here comes the burden of proof reversal fallacy.
But if I tell you what it is, you won't believe me. I'm like, well, so how could I not believe something and also not know what it is? Okay, just walk me through that logic. There's something I have no clue. I don't know what it is, but I also don't believe it. Wouldn't you have to know what it is first before you make a decision to believe it or not believe it?
Right, exactly.
He's like, you don't understand evolution. Okay, sure, I don't understand it. So how do I believe in something that I don't, or how do I believe or not believe in something I don't have an understanding of?
Yep, and we see that with people saying, well, it's just the Earth is not flat; it can't be flat. And then you just say, well, what is flat? What do you mean by flat Earth? And they're like, well, I don't know. It's like, so how can you be against something you don't understand? You don't even know what it is. Yeah, this is your evolution friend.
There are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
And then Crit comes in.
Have you seen these fossil records? Have I? Huh? Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures? Well, no. I mean, no. Oh, interesting.
What a coincidence.
I love the church bell in there. Huh? Like we that moment is brilliant. I love when that happens here as well. Have you?
It's like
seen
what?
Have I? Huh?
Yeah. I feel like that happens here. It's gonna be like, oh, you flat earthers, you just don't understand, blah blah blah. Then just say something like, I don't know, something random. Eratosthenes, and like, okay, have you gone through that? Have I? What?
Wait, people do that? People go through the claim and like
right.
Like read it?
Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures? Well, no. I mean, no.
Yeah. Spot on. I love that clip.
So what happened to the Artemis launch? Did it make it?
Apparently.
Yeah.
They're waiting for it to turn into dinner.
It turned into dinner? Okay.
Went from lunch to dinner.
What? Bone.
But they launched it when everyone was asleep. Of course. Don't want people catching the live feed or anything. In case there's any mistakes. We can patch those up before morning. It's so weird how they'll just run simulations and then make claims based off of this, like some computer simulation that they run. I'm reading here. It says that the headline is "Missing Planets Twice Earth's Size May Point to Migrating Worlds." Published 2 days ago, new supercomputer simulations help explain why exoplanets to twice the size of Earth are rare. Well, great. So they just ran some video game and now we've got facts. Published 2 days ago, the edge of space just crept 12 miles closer to Earth. This is where does the sky end and space begin? According to a new study, the edge of space is a lot closer than you think.
What?
It says, did you feel that? Does it suddenly feel a little bit stuffier in here to you? Does it feel like outer space just got 12 miles closer? According to a new study, it might be high time for Earthlings to shift our mental and mathematical ideas about where Earth's atmosphere and outer space begins. It says, if astrophysicist Jonathan McDowell's calculations are correct, the boundary where the laws of airspace suddenly give way to the laws of orbital space might be closer. They're saying 12 miles closer is what he estimates. Oh boy, so they're trying to move the Kármán line. Interesting, but they're moving it closer. It says, according to McDowell, the Kármán line that many scientists accept today is based on decades of misinterpreted information that doesn't actually take real orbital data into account. It says, luckily...
Did you say real orbital data? Is that a thing?
Right. As opposed to non-real orbital data. But it says, luckily, data is McDowell's business and his pleasure. In his free time, he keeps meticulous records of every rocket launch on Earth. Critical Inception says the math magicians are at it again. Yep. Says it won't change the way rockets are launched or any other physical interactions with space, but it could raise some important political and territorial issues. It says the airspace above a given country is generally considered part of that country. Outer space, on the other hand, is for everyone. That's cute. It says, if space is defined as beginning at 62 miles, and the U.S. flies unauthorized satellites at a 52 miles over China, for example, that could be justifiably construed as an act of military aggression. For this reason, the U.S. is frequently opposed to setting any universal space boundaries. So he's proposing a 50-mile borderline. But at the end of the article says, still, if the daily drudge of life on Earth starts to get you down, look up and take heart that you may be a little bit closer to the heavens than you were last week. It's like stuff like this. You'll run into people who say, "Well, just you can freely travel the world, go anywhere you want. Why not just go explore the South? Why? What's stopping you? No one's stopping you." And then you see here, it's like, well, if you just fly over certain countries, like you can't just go wherever you want, people. Couldn't even go to the grocery store the last couple of years. So. This is so ridiculous. Mystery crater potentially caused by a relative of dinosaur killing asteroid. The surprise crater was discovered on Earth's unexplored ocean floor. So a surprise discovery somewhere unexplored. Amazing.
Hey guys, we got the circumference. We know every part of the surface of the moon, but we still haven't explored all of our oceans. Yeah, so
right.
We do have the circumference of the Earth too, mind you. So they'll be like, "Oh, well, we can see the whole moon." I thought you could see the whole Earth. So are you telling me the pressure systems are so much more violent deep down in the ocean than they are in motherfucking outer space? Okay.
If you're on a submarine, what happens if you give it a leak on that?
Well, then you implode.
But what happens if you get a leak in outer space?
Well, then you have a leak. I want to memorize his excuse on that one too. What he says after that. There's probably a procedure in place. I don't know it offhand or something like that. I want to memorize that.
He says, "Seal the cupola off."
Yeah. Completely seal the cupola off.
Yeah.
He also says my nose working that they might require a spacewalk or something.
Oh yeah. A spacewalk. God damn, flat Earthers have so much more fun than Globers. Sorry, go ahead.
Serious. That's so true. You're right about that. I was just gonna say, I love how he says cupola. Like, what the well, probably we'll seal the whole cupola off.
Seal the whole cupola off. Yeah, exactly.
The cupola. Oh my god.
Cupola. Is that a Latin term for something in the body? That's what I heard. Like the ear or something.
Oh, let me look it up.
I thought Coppola was a director of The Godfather. My mistake.
Listen, if NASA's using it, it could mean anything.
I was thinking of Francis Ford Coppola for you old people out there.
That's what came up when I searched it. How do you even spell that? Okay. Interesting. Cupola. A small dome, especially a small dome on top of a larger dome, adorning a roof or a ceiling, a small domed hatch.
I see. So I was wrong about what I said about it being part of the human body.
You know, so it is a Latin.
Is it Latin? It's just Latin for a ball, sealed ball or something?
This is mid-16th century Italian for a small cask or burying vault. A cupa cask.
That's disturbing.
The usage of the word has gone way down for modern times. No one says it cupola anymore.
But he does.
Relatively small, often dome-like structure on top of a building. Interesting that it's a reference to like a dome. I know that we're not repping dome life over here, but it is interesting.
Did somebody just say sealed ball?
I did, but I don't know.
Think about when the first TV star's name was Lucille Ball. Loosely sealed ball.
Lucy Ball, Lucifer Ball, Lucille Ball. Oh, shit. All right.
Not bad.
There's like 10 meanings to everything with these symbolic loser-ass people.
My mic's still working. We'll take a station break to invite anyone to come in here and discuss the shape of the earth. Maybe learn something, have a civil discussion. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Dave. I'm going to take a little lunch break here. All
I see what you did there.
Bashing has me burning calories. Go ahead, CB.
I was just saying, I see what you did there. A little launch break.
Yes, indeed. Launch break. Oh, yeah. Hey, guys. Apparently, real quick before I go, the rocket is now, so it successfully went into the sky and out of view. Is that right?
Yep.
Awesome. Just making sure that we knew that now we have no fucking clue where that rocket is. Before we did, right? It was on the ground for a while. Now, no one has any fucking clue where it went. So...
I'm curious why they're making such a big deal about going back to the moon after 50 years, and then China and India and everybody, or somebody crashed on the moon or something, didn't they?
Yeah, someone crashed.
Yeah, it was somebody's mysterious rocket. Yeah.
So let me get this straight.
Israel crashed on the moon.
Let me get this straight real quick. All the space agencies can't put anything visible from Earth on the moon. Okay. Back to you guys.
Well, hi, thanks, Glad. We've got a reporter we've got sightings of the rocket crashing and landing in the ocean. We're going to send this over to Raj over in the Bermuda Triangle.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water.
Oh, well, sorry, folks. Apparently the rocket is underwater at the moment. We'll be sending it back to you.
Man, I hope Raj is okay. It sounded like he was drowning there.
Luckily, our news broadcast team is loaded with equipment, and I'm sure they've got the proper equipment to, space snorkels are not, they're a bit hard to come by, but we've got it. Yeah, big shout out to Artemis.
Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets.
Rockets to nowhere.
He was talking about Elon Musk on that one, I think. Right.
Yeah, but kind of applies to anybody doing rockets nowadays.
He does good at rockets too, by the way.
He does good at rockets. That's a funny sentence.
I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing. I said I've never seen that before.
The engines come down with no wings or anything.
Yeah, he's talking about when they pop the waffle irons out and land on the 4 waffle irons or whatever, 6 or maybe.
That is funny. I mean, people have been playing Flip Cup for years now, right? You know, you flip a bottle and try to land it on the bottom. You know, maybe they just mastered how to do that.
Got anybody new or an LCB? I can't look at the screen.
Let me see here. We have Adam Unsalted. Welcome back. Took a nice break. Ball Kickers with us. Friend BK. Crit's been here with us. Dropped the important looking over the shoulder video. Still very interesting. Dave Hinkle. We have Earth Ball. There's also Effie Batman from Down Under. And we've got Glapflobe, who's on a launch break.
Largest ball in the room. That's cool.
Well, we have been looking for the Ball Earth, so. But last I checked, I heard he got crushed.
And that whole globe idea seems to be something imaginative, heliocentrist imagination. You know what I'm trying to say.
That ball is absolutely crushed.
It doesn't exist in reality, is what I was trying to say, as far as I can tell. Prove me wrong.
I was just looking for funny clips, and I came across this one. Like, let's say, like, somebody comes in with a question, and like Helio, or somebody, I don't know, somebody like Helio jumps in and like steals the point. Check this out.
First down, Jacksonville. They trail 13-0. The screen is intercepted. Big Keith Trailer. Look at him rumble. 40, 50. Watch out. The earth is shaking. He's at the 30. He's at the 20. He won't give it up. Oh, boy.
I was just laughing so hard, imagining just some flat earther like stealing the point, intercepting somebody's point, and like going for the run. Hilarious.
I think it's funny. He said the earth is shaking.
Yeah, that's what stood out. That's what stood out to me. He's like, look at him rumble. The earth is shaking. Big heavy set guy. It's hilarious.
Enemy.
I heard somebody, my mic's working, say hello again.
Yes, Dave, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. I thought I heard somebody else say something.
I have a ghost. There's a ghost that is hacked into my system. So every once in a while, you might hear a young female voice. Yeah, like it's getting bad. So I'll try to take care of it.
Ghost in the machine, gotcha.
Yeah.
Look at it
this way. Think of how stupid the average person is, and then realize half of them are stupider than that. And it doesn't take you very long to spot one of them, does it? Take you about 8 seconds. You'll be listening to some guy. You say, this guy is fucking stupid. Then there are some people, they're not stupid. They're full of shit. That doesn't take very long to spot either, does it? Take you about the same amount of time. You'll be listening to some guy and say, well, he's fairly intelligent. He's full of shit. Then there are some people, they're not stupid, they're not full of shit, they're fucking nuts.
Then you've got your typical anti-flat earther who's all three.
I just love how much that this one applies. This is true. Like, you get people in different categories. You get some guy who's like, well, he's smart. He's just full of it. And you get guys who are like, man, this guy's just friggin' retarded. Like, oh man.
No, here's the deal. I'll be nice for a second. The anti-flat earthers, especially, right? They're super smart in their own ways. They're smart, clever people. Which makes it even more frustrating when they choose not to accept reality for what it is. That's what makes it really frustrating, because they are smart, brilliant people in their own ways, you know. And yeah, so not all of them, right? Some of them are nuts. Some of them are paid. Some of them are just dicks. Some of them are not very smart, I guess. But you know, we're all the same kind of people. You group us all together, it's all the same kind of mixture overall. And yeah, so I don't think it's one thing pigeonholed and you know, flat. There's a ton of flat earthers. There's a ton of concave earthers, simulation earthers, whatever. Everybody's kind of, you know, all over the spectrum with that. But like I said, it's just frustrating to know that there's people out there who could be honest with themselves and with others and with us, but they're choosing the other thing, even though they're smart enough to get it, right?
My blood is boiling right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. Just it's almost like the more intelligent that they think they are, like the more blocked, you know, the less they can actually see. Is like their intelligence impairs them, so-called intelligence.
Well, there's a difference between emotional intelligence and other intelligence.
Right. I agree with that. Yeah, being like super book smart, those guys, I don't know, it's like sometimes they're the ones that,
I mean, yeah, they
because
come
they think
after
they're so
us.
smart.
They don't realize that each of us has a PhD master's thesis in street.
In the streets. Yeah.
They're not expecting that. They're expecting crazy people who play video games all day and have no lives. The reason I'm here is because I've lived a very concentrated life, concentrated with lots of intense things, good, bad, what have you. And I've learned a lot. And that's why I'm even here talking, because I want to help others see things this way, a much more empirical way, let's say, because I don't have to trust someone else. I go with the fact that it served me very well to trust my own senses. I've had a really good life.
Interesting you say that. I was kind of reverberating the same thing last night. How people have had those concentrated experiences, like you said. It's almost like I was comparing it to like an NFL locker room in here. You know, it's like, this isn't the little leagues. These are people that, quote unquote, like they dominated in the little leagues. You know, it's like, so here we are, a bunch of people gathered around collective experiences, and we're here sharing notes and so on. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, man, we're I mean, this is such a unique motley crew of people. It's nothing like this would have happened, I don't think, unless it were based on some kind of genuine truth that people are, like what's it called? Paul Revere. Like, I don't care if I disturb y'all or not. Y'all need to know these motherfuckers are coming. So I'm gonna come through the streets yelling at you. You take it or you leave it. Sorry, we're doing dishes back here. I apologize.
Well, you're good. You don't have to apologize for anything.
Okay, fine. I'm not doing the dishes. KJ's doing the dishes because she always does the dishes. She won't let me touch them, which I'm fine with.
Is that like a personal attack or something?
He said yes. Yes, it is.
How dare you?
Because you just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true. And what makes you think what your scientists are writing is any more truer than my saints? Because there are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records. Oh, fossil records. I didn't even think about the fossil records. I guess I'll concede. Oh, wait, one more thing before I do, Mr. Reynolds. Have you seen these fossil records? Have I? Huh? Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures? Well, no. No. Oh, interesting. So let me get this straight, Mr. Reynolds. You get your information from a book written by men you've never met, and you take their words as truth based on a willingness to believe, a desire to accept, a leap of, dare I say it, faith? Come on. Look, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like, come on. That's a false equivalency. Just answer the question, Mr. Reynolds. Sure. Yeah. Okay. I rest my case.
Everybody can relate to everybody that I've seen see that clip and hear that clip can relate to it. They're like, oh, I get it. Yeah, it makes a good point. Solid point, huh? And then we said the same thing to a Glober. Okay, well, have you poured through the numbers, the data, the figures, everything you fucking believe? And, and they're like, well, that's a false equivalency. It's exactly what they fucking say. It's just brilliant. Brilliant.
Oh, man. I need to add that church bell. Just that's so good.
Faith? Come on. Look, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like,
Oh.
That's a perfect response. You go, come on. I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like, and then he just stops. That's perfect. Perfect.
I know. I need to grab some of these out. I need to separate a few of these out of there.
Yep, for sure. That's one of the better ones. To like, especially because then you can get the Globers and anti-flat earthers who avoid that shit like the plague because they know we like to post it. They'll have to become more familiar with it. So poor babies.
The video, the visual of it is really funny too. The way that
Hello.
Yeah,
Yes, hello.
I agree. Hello.
Hey, how are you doing? Are you talking like flat earth here?
We can if you'd like. Go ahead, CB. I got to do some cooking.
Yes, I come here talk flat earth, not talk globe earth.
Accent detected.
What?
So, what's up, man?
So I'm saying like, why you claim Earth not round?
We don't really claim anything. The claim is that the Earth is round.
No, everybody like knows that the Earth is globe. There's scientific everywhere. NASA has published so many articles about the globe.
Oh, so you're saying there's data and figures?
There are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures.
Yes.
Have you seen these fossil records? Huh? Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures.
No.
Well, no. No.
Well, I don't have to because it's such a like base level knowledge that anybody like a toddler knows it. It would be idiotic to go and search through like why the Earth is round through thousands of documents.
I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
So there's mountains of evidence and proof, but we don't know what they are. And we shouldn't even bother looking? That's what you're saying? Interesting.
Don't even bother looking. Why not?
It's kind of
quite
weird
silly.
thing to say.
Yeah, it's why not? Why not look? What are you talking
There's
about?
just so much evidence. You don't even need to look for it.
Well, the problem is we wouldn't have to look for it if it were out there. It would just be abundant.
Right. It would just
And
be there.
yet.
Yeah. Right. It's like weird because the flat Earth isn't hidden, but somehow all the proof for the globe and the curvature is all hidden somewhere.
Yeah, it's secret. It's even though it's everywhere, it's also you got to work for it, flatties. We're not just going to tell you where it's at, okay?
Well, this moon launch flight simulator that they just did last night is pretty good. You guys, I think it's. Let me see. I got a timestamp for you guys if you want to check it out. It's 14 hours ago. 3 hours, 20 minutes is when the CGI starts. Apparently, just like in Flight Simulator, they just have the follow cam. So I took a nice screenshot and put it in the live stream voice there. This is a literal view as if the camera is following the rocket, guys. So if anybody believes this, you can't help them. You gotta let them go. I'm sorry. If you're, Uncle Bob, Aunt Sally, Mommy Dearest, if they believe that's real, that a camera can just follow at the same speed as that rocket, shouldn't we have seen the camera rocket launch as well? You can't make this up. Anybody stupid enough to believe this deserves what's coming to them. So there's a screenshot, and it just follows it. The camera's just following the rocket. There you go, guys. Thanks.
Well, I was wondering, like, why can't there be, I watch a lot of, I'm always talking about how I watch MMA and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of cameramen around the ring or whatever. Let's say if it's a boxing ring, there's 4 corners. They're going to have a couple different cameramen so that they can switch angles and get the best view. But there's also generally other cameras that are just still, I don't know what you would call it, like B-roll, just sitting there recording the whole thing, you know what I mean? Like a football game, for example, to get film study, they have a camera on the back so they can just watch everything. There's no camera angles changing or anything. So that's what I'm wondering. Where's that other camera that's just sitting watching the whole thing? Why is it always they have to do the dramatic camera angle changes and cuts and things like that? Where's the one that's just chilling in the back watching the whole thing? They don't ever show that. That's what I want to see. It's always
this is frightening because usually they would show us rockets on the vehicle, showing us contradictions and the flat horizon, and just doesn't make any sense. The booster angle's wrong, and this is the same garbage for 10 years. But this one apparently, just like in Flight Simulator, you just follow the vehicle as if you're 30 or 50 feet away. Like, that's what a simulation is. There is no such thing as a rocket that can follow another. Bro, this is just the most insane thing ever. If you believe this, you probably have too many skeletons that you can't hide anymore in lab. Nobody can be. This is a form of possession. Bro, if you just fast forward to when the vehicle launches, 2 minutes after it launches, they have a supposed shot of a camera following the rocket, not on the rocket, a camera off of the vehicle, following the vehicle perfectly in symmetrical, uniform flight with it, which is impossible. There is no rocket system. There is no vehicle that can do that anyway. So this is a cartoon. That's what you know. So as soon as it went to drop the booster rockets, they went to the CGI. So they show the rocket launch, which is probably real. That's 1930s technology. I hope we didn't, forget how to make that. Do we destroy that as well? And then they show it after the boosters come off. They're showing this rocket as if you're in a video game now, because it is. That is a video game. This camera is a video game simulator shot of this rocket now following it. You can't make this up. That's a screenshot right there. This is Sputnik 2.0. Remember, Sputnik was also followed up, back in 1957. And now we've done it again. Now it's 2022, and we now have a camera following the rocket.
Bro, where is this? It's Icarus trying to burn his damn fucking wings again, man. That's what that is. Yeah.
But if you look at that also, what's the light source that's lighting up the underbelly of that rocket? Does anybody want to tell me what that light source is? You guys know this?
No, is it a light source or like a burning thing, or what do you mean?
There is if you look at the rocket, which is a orange phallic symbol, 8 minutes after the hour, the underbelly of it is slightly lit up. You have about 20% of the fuselage lit up by light. Does anybody want to tell me what light source is? This was taken at night. So, is that the moon? The moon is that bright? Is the moon underneath the rocket? Like, what's going on here? What's the light source? Are the stadium lights on Earth reaching the rocket? What's the light source lighting up the bottom of that?
Yeah, it's the urban illumination from the surrounding cities. Yeah, that's probably the best they got on that one.
Right. I can look at this. Looks like a cartoon. That is a cartoon. That's not. There's nothing. Look at the little blue.
That's a lot of light from below. Yeah, that's a lot of light, sir.
Look at the exhaust looks like snake teeth. Looks like a snake bite. You have a dual thing there. That's nice, right?
What kind of fuel burns that way? The fuck are we looking at?
This is just insanity. I mean, this is just, if anybody believes this, I mean, they deserve what's coming to them. I mean, if you no one has a right to be this stupid. You just can't be this stupid. There's no way.
It's candy. It's candy for the soul for the normal people. Though they love this shit. They're like, oh, flat earthers. They finally got it up into the sky. Yeah, really? Where'd it go? Oh, well, I don't know, but they launched it, so outer space. Ha ha.
Yeah. I mean, when you want to talk to people about this, just ask them what type of camera was following the rocket. Because this is obviously another breakthrough in technology. This has never been done before. We're actually able to follow rockets up and be right next to them and just perfectly synchronized swimming. Like just like a flight simulator, you know, when you're outside of your aircraft or looking at your vehicle in a flight simulator, which has been 20 years for me, but I'm sure you guys have seen these clips. I mean, this is a flight simulator. This is really bad. I mean, but again, people are this stupid, you know? They really are this stupid. You can't make this up. And again, you can't argue with this type of mentality. That is a cartoon. Sorry.
Well, hey, not only that, didn't they use mannequins and shit? Like, what the hell, people?
And look how retarded. Look at this retard in chat is just saying, "Oh, there's no camera following it." How am I looking at the vehicle with the? I'm looking at the vehicle that a camera is supposedly filming, and it's right next to the vehicle with it. It's not underneath it, looking from below. It's right next to it, going with it. That's how stupid these people are. Bendy Light. That's why he's not allowed to go near schools. He's that insane. Like you just show them what they're showing. Oh, that's not really what they're showing. Yeah, I had no idea how old that person was. Oh, I didn't know what the sign was on the bathroom door. It's the same LGBT religion. You just don't have to believe your eyes. Just deny it. Handwave dismiss it. They're handwave dismissing what they're showing. I didn't make that cartoon. I mean, has anybody watched this video? This is really disturbing. I mean, all you got to do is just look it up. It's 14 hours ago. It's a few hours long. 3 hours and 20 minutes in.
Also, hey, Bendy Light, real quick. I remember now, just today, two mods telling you, Dave Hinkle and Old Dude telling you that we are going to make sure that you are not banned in this server, and you can come in and talk with us anytime if you so dare. Thank you.
So I was looking for this quote. I heard this from Alan Watts a long time ago, but he says, when a hero goes on an adventure and he leaves his people and is going to a strange land, he can go away and just hide himself around a corner in an obscure house and then appear a year later and say, I've gone on a heroic journey. Doesn't that sound kind of familiar? Yeah, they can just go, like what Glad said.
Oh, yeah.
So the rocket was here on Earth. Where'd they shoot it? Oh, out of your view? Okay. So then it can just come back after, you forgot.
Yeah, they're like,
about
oh, well, satellites and all kinds of footage from the and this and that. Like, really? Okay, well, why can't we get one shot, continuous, unedited shot, same camera until it's in outer space for minutes and minutes, right? From the ground to outer space. Why can't we see that? Why you got to do all these cut shots? Stop it. It's ridiculous.
I mean, they're trying to compete with ESPN over here. They got the whole broadcast. They got multiple commentary teams. They're going to cut over here to the guy with the the teleprompter. He's going to.
Why you got to have commentary on a rocket launch? Why you got to fucking have commentary? It's not a sports game. There's not stats here. Just fucking watch the launch. Why you got to talk about it? It's unreal. They're like, oh well, we can't let the public just think on their own on this one. We got to have constant people giving opinions, informing worldviews. Yes, we do.
And they cut over to the guy with the smart board. He's going to draw on a teleprompter and all this. Cut back to the desk. They got the play-by-play guy, the color commentary. It's amazing. The cinematic shots, panning in, zooming out.
Yeah, like, you don't have to do any of that shit, guys. Just show us the thing going up into space. That's it.
Yeah, I thought scientists were more into like the math and the numbers and stuff. Why did they get all this creative?
Yeah, it's a lot of presentation. You know what I mean? Like, lots of presentation.
Right. You would think they would just strap a little camera on and be done with it.
Well, here's the thing. Do both. Do both, idiots.
Right.
Do a lot of presentation and the one camera in the bottom right hand of the screen, right? That's live, not switching, not cutting, not nothing. Just the one bottom right. And we have our live real-time camera. Like, it's so fucking obvious, people. Oy vey. Ugh. Sorry, I get so disgusted, man, sitting here thinking about what people believe.
Oh yeah, it's bad. I mean, just last week we had some YouTubers, now we've got the moon. They're back to back, baby. What's next? Mars, here we come.
Did you buy your land up there yet? Did you invest in property on Mars yet? Fucking cheap right now, man. You better get it while it's going.
No, you're right. You're right. I don't feel safe with parking my spaceship on the moon. I think it's better if I park it on Mars. It's less door danger.
You could take a shuttle here, so you can get a shuttle from the moon to Mars. You know that band 30 Seconds to Mars? Well, they know some stuff. Okay, they know some stuff.
Yeah, like that's what I do. I shuttle to the Mars where my car is parked. My spaceship, sorry.
You know, aren't they claiming to now starting to build the elevator to the space? Aren't they? Isn't that? Can you find an article on that? I want us to talk about that for the rest of the day.
I do remember that. Let's see.
Yeah, I got to keep cooking and doing stuff, but I'm gonna keep listening.
What, you have to cook? KJ. I'm just kidding. Totally joking.
Yes, I'm delegating. I'm barking orders at you.
I'm not seeing anything in the news about the space elevator. I do remember that, though.
Well, to be fair, it could have been an off-the-cuff thing that a flat earther was saying, just to be cheeky. I'm not sure. So I did want to make sure that that's what it was or not, because I really, if they start building the space elevator, holy shit, guys. How are you going to prove that one's real? Like, you can fake some space shit, right? Like, oh, well, only we have the capability to build the technology to get to space. But now we're going to be so bold as to build something from the ground to outer space and expect you to buy it. I want to see that shit.
Well, here's a TED Talk. They're saying, yes, scientists are actually building an elevator to space.
Yay! Please post the shit out of that in the voice text, sir.
Done.
And before I go here, Bendy Light, real quick, why don't you do some research on that too, just to have a little fun. And once again, reminding you that you're no longer banned from the server. You can come in any time and chat with us with your voice. I know typing that much has to get pretty, I mean, with those delicate hands that have never done a lick of real hard physical labor in their life. I know that all that typing might get a little hard for your wrists and fingers, and that's fine. So why don't you come in and use your voice like a big boy and talk to us about your beliefs? Thank you.
Hey, don't give yourself carpal tunnel, or Ben. Come on in. I did see that though, and I think you are good to go. I checked the bot for your account. It seems like it's there. Well, first, we probably seal the whole cupola off.
Do you believe that our moon landing in 1969 actually took place? What the fuck y'all talking about? The moon landing. That's bullshit too. So talk about something else. Y'all be entertained by bullshit. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. So it's like, change the subject. I'm finna walk out.
Maybe people are waking up. They were trying to pressure this guy into like talking about the moon landing. He's like, "What the hell are you guys talking about?" Mm, 10 people in the panel. We're joined by Chris V. And we're also joined by Truth Seeker. Welcome.
Hey, CB, how's it going?
Not too bad, CV. Not too bad.
You know, I've been thinking about going by CV, but I was like, I don't want anybody confused. But I do like it. But yeah, it's a pretty calm day. It's kind of cold over here, but couldn't complain.
Yeah, we lost about 30 degrees recently, so it's pretty chilly over here.
Nice. You're like in the northeast area, right?
I'm in Ohio, so
nice. Not a bad place to be.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. We're just chilling here, bored, man. Some Globe Earther popped in, but he left to go down and chill. Chill.
Are we back on the YouTube?
I think. Oh, Helio does have a second channel.
Oh, it's personal.
I didn't realize he had that second channel, but yeah, he's live. He should be live on that second channel.
Yeah, I know he mentioned that he has a Twitter going live as well. So, but yeah, man, my theory is kind of optimistic. Maybe they're all just flat earthers now. Everybody's woken up.
I've been saying something. Oh, excuse me. I've been saying something along those lines for a little bit. That like it's not like the faucet only flows in one direction. The water doesn't go backwards in. So it's like if it's slowly trickling out now where it was flowing before, it seems like most people have already just become flat earthers, man. And we're just dealing with scraping the bottom of the barrel with all the donuts that are left over.
I completely agree.
So that's a good way to look at it, I think. And I'm sure there's also
that conversation. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying I was cracking up with that conversation last night with the brain needle or brainstorm and green needle and just the illusion. I started looking into psychoacoustics and stuff, and apparently it happens a lot, and that's what they think. I don't know if you're familiar with like backmasking music, or like if you play it in reverse, it like says something.
Yeah.
I saw this one scientist claiming that it's actually a phenomenon, it's an illusion, and I was like, I don't know, man. Have you heard Stairway to Heaven backwards? It's like a whole paragraph, like.
So you were listening. What did you hear for the green needle thing? Did you hear?
So, like, if I looked at the words, then it was the words that I was looking at. That's what was kind of weird. Like, if I was looking at brainstorm, it sounded like brainstorm. But if I looked at green needle, it sounded like green needle,
Wow. I feel like
and if I concentrated, like if I really focused, I could do like brain needle or green storm,
Yeah, I kept getting green storm, but I never got the needle. It's so weird.
Yeah, it was definitely a trip. But, there was this guy who broke it down on YouTube, put it into the sound wave and was basically explaining it really well. It honestly was going past my head. I was like, I don't see it, but but apparently there's a whole science behind people hearing the exact same frequency, but some people actually think it sounds lower, or some people will think it sounds higher. But then if it's a different note of that frequency, like say a different octave, the opposite will happen. The other people who thought it was high will now think it's low. It was quite a trip. It was a good 45-minute video, but it was definitely new to me. Like, oh wow, I didn't realize there was so much science behind this illusion. But the fact that it was in a little toy.
I know.
Because I've heard some conspiracies on it. It'll actually like say really weird crap,
You were breaking up there for a second, but I guess I could play it for anyone who hasn't heard this before. Oh, that's so weird. Okay, last night I did not hear Green Needle, but the first time I played it, I heard Green Needle.
You heard it? That's what I heard too.
Wow.
I'm looking at green trees, so.
What?
Oh, I heard brainstorm. That's crazy.
Interesting. Now I don't hear Green Needle anymore.
I heard Green Needle, yeah.
That's so weird.
But the one that really gets me is just the visual one.
Listen, I have the best ears in the entire world, and that's brainstorm. So thanks.
I just wanted to quickly thank NASA. I'm just floored. My life is just so improved now that we got a thingamabob with some mannequins headed to the moon. I'm just so elated and happy. Thank you, NASA.
Green Needle.
You, but I want my money back.
Oh
I
yeah,
only
dude.
heard Green Needle like that one.
What if we calculated each, like a rough estimate of what each of us have individually paid NASA through taxes and stuff? Be so funny if someone actually did that. I mean, honestly, you couldn't really trust the numbers, but I'd like someone to give it an honest go, a good shot, right? See what each of us pays.
I wonder if I can.
Completely. I mean, yearly. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do that math. It's probably a tall ask.
Well, let's
And the
see.
3 rovers on Mars. The 3 rovers on Mars, they've lowered the cost of food, rent, travel, education, everything. I'm just so I can't wait for a 4th and 5th rover up there. Thank you, NASA.
I think the best part is even the Globies don't even know about it. Like, oh yeah, it finally took off, or like you're not even watching.
I mean, the live streams had like almost 300,000 people watching. That's
out of 8 billion people, 200,000 were watching.
I mean, but to be fair, can you name another live stream that you've been on YouTube where there was more than 250,000 people in the chat? Because I can't name a thing. I can't name a single stream. The closest one is the one I'm watching in the background right now. It's just an NFL stream, and they have 40,000 people watching. That's the biggest one that I can think of, at least that's on my feed.
YouTube, but I know, like, I don't know why I know this, but American Idol actually hit some huge numbers during their like final, I forget what you call them, like season final stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I don't even know how those ratings work. But
I don't either. Apparently they call people, and I'm just like, how do you get that?
Yeah, I don't know. But
my mom has even claimed, yeah, they've called me. I told them what I was watching. I was like, that's weird. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't answer that. But no, I have not seen another stream on YouTube that was bigger. I'm sure there are, like Mr. Beast or these big channels, but like if Dude Perfect went live this week, which they won't probably. I don't even know if they do lives. But I don't know. I just don't see streams that get almost over 200,000 people watching at once live. That's pretty wild. You know what? Let me go on YouTube right now and see what the leading stream is. It's weird. I only heard Green Needle that one time, and then I went back to Group Brainstorm.
Weird, man. I mean, from what I saw in that video, it was saying that it's something to do with your audio and visual cortex, and like it happens to do more with what you're looking at than it does what you're actually listening to. Like for instance, they showed the example of somebody going ba, like with a B. But then they switched the video to a fa, where he was using his mouth to say fa, but he was still saying ba, but it sounded like fa. You know, it was really weird.
All right, so I'm on YouTube. The top stream right now seems to be 100,000 people watching a defendant trial, 60,000 people watching Dr. Disrespect play Call of Duty, And the show I'm watching, Pat McAfee's show, I'm not really watching, it's just in the background. But it has 40,000 views, or people watching. The next one after that, number 4, is another court hearing. It's the same character as the first stream that's popular. Number 5 is the same trial. And number 6 is lo-fi hip-hop. People listening to lo-fi hip-hop.
Yeah, sounds about right. I know a lot of people
Yeah,
watch
it
that
does.
Johnny Depp trial or whatever. Those trials usually do pretty well, I guess.
You know what, dude? It's weird you say that because, like, the thing that got me sucked into politics before I got out of it was the Christine Blasey Ford trial.
Oh, yeah.
That had me so pulled in. And so I can see how these trials get people, like, just riled up. But yeah, that seems to be the number one thing people are watching right now. But so that NASA double, if not tripled that. Well, I'd say double, because there's like 3 different streams with people hanging out watching the trial.
True.
So yeah, it seems like they about doubled the most popular live stream right now.
But see, I'd be interested to know, like, okay, well, how many were flat earthers just kind of like doing their due diligence, you know?
I mean, we had a bunch of people in here. We were all watching it live. So I'm sure a solid chunk was people. Because I mean, I got screenshots of people being like, "This is stupid." Like, so.
Because it really makes me wonder if they're going to try any harder. Sorry.
I watched Dave Weiss and Jaronism and them cover it last night.
I heard that was good.
It wasn't too bad.
They were like making fun of it, acting like NASA spokespeople.
Yeah. And then the comments, people were like, "You guys are so much smarter than me," and like acting like, and they're like, "Yeah, we have all the answers." Just a gigantic waste of energy, money, everything. It's just such a farce.
It's just sad. I mean, when you have these supposed like actual problems like feeding people and, you know, just, or by golly, good food, quality food for the human race. And they're like, nope, we're going to spend a bunch of money on something that probably honestly doesn't even cost that much. They're just sending a little cheesy rocket into the ocean, like
yeah,
$500,000 maybe.
I guess when you give complicated rocks a ton of money every day, you can't expect much from them.
Hey man, don't talk about my cousins like that. Nah, but you're right.
No, you're super right. And I think Flatman, you always bring this topic up. It's like, there are, because people will come in here and say, "Oh, flat Earth doesn't matter. There's more important things." And then, like, well, we're not spending billions of dollars on like shooting fireworks into the sky. That's your side.
Exactly.
So, what does matter is like what Flatman always brings up. It's like, well, there's people hungry and like things here on Earth. So, do we really need to spend billions of dollars on outer space, Christmas decorations and stuff like that, fireworks?
Do we really need to pay Don Pettit anymore?
I wonder how much he actually gets paid. Let me see.
It's got to be too much for the humiliation they put that guy through, because I feel like they do it on purpose.
I think you're right. Let's see if his salary's on Google.
Then I don't know. You get a leak. I'm sure there's a procedure for it. I'm just not familiar with it right now. But yeah,
Says his total compensation is half $500 million.
Holy.
No, sorry. Half a million. Excuse me. Sorry, $500,000. 552,000
Like a salary per year kind of thing?
per month, probably.
Total. It just says total compensation. Let's see.
Oh, well, that sounds pretty bad then.
Dude, he's
But
pretty
I mean,
high up, though.
yeah. I mean, they say the same thing for politicians, that they're not making much. And I'm like, oh, yeah? How about that lobby money?
They're listing him as the president of something. Douglas P. Petite. Wait.
Douglas.
Wait a minute. This might not be the right guy. Don Pettit. They don't even recognize who this is. Don Pettit. Yeah, sorry, that's not the right. That wasn't correct. They're showing some other guys with Pettit names. Wouldn't be surprised if dude was doing it pro bono.
Or maybe even being forced. And that guy just always sounds so nervous. Like, that's kind of been a question that's been bugging me lately. Just because, my father and I kind of go back and forth talking about flat Earth. And he's kind of the only other person besides you guys that, I talk about flat Earth heavily with. But, like, it makes me wonder if these are just the generations of old lies, right? Like, they were told by their moms and dads to do this, and their moms and dads, and that, oh, you're going to have to control the world, and these people are just peasants, and, this is how it really is, but you have to keep sustaining this lie. But, they didn't teach it like that. They just taught it like, well, here's what you got to do, son, and you're going to be the president one day, and this is what's going to happen, and yada, yada, yada. But, man, it just makes me wonder, like, are they just going with it because they're scared, or, are they actually evil and benevolent and just, like, want to destroy the earth, or man, just how much of it is... Oh, sorry about that. Got a call. I don't know.
Yeah, you're good.
But yeah, I'm just wondering if everybody's kind of just on this program and they're just as clueless as we are. You know what I mean? Like, what is it? Why are we here? We don't know either. We were just told to lie to you guys. Like, I don't know. But I guess that's just me being kind of optimistic in this situation.
Well, after seeing how much simulation and CGI they have to put together, it's like most people working on these projects anyway, we're probably just believers like we all used to be, and most people are. So they're just behind a computer screen, like simulating stuff they already believe in. So they're not even seeing anything or doing anything that would sort of raise any red flags of, oh, what I'm doing might be, completely ridiculous.
Well, it's like for those like digital artists for NASA, they always say, well, we got data and we put it, right? NASA gave us some data, or so-and-so, whatever technology gave us some data. And it makes me wonder, do they ever go, well, hey, how'd you get that data?
Oh well, it was just given to me. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because like the same principles that we all were sort of raised on in school. You know, when you have a math problem, you have to show your work.
Right.
So it's like otherwise you could have just got that number. You whipped out a calculator under your desk or whatever, whoever. But like those principles seem like they just go out of the window when it comes to, you know, reality or talking about the Earth. Can you show your work where you got the radius? Oh well, we just already knew it. That wouldn't be acceptable of an answer in school or anywhere really.
Or my favorite answer is like, well, we guessed so many times and we finally got it right. And I'm like, bull.
Wow. Yeah, they do say that. Well, we were off the first time by 3.5%, and then like, how do you know you're off from something if you don't have the measurement? How do you know you're off? Like, what are you checking? So stupid.
This one time at space camp, we went looking for curvature and we couldn't find it.
Yeah, where was that field trip? You know, come on, kids, we're going out to go measure the curve.
Yeah, that would have been a good trip, huh? Why didn't they do that?
Too bad they stuck us in a planetarium, and they showed us the stars on a dome.
Teacher, I think the Earth is flat. Jimmy, you're a stoner. Put your hand down.
Yeah, that's funny. Actually, they did take me to the same. I have a local observatory museum type of thing with a dome, and they show you things on the dome. Interesting.
Yeah, those things always get the funding. You know? Got to be in every town, every major city.
Interesting. I never really thought about that. It's like, where else are we going to indoctrinate you with our moon museums? Where else are we going to put our petrified wood for you?
Oh, the dinosaurs get me every time. You know, it's like, yeah, that's a kangaroo structure right there. Look at that. Not even trying to hide it.
Did you really fall off the monkey bars, or did gravity play a little role in this adventure of yours?
Oh, gravity.
Probably, it's got to be up there for one of the most used but least understood words. It's got to be like top 10.
Comes from that word gravitas, right? But I forget what that word actually means. Because people say, like, yeah, the gravity of the situation. And it's like, oh, yeah, that means heavy or large or significant. But thanks, Morvis. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too.
Here's the definition of gravitas: dignity, seriousness, or solemnity of manner.
And, like, where did they get force? Pulled down, attract. I mean, like, it almost doesn't even sound like the same definition. But
just the amount of fallacies in the definition alone is it says, you know, begging the question of a center of Earth, a force, you know, just tisk.
Okay, we've been about a little less than 8 miles deep, everyone. So there's a gigantic molten core.
Heck a dog.
We know this for sure. Okay, we've been about 7.6 miles, but we just take our word for it. It's not pudding or anything like that. It's melted magnetic metal.
Yep.
Yeah, I was having the same discussion with somebody in the chat the other day. If you dig a hole in your backyard, let's say just 10 yards deep, and some goofball comes along.
Going to China.
Yeah, some goofball comes along and they're like, "Well, sir, I know what's 20 yards deep. You got you some, there's some under there." Like, well, how do you know what's double under what I just dug physically? How do you know? Where are you getting your information? Can you see through the earth? Or so like that's what people are doing. People have physically dug down 8 miles. But these goofballs are going to come along and say, "Well, I know what's under that." No, you don't.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Literally, dude in the chat the other day was like, "Well, it's definitely, obviously, it's magma." Like, well, how do you know that? Okay, so maybe it is, but maybe it's not. Oh no, it's for sure magma. What else would it be? You gotta love that too. What else would it be besides the one thing that I could only come up with? Well, maybe it's just not the one thing that you came up with, dummy. It's not the only option here.
I think I remember that one, Morvis. I'm looking forward to now. No, it was a good one.
So what are they driving this rocket around like a remote control car or something? They're just pre-programming the route. We don't even do that with cars here. But we're gonna send things on a million-mile journey or whatever. 500,000 miles.
All I know, well, it's 500,000, like 250,000 there, 250,000 back, or just a little less or something, I think. All I know is when they were loading that thing with water and food for the mannequins, I'm really hopeful that they factored in extra for the Snoopy and the Shaun the Sheep things they put on there too, because they're going to need to eat and drink as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. We should just take resources away from people who need it and give it to mannequins and Snoopy.
Well, there's no hardworking family that's getting kicked out of their home because they're being foreclosed because they couldn't afford the mortgage this month. Happening. That's not going on right now, so don't worry about it. We're going to the moon, boys and girls. Yeehaw!
Yeah. We've been waiting for years, boys. Yeehaw! Forget them kids.
What's important down here is laws that prevent people from feeding the homeless. That's important stuff down here.
Yeah, that really puts their agenda in perspective, I think.
Wow.
Like,
What a cruel world, man.
Yeah, there's a little old lady. She already got arrested for doing it, and she's like, I'm not going to stop. She's still helping people that need help.
good for her.
How are you the mayor of that city or town or whatever, wherever that's taking place? How are you the mayor and you're like going to bed at night like,
Yeah.
good thing they charged that old lady. I hope they stop her from feeding them homeless people.
I
What's crazy is some people just completely, they see it and they completely look over it. I mean, just like they do with the globe. Oh, yeah, that's what I was told. That's what everybody agrees on. Must be spinning watery ball. Checks out.
Yeah,
It's just
somebody would
sad.
tell me if it wasn't true.
Oh, of course. How could I be fooled?
It's like, here we are telling you right now.
And those, I mean, the ones that come in here are the ones that even just dare to have a single thought, you know? Because some out there are just like, wow, I'm talking to I don't know what I'm talking to. You're not a human being. But I think that's where the good news is, though. Because, I mean, clearly everybody here, you know, whether you saw the Tesla car in space, or you started looking at the ancient calendars and stuff, you had this question in the back of your head, like, something's off, right? Like, why? I mean, for me as a kid, I remember thinking as like God, like a 6-year-old, like, why do we always see the same side of the moon? It doesn't make any sense to me, Tidal locking. I think that was fairly new, because for a while they were like claiming, oh, it's spinning, oh, it's revolving.
Yeah.
Like, is it? Because any child could tell you, no, it ain't. Like, maybe laterally, because I've definitely noticed that now that I look at the moon every time I can. Oh yeah, it is upside down this time of year, and it's right side up this time of year. And not like a diary, but I started writing everything down, all my dreams every day, and you'd be surprised how much more you can remember.
So when there's a solar eclipse, how is there ice on the moon?
Damn good question.
It's actually technically it's at Miggy. It's water ice technically.
But here's the thing. I mean, that's the backside of the moon, so it's facing the sun, and it's getting full blast. There's no there's no atmosphere, right? To kind of because it gets 200 degrees up on there, something like that, upwards of. So how is there water vapor on the fucking moon if that backside of the moon is getting baked? It should never be. It's fucking these guys, man. They just keep burying themselves.
Well, they updated it. The moon is now within the Earth's atmosphere, so
Just moving that goalpost. Like, it's over here now. Ha.
Right.
I mean, any ice on that would have been in the back is gone. Ridiculous.
Did they talk about the banned radiation belt at all with this Artemis 1 at all? Being like, oh, it's unmanned, so we're solving the...
unmanned, so yeah. So they're not going to address it. That's probably why. They did talk about it before it went.
I like how they brought it up themselves and then were quickly like, we fucked up.
The CGI of that stupid little suppository about 15 minutes after launch, it's like, really? Really? That thing's crammed with water and food for how many days? Okay. Yeah, it's happening.
They're going to mine water. They're going to make oxygen on the moon. And then from the moon to Mars.
And then on to the exoplanet.
Indeed, here. Find something.
Exoplanets. Just ridiculous.
And don't forget space hotels. Only 8,500 a night.
It's not.
Don't forget the space valet parking.
And the space food at Spacey's, it's out of this world.
Make sure to have your space car insurance, right? I personally go with Liberty or Gravity Mutual. You know, their slogan, gravity, 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 gravity.
Yeah, I'm more of a space AAA guy.
All right, get down here. I'm going to call Space AAA and have them tow us. Thank you very much.
Where did the water ice come from? Anyway, anybody know?
Water
Did they say
ice?
how it got there?
Water
Where'd it
ice
come
comes
from?
from water ice, man.
How did it get on the moon? Did they
gravity, man.
Just pulled it down. Well, there's less gravity on the moon, so I don't even know. I mean, it's just so. I mean, I'm not
That's why
even
there's
sure
just
what's
a little
going
bit.
on here.
You know?
I think my unlocked critical thinking mind, as soon as I heard the words water ice, was like, right away said, what the fuck did they just say? Water ice? Ice is water, you fucking retards.
I
Yeah,
guess
that's
it
a
could.
good point.
I guess it could have been like some type of chemical ice. So I guess that's why they had to say water. Throw it in there.
Oh, I was thinking it was their way of keeping the layman thinking, oh, well, yes, that sounds very scientific. Water ice. It must be.
Space
Sounds
ice.
absurd. Space ice would have been great. Right? That would have been great. So I mean, and what they said is it's in craters, right? That always have a shadow. How is that even? So I was arguing with some idiots about they were saying, well, there's not a dark side of the moon. It just doesn't. I'm like, all right, so if that's the case, then how the fuck is there water ice on it? You know, it's like, because if the sun's on, it doesn't make any sense. These guys, boy, I don't know, man. Water ice on the moon. They're going to mine it and make oxygen so they can live there and study and build things.
Oh, I love the ones where they're like, there's already a base there. They're on the other side of the moon. That's why you never see it. I'm like, grow up, man. That's why we never went back. It's like the doubling down situation.
The fact that they're able to spin launching some dummies up to the moon into any kind of a positive thing at all is impressive.
What Jaron and Dave Weiss and those guys were saying last night made sense, though, because of the Earth spin at 1,000 miles an hour and stuff. Like, you get that extra 1,000 miles when you launch. You know, instead of going 24,000 miles, you're going 25,000 miles now.
Here we are 50 years later sending dummies to the moon.
Dummies sending dummies to the moon. while we're on the brink of nuclear destruction as well. Don't forget that. Oh, and the asteroid they deflected. Thank God. Whoosh! Whew! Thank God for DART. Thank you, NASA.
What about NASA?
I've forgotten all about that.
They sent that like
Oh,
thingamabob up.
The DART
Yeah,
project.
they deflected the asteroid there. Whew! Whew! Thank goodness.
They pulled the
Now we
Armageddon.
can blow ourselves up with nukes. Line up the family there so we can all, like, make sure we don't get a beer thingamabobber. And then we can all blow ourselves up with nukes after we save ourselves.
Goodbye to you, my trusted friend. We've known each other since we were 9 or 10. Hell no.
Well, I don't know. Since asteroids are headed to destroy us and nukes are coming in and in any minute and stuff, I guess I'm gonna roll a big fatty and have something to eat. At least I'll be fed and stoned when it happens.
There's too many of you damn weed heads around. What the hell's wrong with y'all? Stop smoking that shit.
I have a bit of an excuse, even though I was smoking long before, but 14 pins, 2 plates in the left leg don't help, so.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Excuses. I'm in Colorado actually right now. So I'm in weed capital right now. Colorado Springs.
Too much. Smoking them weeds and everything.
Supposed to grow out of that at 20. I grew out when I was 20 something. I was done. No more for me.
Yeah, I just eat it now. It's been great.
Eat it? That's what you say, you eat it?
Yeah, just digest.
Yeah, it still shows up in your system though. That's the only bad part.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about like drug tests or anything like that, but got my own company for that. Unless I drug test myself.
I know what you mean.
I'm fired. But yeah, I mean, that freedom is pretty nice. I wish they, told you in high school.
Yeah, I know, you got to be self-employed. They need slaves. That's why they don't tell you.
Right. Why would they tell you? They want you to fuck up. They want you to mess up your mortgage. They don't want you to figure out any of that shit.
No, they want you to 9 to 5 work for them while they own the businesses, right? Dude, that's the thing. Everybody in a capitalistic society, everybody cannot be a fucking business owner.
Exactly.
It's impossible.
And I get it. Some people don't really want to. They want that just steady life. They kind of want the box for some reason.
They just
I don't know why.
They don't know.
Yeah, that might be true too.
I didn't know how the freedom of it until I started my business, and I've only been in 2 years now. And dude, it is freaking amazing.
Oh, it's the best. I'm right there with you at 2 years, dude.
Sometimes I'm off for like 2 weeks, bro. But it's just crazy, man.
And you're good, yeah.
And you're good, right? Exactly. So I'm sitting there vegging, but I should be doing something productive. But I'm vegging.
I always feel the same way.
I gotta get more productive with it. No, dude. But yeah, self-employed is the way to go. I mean, and you don't have to. You can be well off and be fine. Colorado mountains. It's the Rockies.
Those darn satellites can never get a great connection.
They can't get over the rock. Although they're supposed to be above it, right? That's what I'm going over. It's just a rock.
That's what I was told. I like it when they claim like, oh yeah, the ones in the 70s are actually providing your cell phone signal, and I'm like, get out of here.
Get out of here. What was that? What's his name? Get out of here. He was trying to say it like a black person. Get out of here. No, like Mickey Blue Eyes. Get out of here. He was trying to teach him how to talk like a mafioso.
Oh, that's right.
He was English though, right? Get out of here. He couldn't do it. It was freaking hilarious.
I think the worst part is when they figured out that they can separate us into these like race and class and have us fight each other like over
racism,
stuff.
class. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep us divide and conquer.
They just throw a new idea in there. Everybody just goes to it like a magnet.
Oh, these mountains are so pretty. Which ones I'm looking at right here? Clean Colorado.
That sounds nice, man. Can feel the cool air from here.
Usually it smells like weed as soon as you hit it, but I didn't smell it this time. I guess because it's winter. You get a lot of wind pushes out all the junk. So the haze is gone.
I'm watching that. World's most
there it
amazing
is.
videos or
I
most
smell it.
shocking.
I smell it.
And they're doing the hydroplaning with the boats that go 200 and something miles or whatever. And the guy wipes out and the thing blows apart. And the commentator's like, he's in a capsule. That's space age technology. And I'm like, oh my God.
He accidentally hit that hill of water. Sounds like you were getting the fumes, Fraud.
Yeah, I was mistaken. It's coming in now. the wind did not push this shit out.
Yeah, I'm definitely not against it, but the way that it's marketed, and if you kind of look into what they're doing to some of the weed strands, like making things like sort of over produce, if you will, or over flower. I mean, I definitely, I'm a fan of that homegrown.
Why it was outlawed and all that stuff? Because it was very productive as a
Oh, it was a paper as a fuel.
Cotton. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Than the outlaw. Yeah.
That, and I think it does make people ask questions like, "Hey, wait a minute, why are we here?" And they don't want that at all. I think the same thing because it's a hallucinogen when you break it down. It does make you ask questions. That's why they had to make hallucinogens illegal, I think, for so long, and then slowly introduce it in the 60s as a counterculture movement, which is, man, that still trips me out. I mean, I wasn't around to really know anything about that, but after reading about Project Martog and all these all the 60s bands that were actually more of a psyop of hippieism, and I was just like, what? And they were just responding to what people would normally do, be anti-war. So we'll create that subcategory for them, and they have long hair and they wear baggy clothes, and we'll sell it to them even, and and all the bands will actually be military kids, and the Doors and the Grateful Dead, and it just, man, that blows my mind when I started looking into that more. They just play us at every damn corner, and it makes me sick. So they take something like God-given, like weed, and something we could actually produce with. We can make flour, energy, flour, fuels, oils, cotton, like you were saying. I mean, there's just hemp is God, and it grows super fast.
Have you seen the movie Wag the Dog?
No, it doesn't ring a bell. Let me write that down.
Dustin Hoffman, and who else was in it?
Dustin Hoffman and De Niro.
It wasn't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, De Niro was in it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's how they show how they do the predictive programming by releasing a song and making it sound like it's from the past that has MK Ultra predictive programming words in it and stuff. They have Willie Nelson write a song that came out in the 60s, and they put it in the library of music and stuff, and act like it's been out forever, and get everyone singing it. It's crazy. I'm probably not explaining it very good, but it's crazy. They're basically showing what they're probably doing.
I never actually watched that movie.
I don't think I did either, but
Yeah, it's a decent one.
I
It's
know.
free
I
on
knew
BitSoup.
about it. I know about it. Yeah, I know about it and everything. I just never took the time to watch it. I think I may have watched like 5 minutes. And I
you said it
remember
was
like
Wag
in
the
a lim-
dog.
they were in a
Yeah.
limo or something. They were talking. That's the last part I ever remember.
Nice.
I think I just remember the trailer. Tell you the truth.
Yeah, I would have never watched it like back when I was a baller. I'd be like, that's a stupid movie, but now it's super interesting.
Yeah, I'll go back and watch
Same
it
with
now.
that movie, Menusteric Goats. I watched that recently again, and I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, I got to rewatch that one too. I did not like that the first time I saw it a long time ago.
I mean, it's just riddled with MK Ultra, and they're kind of poking fun at it, you know, like it's just great. I mean, I think even Stranger Things is kind of like that. They're kind of pointing at some of the projects they actually did in the 80s. I mean, not opening portals and stuff, but kind of using children for their psychic ability, and that's a pretty interesting read for sure. But again, I wasn't there.
Yeah, but if you go back and watch the old, like the Firestarter, all that genre, that's what it was all about.
Oh yeah.
And there was what was the other? Not Scanners. Scanners was another one. The one with was it Dennis Quaid, where he Dream Master, where he could go and it was all kinds of all that stuff.
Oh, that rings a bell. Yeah.
Dreamcatcher, something like that. It was.
Well, it's like the first time I saw Vanilla Sky with Tom Cruise. I was like, "What the heck did I just watch?"
That was freaking awesome, dude.
When I watched it again, I was like, "Oh my god,
like, this is awesome!" Cameron Diaz, Psycho, Psycho Cameron Diaz, dude. Yeah, a lot of the '80s movies, the late '70s and '80s. A lot of them were about secret government projects. You know, experimenting on human beings and creating clones, all kinds of stuff. It was crazy, dude.
Well, I look back at. I'm sure you guys are familiar, or at least heard, like Back to the Future, the original one. You know, it's kind of a predictive programming for 9/11. And I'm just thinking,
did you watch that video? Did you watch that video about it? That video is awesome.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh my god!
Like even the monolith, because that architecture really was left over. I was like, holy shit, man!
It's like there's no way that could be coincidence. The stuff that was in
the towers were built 33 years after the. It's just like, oh my god! After they were complete, they only lived for 33 years, and I'm just like, you're telling me that's a coincidence? Like, it's like they've planned it out for 100 years or something. It's just mind-boggling.
And all the 9/11 what do you call it, images in the movie. It's like that you never noticed that they pointed out to, like, oh, holy crap, dude, wow.
The Twin Towers are the Twin Pines Mall, and it's replaced with the Lone Tower. The encoded 9/11s hit by a terrorist attack, you know, that of Muslim descent, and
yeah. And then the whole portal connection, the portals. That dude, they really went into the portal stuff. But there's, you know, they get into the satanic part of it, which is very fascinating. But I've always believed in that stuff, so nothing new to me. That's crazy, though. Still, though, I must have watched that movie like 50 times.
Oh,
I
yeah.
never noticed
Growing up, I mean, go back in time.
That was a great movie, man.
So lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful out. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
There's nobody that's the moving control.
That's not 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know what I think. Because we didn't go there. And that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we want to keep it going.
What? Bro, what?
Buzz,
You speak
Mr. Buzz Aldrin.
English.
Do you speak English?
This motherfucker, do you speak it?
Do you speak English? That's so funny. Chris Tucker, man. Oh my gosh, that dude is hilarious. Oh my gosh. Oh man.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen.
He just sounds so fed up with like moon questions. He just blatantly said, "It didn't happen, man. Stop asking."
Yeah, if you watch the video too, the energy in the room is there's so much tension when he says that too. So you could hear a needle dropping when he says that. Everyone goes quiet. Like, did he really just say that?
Dang.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah, it just sounds like he's tired of lying.
I really love that Russell Westbrook. Bro, what? It's so iconic. It's the number 3 most popular button that I've clicked on this soundboard. So funny. It's perfect. If somebody says something crazy, it's just
what?
What are your top 3?
I still I still like the Chris Tucker though. That shit.
Yeah, that one is brilliant. I love that one too. The number 1 most popular.
I can't get enough of that one.
Yeah, that one, I had to go back and listen to see how that landed. That was funny. The number 1 most popular sound on my board. Does anybody want to take a guess?
Oh. I would say maybe Neil. That stuff is flat, maybe. I don't know.
No, that one's not up there.
Which one? It's a closed system.
That one's actually, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one's number 18, the closed system. I played this top 20.
How about the chugga, and you make yourself a cup of coffee.
That one's a little bit further down.
That was just hilarious.
That one's like number 40, chugga. So this one's the most popular one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That one's classic.
It is
Crickets
good.
are number 2. Obviously, those are classic. The bro, what?
What?
That's number 3. The super spooky music. If someone starts talking about something, if somebody starts talking about something that's 33.
His face really sells that. You got to see his face when he says that. That's the best
Oh,
part.
I have the emoji for that. I'll post it. I have the
face he makes when he says that is priceless.
I'll post that in the. If you're not familiar with that, people, just look at the chat. That's what that's from. Russell Westbrook. They asked him some silly question after the game. He's like, "What?"
Yeah. What are you in his face? It's just they always ask silly questions. These stupid reporters, man.
But the 33 music is number 4. If you say something that's you brought up like 9/11, I was gonna click that button. So, that's a good one. Surprisingly, number 5 is enemy spotted. Baller rolls up in the chat.
That's a good one. Yeah. Very relatable.
So let's see. Coming in at number 10.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
It has to be. It is photoshopped. It's who talks like that?
Someone who's really nervous about saying that.
Coming in at number 19 is Don Pettit.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore.
So when did they build it back? They didn't keep us up to date on this. All of a sudden they built it back. But no, you know what they did say though? No, you know what they said, that they're using the European system. That's what they said. The EUS.
Oh yeah, European, yeah.
That's what they said. So I'm like, why didn't y'all just do that a long time ago?
We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
I like the real good engineering.
It's called real good engineering.
He's got a shit-eating grin when he says it too. I'll post that. Coming in at number 24.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
That dude, I can't stand that dude, man.
Yeah, he's
something else.
He's just a lot to take, man. A lot to.
His ties, man.
His ties.
He's just a weird dude, man.
He is. And it's just funny how often he gets chucked under the bus too.
You can't talk without starting to laugh. I mean, it's like, bro, can you just finish a statement without laughing and chuckling and closing your eyes and acting all stupid? It's just like, you act like an adult, you know? It's like,
you're kind of right about that. He does this. Where is it?
he uses his stupid hands.
He just don't.
Yeah, like, who acts like that? He's just a freaking weirdo, man. You just don't.
It's funny, is they'll believe him when he says the earth isn't flat, but if he says that you can't see curvature, he's getting chucked under the bus quick.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. He just don't.
Hey, CB, am I working?
Yep.
What number is Chubby's a good way? It's like pear shape.
Oh, let's see. Oh, so that one is, let's see. Number 55.
Wow. So let's play
Yeah.
it. Neil deGrasse Tyson, what shape is the Earth, sir? Please go ahead.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neil.
Slightly wider below the equator than at the equator, so we're a pear-shaped oblate spheroid.
Cool. Thanks for the clarification, Neil. Appreciate that.
Do you realize if you took Earth with all of its mountains, valleys, and hills and shrunk it down to the size of a cue ball, it would be smoother than any cue ball ever machined?
Really?
Yes.
Sweet. Thanks.
Yes.
Really?
I love that too. Really? Yeah, that's my favorite part of that clip.
So I missed it, CB. What was your number one played one?
That one is the millionaire music. The
Oh, okay, yeah. Whenever a Glover's facing an unanswerable question, that makes sense. Yeah.
I like those ones where you have like the time's up music too, like whoop whoop.
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking that too. That one's
it's perfect.
Phone a friend or countdown. I'm honestly that one to land really perfectly on some people. That one's hit perfectly, so I love that one. Oh yeah, I forgot what I was going to do, but the person he was talking to was Joe Rogan, so that was Joe going, "Really?" And it finishes with Joe kind of doing it again with like once Neil finishes his explanation, he goes, "Wow!" So I guess I'll play that too. Let's see.
Yeah, I didn't know that was Rogan.
So let's see. I think this is it.
The distance between the lowest point on Earth's surface and the highest point on Earth's surface is 11 miles. That is less than the length of Manhattan. Whoa. Yet we are 8,000 miles in diameter. And those 2 points are very far separated from one another. If you were a cosmic giant and you came up to Earth and you rubbed your finger over Earth's surface, it would feel as smooth as a cue ball to you. Wow.
Wow.
CB, speaking of Rogan, do you have the moon landing flip-flop on audio? You should have him. We never went to the moon. There's no way. However he said it. There's no way we went to the moon. There's no way we didn't go to the moon.
Let me see if I can find that real quick.
That would be perfect. Just play those together.
There's no way people went on the moon. There's no way. There's no way people went on the moon. There's no way. There's no way that was a hoax. There's no way. There's no way that was a hoax. There's no way. There's no way.
Perfect. Thanks, Joe.
That is perfect.
I think they just gave him a bag. If you want to keep your lollipops, you got to do what we say. Can't keep saying these things about the moon now. We're going to send Neil on your show. Just do what he says.
Yeah, Neil told him the way he proved it was like how much fuel would it have taken or something stupid like that, right?
To be fair to Joe Rogan, we don't really know what that guy's dealing with or who showed up and who promised or threatened what. Or that guy has a really big megaphone, and once you get to be that big, you're not allowed to say things like that. I don't think. I don't think it's allowed. I don't think they promised him anything. I seriously doubt that they tried to bribe him. It was probably more of probably showing him some film footage of some family being skinned alive or something. It's really sad, but even when Neil went on his show, when you were talking to, you could tell, at least to me, it looked like Joe Rogan was lying and he knew it. And he's like, I have to let this guy come on here and humiliate me. This is part of what I need to do. And can you imagine backtracking off of something you were so married to for so many years and being like an evangelist for, and then having to say, nope, I was completely wrong, and then listen to the lamest excuses like fuel consumption as to why we went to the moon? How difficult would that have to be for poor Joe, man? I feel bad for the guy. I really do, man.
That's a fair perspective too. I gotta say, who knows?
I was just watching an interview in the background. What'd I miss?
If somebody reputable starts talking about UFOs, you can co-opt the person and say, hey, want to know UFOs? We'll show you the real deal. But not only can you never talk about it publicly, you have to be a debunker publicly. I'll tell the government right now, tell you right now, if you're listening, NSACA, I'm available, okay? If you show me all the real wreckage, I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care. You show me a UFO, I'll lie to my mother.
That's pretty damning audio. I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care. You show me a UFO, I'll lie to my mother. I honestly can't believe he still has anything to do with Eddie Bravo, bro, because every time he gets around Eddie just talks about FE, bro. So I'm kind of surprised that he even still deals with him at all.
Who, Eddie?
Yeah, Eddie Bravo. Like, Eddie Bravo, I don't think that guy's going to be co-opted or bought, man. That guy just doesn't seem like he cares about a whole lot. But anyways, like when he has him on the show, he's always bringing up FE. So I just don't know why he even still associates with him. I thought he was going to drop Eddie a long time ago, and to the best of my knowledge, he hasn't.
Now you got me thinking, like maybe it's like a bit of a scapegoat. We'll just put it all on Eddie, Eddie's the flat earther guy or whatever,
Well, you're allowed to say whatever you want that's truthful as long as you look like a jackass. As long as you look like an insane lunatic like Alex Jones,
right?
They'll fund you. They'll back you up. Yeah. So as long as you look like a clown while you're saying it, you can make fun of anybody you want. It's like in the ancient world where the court jester was the only person allowed to say truthful things about the king and make fun of the king publicly. As long as he looked like a jackass doing it, he was allowed to do that. He was the only guy allowed to do that.
That's right. I always found that very fascinating. Yeah, but the top comment on this video of Joe Rogan saying a lot of my mother is exactly what you said. It says, I had a friend on that show, and Rogan, it says the show spent a lot of money. Well, hold on, wait a second. Yeah, the show spent a lot of money getting. It says they try to spend a lot of money getting Rogan on the show, and then they make him look silly. So, yeah,
that's kind of how I felt about Alex Jones at first too. Like when he broke into the Bohemian Grove and whatnot, and all I was thinking is like, we don't know if this guy was meant to actually do that and kind of get the whole conspiracy thing going, or maybe he started off truthful. I don't know. Alex Jones really gets me because I'm sure you guys have heard of the Bill Hicks comedian guy is Alex Jones, and I don't know. It definitely weird, definitely interesting of how it's like they knew all this was going to come out. I mean, what tells me is that Illuminati card game, right, where it says flat earthers and it shows a stupid square earth, but it says the flat earthers know something, and it's just like. They always kind of knew this was going to happen or something. So, I mean, the mind control of all this, they would have to tackle both sides, and it's pretty insane.
Oh, who was it? Stalin, who said the best way to defeat the opposition is to lead it ourselves. And I used to listen to Alex Jones, and probably 12 years ago, he had a guest on his show. And every time this guy started saying something that was important, Alex Jones interrupted him, went to commercial break, was cracking jokes, and he wouldn't let this guy really say anything. And I thought that was so bizarre. Why would you have a guest on who's an expert in this field and then obfuscate the entire 60-minute interview, go to commercial breaks, interrupt, we're going to get right back to you right after this. And it was like, what are you doing? And that was my maybe the last clue or the first clue or whatever it was. I stopped listening to him after that. And then come to find out it's not even a theory anymore. The guy is actually controlled opposition.
Yeah. Well, what got me too was like when he wouldn't have Eric Dubay, like when Eric Dubay was talking about the Atlantean conspiracy and he was like, oh, I have these flat earthers, and how he was so against flat earth. I was just like, you call yourself a truther? Like, what's up with this?
You guys remember Mr. Moot? The guy who dressed up like a Mandalorian warrior or something?
It rings a bell. Yeah.
He was a clown. He dressed up like some kind of like Star Wars Mandalorian. Hey, my name is Mr. Moot. And that's how he'd speak. I bet you Alex Jones would have let that guy come on his program. Yeah, but Eric Dubay is intelligent and articulate. You can't let somebody like that come on with millions in the audience speaking articulately about flat Earth. You might wake 10 or 15 people up.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I was pretty early on. Like, I was starting to look into flat Earth honestly in like 2012, like with the Mayan calendar. But I wouldn't say I was a flat earther. I was definitely just kind of globe skeptic. But, when Dubay's 200 Proofs came out, I was one of the first guys to message him. And, we had a little back and forth. And, I mean, he just seemed like the most humble guy. And, I started using actually one of his books, Asbestos Head, in my intro class. It's like a theory class for architecture. So I started kind of using his books as well, and was starting to talk to him and ask him about what did you mean by this or what did you mean by that, and I just got that he was an incredibly genuine guy, So when he put out stuff that like, because I saw a lot of the stuff that was trying to smear him, like, oh yeah, there's an Eric Dubé in Washington D.C. and the smear campaign against that guy. It was just like, clearly they don't want this guy to talk anywhere, but yeah, then Eric kind of fought back with, Patricia Steere, and he even said Mark Sargent was kind of shilly, and I get that, especially in those early stages. But I still wonder to this day, kind of who's that true flat earther, if you will, or at least the true truther, if you will, whatever that means. Because it's clearly a large money scam now, if you will, where they just kind of want that money in it. I kind of had the same thoughts about Dave Weiss, even though the guy's just incredible. If he is fake, he's doing it really well. I don't really know. I just, again, it's kind of like what we say in here. We judge the information, not the character. And that seems to go really well. But yeah, I still have tons of questions, like who's trying to throw this movement off, and is there,
Does anybody who's listening have a litmus test for how to identify a shill or controlled opposition? Does anybody have any kind of parameters or any kind of, metrics where you go, this guy ticks this, nah, don't trust him?
I think doublespeak is definitely a huge one. And probably the most noticeable, like Joe Rogan, right? In 1997, we didn't go to the moon. That's the fakest thing ever. And then absolute opposite later, and that to me, just the radar just completely goes off. Like, but that's a good point, because I definitely think there's definitely much more subtle ways. But come on, flat Earth and hot potatoes. What the hell is that about?
Did you see that parody that Eric did with hot potatoes?
Dude, I thought it was hilarious.
Where he dressed up like
I love when he
thought it was so funny,
the frisbee out, and he's like, I just talked to Crow 777, and it turns out there's green grass on the moon, and like it cracks me up, dude.
He's shouting out my nigga.
I think Eric's hilarious. Yeah. Oh, I thought that was good too, bro. That was hilarious.
Because
Eric
in the
does a
early,
good job, man. He's fun.
yeah, because in the early years, there really was, like, if you were on YouTube and you saw Eric Dubé, that was the only video you could find about flat Earth. It was Eric, and so like you saw Patricia Steere, Mark Sargent's Clues came up. I remember when Mark Sargent's Clues was actually recommended to me because I watch Eric Dubé. And I was just thinking, like, who the hell is this guy, and why is he so vague? Don't get me wrong. I thought 10 clues, were great, but it was still like, why are you calling them clues? It just is, And then, of course, you look into Mark Sargent and WB, like Warner Brothers, and his connection with that, the name switch. I don't know how much of it is true or how much of it is just a smear campaign against Mark, but there was a lot of people jumping in that were just absolute nonsense.
Yeah, for me, it took me years to come to flat Earth, and it was like every time I found, one or two pieces of evidence or flat Earth that made me go, wait a minute. One of them ended up being Bumpkiss. There was so much false information in the beginning, and it was really difficult in the very beginning to kind of weed through it. Figure out who was a good guy, who was a bad guy, who was giving good information, who was giving false information. And there are several pieces of evidence, so to speak, that were kind of in the early days where it was like, oh, I attached belief or faith or whatever to a piece of evidence that I then had to take off the shelf and be like, I kind of thought the earth was flat because of this, but now that's clearly bunk. So it took me a long time to kind of weed through that. And I think everybody in the beginning was putting out false information to varying degrees just because we didn't know a lot of stuff. I think it's been really, in the last few years, it's really become very refined. And a lot of the things that we would have said, 5 years ago, nobody says anymore. But
oh yeah, Some arguments
So I
have
cut a
really
lot of people
died.
slack. I cut a lot of people slack for that stuff because at least they were trying. In my mind, at least you're trying. At least you're trying to alert people. You're trying to help people out. And so,
Absolutely.
you can say, "Oh, this guy was putting out false information or this or that," but everybody was to varying degrees. I mean, if you go back through and look at most of the earliest videos, a lot of them are things that would kind of make flat earthers today cringe. Go, ooh, I would leave that part out.
Like I think of flat Earth asshole.
That guy was.
You remember him? Yeah.
Oh, dude. Yeah. He left the community, kind of, or something. I don't really know.
I don't know what happened to that guy. I know his channel got shut down, and then I saw him all over alt censored, and never saw anything from that guy again. Honestly, there was a few like that. There was this one guy, John Todor, who would just kind of talk to the camera, and he was kind of sporadic, kind of silly, but I mean, the stuff he was saying was pretty on point to me. But again, this was like right after Eric Dubay. It was in 2015.
I think it's pretty much come to a head. I think most people know who to trust and who not to trust now, as far as the people who've been in the community for a long time.
Yeah.
What was the hot potato reference? I actually missed that.
Oh, what is it? Flat Earth and other hot potatoes. That was the name of Patricia Steer's show about Flat Earth, and honestly, it was a show that if you ever watched, I mean, I could barely withstand 30 minutes of it, but didn't even talk about Flat Earth. Essentially, they'd bring it up one time, and it was like, what the fuck did I just watch?
So we're all well aware that all basically equated to a game of hot space potato, right?
Yeah. I had that on there, but I wasn't sure what you guys meant by that. But that's interesting. I can't remember back when I try to retrace my steps. I really can't remember whose videos I saw or anything like that. I just ended up in the Oakley camp eventually, but I don't remember. I can't go back and remember Math Powerland or any of these. I know who Patricia Steer is now, but I didn't know any of these names back then. I can't remember who my if it was Dubay or what. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, a lot of it got deleted. I mean, I've been following Eric for a while, but I mean, there was tons of times where I was completely unsubscribed from him. His channel would get deleted, he'd bring it back, got deleted again, bring it back. And always there was something a good chunk of videos that he made missing. To where I think he eventually just kind of got fed up and started going to DTube. And, if you go to Odyssey and stuff, you can kind of find all of his old videos. But same thing with ODD. I would say he was probably another prevalent one because he made a good video, right? I mean, the way he kind of just put a little presentation together of the Truman Show. And then, of course, I think his music's pretty on point, too. But there was a smear campaign against him, too, saying that he was a pedo. And, I looked into that myself, and I was like, no, that doesn't match up. It doesn't sound like the same guy. It was just a crazy time. I get why, YouTube was in Congress going, yeah, how are you dealing with this? Well, we got some resources and money, and we're just going to make a bunch of shills and just make sure people like Professor Dave are the top hit, The Professor Fallacy is what he should be called. But yeah, I remember just going on YouTube and you'd look up time lapse of the sun, and you'd get some incredible videos. And then honestly, I was the kind of guy who was like, well, I've got an infrared thermometer. I'm going to test some moonshade and some moonlight. And I did that one for myself in 2015. And man, the next year I went to the beach with some of my other college mates at the time in architecture, and didn't use a P900, but I used my star telescope and brought boats back into view, showed everybody, and everybody's just like, "That's wild." And I'm thinking there, like, you guys don't even know what you're really seeing, do you? There's no curve, like.
That is something I wanted to ask. Go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
No, I was just saying it was a great time to be alive now that I look back at it and sort of debrief.
That is something I've wanted to ask you guys for a few weeks now, as far as the cold moonlight thing. Is that something fairly well established? I've personally done that and gotten the same result every time, for the most part. I've noticed that in the summer and in the winter, it seems to vary. I've gotten more stark results in the winter than in the summer for some reason. But then there's also a lot of people saying that's totally debunked. You should never mention that. That's fake. What say you?
Well, I definitely don't think it's fake, just because in the 2 times that I tested it, I mean, they were, I guess, both it was the summer, in Lubbock, Texas. It was always on a full moon night. I got consistent results, and they were significantly different. I'm talking like 10, 12 degrees difference, to where it was like, yeah, that's enough for me to at least conclude. I don't know what the moon is still. I don't know why it's colder. But clearly there's a different light involved, right? One is the sun, which is heat, and clearly the moon maybe not casting in the same intensity, but is clearly not the reflection of the sun. That's what my main point in my head was. Because it was still like a big question mark, like, oh shit, like why is this happening? That wouldn't be the reflection. And then the specular highlight. I read into some actually scientific articles. I mean, like peer reviewed, everything that about the moon, specifically saying that there's different wavelength light coming or emanating from the moon. I mean, they said it was reflected. But they were saying that somehow the properties of whatever the moon is, they were saying basically rock, is actually reflecting the light in a new wavelength. And I just thought, that's ridiculous. Like, why would it suddenly change wavelength? Which was, of course, the abstract of this article as well, saying that, no, there is a different wavelength. Even sort of peer-reviewed documents say that it's a different wavelength. And, of course, we have... of course, a different intensity and a different wavelength from the sun and emanating, right? I mean, they even go as far as to say it's neutrinos, right? And like all these invisible things, even worse than this invisible gravity. And I think maybe they're naming neutrinos something else, or maybe, again, it's just part of the globe lie and they needed something to, I don't know. I don't even know why you would start to say that there is these neutrinos. But that's something that still kind of interested me today. But to answer your question, I think there's a lot of validity in that moon test for sure, at least in finding out that it's not this reflection.
The big thing that I hang on to with respects to that is a gas-filled system. And the idea of noble gases and how they I think I'm still of the opinion that the sun and the moon are some form of like an ignition source. The gases are constant, so when the ignition source shows up, the gases just do what they do according to the ignition source.
I would agree with you there, Kiwi. There's definitely something about them that's not objective. And I don't mean like tangible, but I mean like they're not objects. Like to me, clearly the sun is like almost like a magnifying glass, not to say that it's being made the same way, but it's like when you get that hot spot in a magnifying glass and you're like, wow, that spot is really hot and the rest of it is not. So it's almost like, if you will, complete speculation. could be this projection of an apparent light, right? And it sort of stays in this spot and sort of does its actions across the earth. And now the moon is what really gets me. I mean, especially since we have this image on it. Now I tend to think, like, what if that image wasn't there? Would it just be this sort of silky, glowing orb, you know? Because I still kind of wonder, you know, about that moon map sometimes, just because I started doing that myself, and actually, you know, I'm pretty proficient at Photoshop, and I can uncurvilinear, you know, I can flatten things essentially. And
yeah,
you know, I haven't finished it, but you know, some things really check out. Like, why is that the exact same shape as supposedly United States and Africa? And I can't throw it out yet. I'll say that.
Yeah, you're good with Photoshop for sure. It shows your skills with.
Thanks, man. Good old Bob.
That was well done.
I love all of you in here. Every one of you.
Love you more.
What's up? What's happening? Hope everybody's well. We hanging out, man. 24/7. Theory crafting the moon and this system that we're within. We know it's closed. We know we have gas pressure. And what's interesting too about the gas, and this is where I kind of learned a bit myself, I realized that noble gases don't have emissions, right? Normal gases, you have like a lighter, that there's, you see emissions get emitted. Car drives down the road, you know it has gas in it. You see the emissions come out of the tailpipe. But with our system, we don't notice any emissions when it comes to the noble gases. We can use the periodic table to see those gases. There's also Cuddy's here. I know he's got that image of the noble gases when they get ignited. I'm gonna go look for it right now. Noble gases.
Yeah, and specifically ignited with electricity, you know? Almost like a neon light. Which is, of course, a noble gas. I think I have that GIF somewhere, too.
Here's the 7 on the chart. From the table, sorry. And then
Nice. The colors of the sky. I mean, especially at those golden or violet hours. Jimsy actually posted one a while back. That was perfect.
One minute. No.
There it is. Yeah, that's definitely one for the archive. Oof, 11 megabytes.
Nice. Thanks, there, man.
I've never talked about a hill of water.
Okay, Bob.
I don't know. What's Waterhill?
That guy goes back too. Like, he's kind of shilly the way he came out. It's like I've wondered if he's Masonic at all, or But then again, it's like, don't worry about Bob. He'll always be there. But I remember seeing him as early as, I think, 2016 or 17, for sure.
Bro. These guys been at it for a minute. Damn, homie.
I mean, same with like Matthew Learns. Like I recently kind of looked into his YouTube channel, and I didn't realize he had that viral video that where the professor kind of messes with his students and has like a projection, and he's like doing something in math, and like suddenly like it just gets all chaotic and it's very animated. But yeah, that was Matthew. You know what I mean? And why he sticks around here is just really peculiar to me. But those YouTube stars, man.
I make it famous. Get the juice.
That's another question. Why do they call them stars? Why do they call these celebrities stars? Why do they put stars on the ground with people's names? And it's just weird.
Wow. That's such an interesting... Yeah, I'm gonna go for it, because I can. Hey, you say that, the stars, and what's happening in Hollywood, how everything's kind of being exposed. You're finding out, these people sip from the same cup. And then I think about Revelations in Scripture, where they talk about the stars will be cast from the heavens. Interesting.
Yeah.
Because all of these individuals, they did what the fallen angels did, right? They went. That's what they all sipped from. Interesting, man. That was really thanks, Jeanette.
Yeah. Why idolize these stars, or why pay attention to these ones instead of those ones, or were they even ever called stars? Like, I don't know. They could have been messing with us with all the definitions of what even they use. You know what I mean? These are actually called, I don't know, the ether, the milk, right? But we're going to have everybody call them the stars, Nice, Critical. Yeah, I mean, he's a character. And don't get me wrong, he's cordial when he wants to be, but it is striking and interesting for sure. I don't have a citation. I'm reporting on a belief of mine. Reporting. Ugh. But yeah, he's honest sometimes. I've seen him get into his like hussy and tussle and just leave. Character, that guy. But I don't normally see a flat earther leave, though. You know, they'll stick it through. At least these days.
I found another relevant clip, but you'll have to get in the mindset of welcoming someone new to the live stream.
What do you think of our glorious battleground?
It's alright. Kind of small, isn't it?
I prefer intimate.
Well, I'm not intimidated either.
Oh, but you should be. Because in it, we shall decide the fate of not only this boring blue ball of dirt and water, but the entire galaxy. So you best bring your A-game, Son Goku. Because the stakes have never been higher. And before you say it, the price isn't actually steak.
I wasn't thinking that.
Yes, you were.
Then what is the prize, you monster?
Living.
That's perfect.
Well, we're going to decide the fate of this boring blue ball of dirt and water.
It makes me think of that saying, the sky is the limit. Why would they say that? Why would they say it for so long? But yeah, what can we say? It's another beautiful day on this flat and stationary plane. I'm just glad we know. Grateful.
Yeah, pat yourself on the back. Consider yourselves lucky, blessed, chosen. Not everyone was meant to get this, I think. Clearly, there's a lot of blinded people out there. They just cannot see it no matter what no matter what's being presented. So, yeah, put your feet up every once in a while. Spark up that stogie. Celebrate the victory.
Cheers to that, mate. Had you guys had any Glovers come in today?
I saw Danny pop in and pop out. I saw someone named
Danny
Seeker pop in,
57.
pop out.
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
That guy's been hanging around a little bit more lately.
So yesterday I talked about how if you've been in the lobby, you might have seen a gold plus or a moderator ban someone and then have a ban visual. And yesterday I played a ban, some ban audio, like what it would sound like when you have to get rid of somebody. This would be the sound of getting rid of someone who hasn't read the rules.
Looks like you have some required reading to do.
All right, let's see here. Okay, full moon. Lose your tiles. Stronger every time you... Oh. Well, I'm right f***ed, aren't I?
Right in the down under.
Clever girl.
I can post that.
Yeah, I don't have the link for Bev server, but I would like that too if somebody's got it.
I was going to my list. I don't see it on my list. Sorry.
Well, it's just too late, CB. They're now accepting third-person view Grand Theft Auto shots of the rocket last night, which is probably the best evidence you could ever ask for. Literally, if this doesn't look like a flight simulator, I don't know what does. It's just that blatant now. So the fact that people believe that, it shows that that's how stupid people are. When you're raised to believe that you live in a cartoon, these weirdos that think they live in a cartoon will look at that and go, oh, that's real. Yeah, because they already believe they live in a cartoon. You can't make this up.
You said freaking third person GTA. Like, that's hilarious.
Bro, the reason why this is so funny, this is frighteningly scary. It's funny because it's true. That video, I think it's like 5 hours long. Fast forward to 3 hours and 20 minutes when they pretend that they dropped the boosters, right? And then it's a third person Grand Theft Auto view. Like the camera's perfectly following the rocket now on the side of it. They're probably going to claim it's a selfie stick, but does anybody know what happens to material at 3,000 or 4,000 miles an hour? The selfie stick would have to be made out of titanium and it would be vibrating, right? It would be bending and flexing. So whatever they claim, it's just going to be another excuse to hide from the fact that that is the fakest thing I've ever seen. I mean, the 1969 moon landing wasn't that fake. This is a cartoon Grand Theft Auto third-person view. They couldn't think of anything else just to literally, let's just Microsoft Flight Simulator follow the rocket from the side. Like, you're supposed to pretend there's a camera on the rocket. Like, I mean, what's next? Is like Mario going to get his little beaver tail and fly with it next time? Blowing the pipe? Blowing, what is that, the whistle? Oh my gosh, bro. You cannot make this up. Superfluous, by the way. That word's in the Bible like half a dozen times. Pretty interesting. But for anybody to just look at that shot, what do we have? We have a snake bite as the rocket flame. We have two snake teeth at the back of this, phallic symbol. Where's this? Then you got a light source, the underbelly of this rocket. You can almost see the curvizon in the background. They don't tell us when it starts. There it is. Proof it's already there. But what's this light source? What's the bottom of this rocket being lit up by? Are you going to tell me that's the lights on the ground, or is the sun peeking out somewhere? It looks pretty dark out. So what's lighting this? I mean, this is just so bad. Anybody that thinks that's real, we know they're just trying to justify some sort of evolutionist lifestyle. Nobody could be that stupid. Or you got to be one of these brainwashed people that has a lot of money, and then your brains fall out of your head. I mean, there's just no other option. This shows that it's too late for humanity, guys. Sorry, it's over. That ship has set sail. You can't save them now. Where's Jin CBR? I got bad news for Jin CBR. He cannot save, even though he's Superman, he's not going to be able to save humanity. It's over. Sorry, guys. I mean, you guys got to take that screenshot, look at the video, 3 hours and 20 minutes, and ask people just, do you think the camera is on it as a selfie stick, or is there a camera following the rocket? Like, well, I'm just curious of what their claims are, because, no matter what, whatever we ask them, it's going to be something else. So I'd like for them to make a claim. Unfortunately, they are going to hide from their own claim as usual. They won't be able to make a claim. You can't even get them to tell you when Earth curvature was ever experienced or measured. So, I mean, this is a great testament to this reality that people are literally believing in cartoons. This is the most obvious CGI I've ever seen. It's embarrassing. It really is.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Look at that. There's people in Gem Pandas saying, yes, that is the real rocket. And here we have Bendy Light saying, no, they're not claiming that's really the rocket. Yet they advertised it as footage of the rocket. Yes, they did. They said, here it is.
No,
Yep.
they're not really saying that's actual footage.
Oh, yeah, they already did a Gem Pandas. Yeah, that one right there, that screenshot. Yeah, they claim that is real footage.
No.
Yeah. Yep. So they're already that's my point, is that they're going to contradict each other. There's no claim here. Remember, this is after the boosters fell off. They're showing us this after the boosters fell off, which if a little child is watching that little child does think that's real. That is child abuse. Sorry, but this religion is the largest child abuse religion in history. It doesn't matter what the adults say. They are advertising this. They showed the rocket launch 3 hours and 20 minutes. The boosters fell off, and the next scene was this. The next scene was this screenshot of it being followed now. And they've already said, oh, of course the camera's attached to the rocket, and just like a GoPro, you can't see the selfie stick. They've already claimed it. Yeah. And then you got, listen, Bendy Light is admitting, no, that's CGI. No, now he's saying it's CGI. When we say it's CGI, we're called idiots. Now you have Bendy Light in this chat on YouTube saying, actually, that's CGI. Wow, that's amazing. You can't make that. You can't make this up. Yeah, you can't not make this up. This just shows you how stupid these people are. These people are the lowest forms of life that have ever existed. They're the most gullible group of people that have ever existed. There's not even anything close. I mean, the people that built the Tower of Babel were smarter than this. This is just the lowest of the low. And that's, again, why they don't care. They don't care that they're showing this to children. You think children don't know that? Even if it is CGI, you're showing this to children, people in classrooms, and they don't know it's CGI. And that's how insane this religion is. You right down the middle, you could split these parties. One group would say, one group of NASA followers says this is real, and the other says it's CGI. Where's the official claim? And then when you show them that one side is wrong, what is that side going to do? They're going to have another panic attack and a seizure and say, well, I never said it was CGI, right? Or the other side, well, of course it was, right? They'll immediately change their mind and pretend that they were on the other side. It's just idiocracy. It's frightening. But if you believe in evolution, this is what evolutionists have to strive. They have to believe in this. Anything goes to justify this evolutionary paradigm, which is what the outer space religion is the foundation of. You see, they're going to mock you. They're going to mock me. They're going to mock people that are skeptics. But the people on their own side that disagree with them, claiming that's real, versus the people on their own side claiming that it's CGI, they won't argue with them. As soon as I leave the room, they're all buddies, right? They're just going to agree. They can never challenge each other because that's what a cult is. A satanic cult, you just automatically agree with your neighbor because you're in the cult. Oh, of course that's CGI. Go to the next meeting. Oh, of course that's real. That's what they do.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, there it is. This is a rocket launch. They're advertising this. It does not say this is a artist rendition. Does anybody see where it says this is an artist rendition? They did the exact same thing in 1957. They showed a satellite in space. Same. It must have been the same camera guy had a jetpack, followed up the Sputnik satellite. They showed it to 175 million Americans, and 175 million Americans thought the Russians were going to nuke them from outer space the next day. It was 10,000 times worse than 9/11. I mean, talk about a false flag. Remember, the day after 9/11 on 9/12, nobody was worried that planes were going to be driven into airplane, right? Because we shut the system down. Well, after 1957, whenever Sputnik was, everybody believed that the Russians had already beat us to space. Now they're going to have nuclear weapons in outer space. Here we go again. November 15th, 2022, and they're showing another phallic symbol in space with a camera following it, and millions of these people think that's real. And Bendy Light won't try to correct any of them. Is he going to go around showing all the NASA fans, hey, you guys, it's actually CGI because he's, Bendy Light's the expert? Is he going to go around? No, he'll never tell any of them. He'll just go along with it whenever he goes to a group of people that agrees at a consensus that's real. He's, oh, of course that's real. And then he goes to a group of people that knows it's, oh, yeah, it's CGI. I called it first, yeah. Okay, Spake. Yeah, that's really terrible. That's, again, 1999 Microsoft Flight Simulator graphics, and people think it's real. It doesn't even matter what their claim is. I've already caught these people, right, that are over in Gem Pandas, and the Satanists around this topic have already believed that it's real. They're claiming, no, of course that's real. You got to be crazy. It's just a selfie stick. Wow. We have reached the lowest of the low. Wow. It's amazing. The mindlessness that you have to believe it is second to none. Well, of course, the sun's where it's supposed to be in a cartoon. It's always supposed to be where it shows that it is in a cartoon. Yeah, I just wait for that outcry. Let's see when thousands of people go, wait a minute, that actually wasn't real. When's that going to happen? Yeah, never. Then that's, again, I claimed this a year ago. I said years ago that they are going to eventually say, of course it's CGI. As they're making fun of us for saying it's CGI, they are now going to claim it is CGI. So that's, again, it's weird. I can make these predictions, but there it is in chat right now.
Hello, hello. Anyone home?
Is that Timbo?
Not
Or T-Wad? What's going on, T-Wad?
Not much, man. Not much. How are you?
Pretty good. Trying to fix this bandsaw and getting the band back on is honestly kind of difficult. But yeah, I was listening in. That's a really good point. You know, how do they get that third person view? Better yet, especially with that moon landing, how'd they capture the moon lander taking off from the moon and left that poor guy behind? Or better yet, the first man on the moon didn't even get credit, right?
Right. And how did it know to pan up?
Yeah. Oh, they had robots. Yeah. I think the battery still gets me. Like, how the hell did they send their radio signal back to the Earth, like, on a battery? Come on. But yeah, it's clear that NASA's not even trying. They know that most are gullible and they're going to believe and eat it all up.
Right. And they have disclaimers everywhere. We never said it was real. We never said that part of it was real.
It's an artist rendition.
See, the thing about the globe belief system is that it's got a lot of holes in it. And so we can spend a lot of time on one hole, or we can spend a lot of time on multiple, tens, hundreds throughout a day, because it's just
Shout out to Glatflow. That was an old clip. I'm just going through old stuff that I have, see if there's anything funny here worth playing. I
checked again.
Going to get some
go ahead.
goofball. No, go ahead.
No, I checked an hour before. Like, I'm just looking at these clips as they keep showing this, clearly this fakery, and they're advertising it as real. They're not saying, "Oh, here's an artist rendition of what's going on." They're telling you what the machine is doing right now, and they're saying, "Here it is." And it's even, again, they do it an hour later, showing it, completely detached, like it's just like 10% of what it was, as they show like this obviously ridiculous moon background. And they did it again, advertising that as real, and they'll never argue with each other, right? Now you have a split. You have now a disagreement between some of these people, like the weirdos like Bendy Light claiming it's CGI. Then you go over, what's his name? Then you go over to Gem Pandas, and you have a whole room over there. Like when I was there earlier, 50 people saying, "Of course it's real," but they'll never argue with each other. And I'm just saying that's the psychosis of this. Really, it's an androgyny religion, or it's ambiguity, right? It's just haze, like the fog of war. There is no fact. There's no, "Oh, here's where evidence is," or "Here." We don't even have a claim. They don't even literally have the ability to tell you anything. They just say, "Look, there it is." There's no information at all. And it's just disturbing, because there's never been a religion like this in history. All other religions actually have like an information claim, like, here's information that supports my viewpoint. This is something totally different. And now it's just scary. It just shows you the psyche of people that are hiding from reality. It's never been about evidence. And again, I'm trying to stress that if you're going to try to show somebody evidence that's already claiming they can't trust their eyes, you are now the fool as well. And that's the real crux of this problem, is that after 8 years of this, still acting like Eric Dubay, like, look at my 200 proofs, that is insanity as well. So it's not just their fault. It is the fault of all other people still claiming, well, look at this evidence. The guy's already told you he hasn't trusted you for 7 years, doesn't trust his eyes, doesn't want to see evidence. And people are still saying, look at more evidence. That's also insane. So unfortunately, this is just going to get worse.
It's real CGI. It's not fake CGI.
Right. I don't know what to tell you. There is exactly. What are you going to do with that? That's what literally that's what they'll say tomorrow. Are you saying this really isn't CGI? They'll try to turn it around like it's their claim. Right? They've been making fun of people in this conversation for half a decade. Oh, everything's CGI. And now they're going to claim it's CGI. And you still think this is about evidence? If anybody thinks this is about evidence, you're crazy. This is about the thoughts and intents of the heart. These people are scared to death of morality, trying to justify their weirdo, sus lifestyle. That's all this is more weirdos trying to justify their LGBT lifestyle. I can't trust my eyes. I can't trust the bathroom door. I can't trust genetics. I can't trust biology. That's the new age. Here it is.
Yeah, I didn't even have to go to trying to disprove their imagery or anything. Man, that's done. That's gone. That's over with. Yeah, sure. There's photos from a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Yeah, area. Yeah, showing a ball of curvy water that we can't find in reality. Right.
Well, it's on them now. They're now admitted offenders because they've now shown this to several million people. And even if they later admit it's fake, they have already presented it as real. So they've already committed the crime. It doesn't matter if they later go, oh, yeah, of course that was fake. Sorry, we forgot. You just committed a crime. You just lied to 1 billion children. So that was literally the largest, I mean, I can just start saying things. That's a crime of epic proportion. They've already committed the crime. If they admit it tomorrow, it's too late. Who is going to hold these people accountable for lying to millions of people? If Kyrie Irving says something that's wrong, he gets called, he just says, hey, check out this video. Now he's an anti-whatever, right? Just as an example, right? He just says, watch this video. Now he's guilty of what that video, right? So he's guilty of what the video shows. But when the U.S. government shows a video that lies to millions of children, abusing the minds of millions of children, that's okay. And people that love outer space will now condone child abuse. They'll say it's okay to lie to millions of children. They will. I guarantee it. I'll put my life on it. Thanks.
Well, yeah, they've been doing that for us for decades, centuries. Santa's real. Santa's not real. We're not apologizing, though. You just got to grow up and learn.
It's very similar because, then when you get older, they change their mind, right? Well, of course Santa Claus is fake. Well, wait a minute. You told me something else 10 years ago, mom and dad, or whoever these, right? That's exactly what these weirdos do. They claim, oh, how stupid are you guys? You think everything is CGI. And here they are, 2022. It's like, of course it's CGI. What? I now know why that the laws in the Old Testament said that these people should be stoned to death, actually. Thanks.
All right. There's this guy that goes around malls around Christmas time, and he just goes up and just starts telling all the kids, just outright just yelling, Santa's fake. Why are you doing this? Why are you telling lies to your children, to the parents? And they all get angry and try and call security on him and all that. Right? They're angry at him for something that they themselves are going to admit to their children at a later stage. Oh,
you blew my cover.
You're telling me that guy was right? That crazy guy in the mall that you said was crazy, he was telling the truth? Dad, what?
Well, I hope this wakes some people up that, it's not about evidence. It's never been about evidence. You can't tell me you're going to, start claiming refraction every time it disagrees with your religion and still think you can help people believe in reality. They've already conceded that they don't think reality is real. They've conceded that they believe reality is an illusion. That's my point. That's my claim. That's it. That's a touchdown. That's a home run. Grand slam. It's over. People got to start realizing that. Once they concede to not being able to trust reality, say thanks. Next.
That's right. Trust the people that are showing you things that you can't do, and trust the math. Yeah. If something you ever observe doesn't match, we can adjust that. It's fine. We'll fix it. Sit back, relax. We've got this. It's all good. Don't listen to them crazy flat earthers. Well, I know that in your case, not a flat earther. Don't listen to that crazy exo guy that thinks that he lives on a motionless plane, just like you observe and experience. Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm frustrated because I listen to these groups and it's the same. It's a circular Groundhog Day. We go through the same things. A bunch of weirdos ask you to prove their claim for them and start talking about predictions, and none of them have ever done anything. Like, they asked you to do things they won't do, they can't do. They can't even give you a claim for someone that's ever done it. But you, being the skeptic, without the resources of the government that they believe in, now has to do things the government can't do. That is I'm trying to be nice and correct to the rules of the server. That is beyond evil. That is a perversion beyond understanding. That's psychotic. That is a crime. You're literally committing crime. What comes out of your mouth defiles you. Saying such things is pure insanity. That's evil. I'm sorry. Lying continuously to hide from reality, that's evil. That's a disgusting sick. That is a disease. That's the root of all problems. Is we'll actually do it next. Just like when actually next year we're gonna do it. Oh, next year we'll do it. Oh, next year we'll do it. And then now we send mannequins. They send mannequins to the moon, and they're satisfied. Oh yeah, we told you we were gonna do it. What? What'd you do? Oh, just look yesterday, Artemis. Yeah, we sent mannequins. Oh, really? That was the claim? I said send mannequins to the moon, and that proves that you can go to the moon? That's how stupid these people are. There is no negotiating with this level of psychosis. These people literally, they should be fish food if they're lucky. That would be an honor to them. This is literally the most disgusting society that's ever existed. This is equivalent to the Babylonians throwing their children into Moloch and to Baal. Amazing. Baal. Yeah. Baal worship. Wow. 3,000 years later, we're still using the same term. Baal worship. Baal. It's never been about evidence. It's, beyond this topic for sure. Yeah, what do you first have to say about that? We just sent mannequins into space. I mean, another great achievement for mannequin kind. And you want to negotiate stuff with these people? Wow. Okay. It's not going to help you. can't. You can't. If there's listen, it's like in World War II. I don't know what other analogy to use. You can't radio a kamikaze pilot and say, listen, let me tell you why this is a bad idea. That's not going to help. You cannot. In 1943, in the Battle of Midway, there was no way we could change the minds of kamikaze pilots, whether it was true or not, whatever. Hypothetically, you can't. That's exactly what this religion is. This is a religion of thousands of kamikaze pilots that would rather die in honor of their divine cartoon wind than to accept the reality as it presents itself. They will die to justify that lifestyle. They'd rather die. They don't want to be alive thinking that there's a creator that they have to own up to and that there's going to be punishment or consequences for their lifestyle. They'll do anything to stop that. They'll do anything to say, no, evolution's true because I've seen cats make kittens. And they were little kittens, so they weren't like the parents, therefore evolution. Wow, that's literally what they claim now. Oh, and also fossils. Things died, therefore things got stronger and lived. Wait, what? It's the same thing. This is the evolution. You're not even arguing shapes. This has nothing to do with globe Earth. That is a fake facade. That is a shield they put up in front of their heart. Their heart says evolution. Their shield says globe Earth. So we think, all we got to do is show them that the Earth isn't a globe and we'll be fine. No, that's completely irrelevant. That's the illusion. So we're fighting a straw man battle. We're fighting blow up tanks in the back. These aren't even real. This is all fictitious. They use it to hide their I'm God because I evolved from nothing, which means that they just want to be God. So it's very similar to a kamikaze pilot. You're not going to be able to change their mind. They don't want to know what you have to offer. Oh, wait a minute. This war is bad for this, and this, and you will save. No, we don't want to know that. I'd rather die in honor of my religion, my outer space fantasy. And there is no negotiation. That's why when you meet somebody, you can tell in the first 45 seconds how they're going to end up, right? And there's, of course, exceptions to the rules. But in the first 30 seconds, you're going to be like, okay, this person wants to know the truth. Or they're kicking and screaming, saying, what about satellites? What about my TV? That they're not going to be, just like Matthew Learns. Like you can hear in the first 30 seconds that Matthew Learns is scared to death of reality. He worships his outer space fantasy. That's what matters to him. Truth does not matter. What matters is protecting the fantasy. So it doesn't matter. Remember, like now words don't have meanings. Now we can't trust our eyes. Oh, refraction. Well, radar bends. Everything bends. That's why it looks flat. What? Yeah, everything bends. That's why it looks flat. That's not very smart. So if that's the claim, you're not going to be, that's just a kamikaze pilot. Well, yeah, the Bible says that because people were stupid back then. Well, yeah, Job couldn't understand orbital mechanics, so God had to describe up and down. God had to talk to Job like he was an idiot. That's what these people say. So it's never been about evidence and never will be about evidence. So use them as an example and show people that they are the evidence. Remember, people hiding from the evidence are the best evidence. Period. End of story. You'll never have it. Doesn't matter. I can show you my shots of the Grand Canyon or Puget Sound or Mount Rainier and my photography. That takes second place to the attitude of somebody hiding from reality. All my photography, all my years of taking pictures, photos, blah, 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 that is secondary to the thoughts and intents of the heart of somebody telling you, nope, our eyes are deceiving ourselves. We can never trust them unless they agree with our cartoon religion. That is the highest level of evidence. 2 Peter 3, for this they willingly are ignorant. It says it right there. How do they know that? 2,000 years ago. They are willingly hiding from truth. And the Bible knew 2,000 years ago. So there you have it.
Is there a million teachers teaching it to a billion children?
If you go to the higher levels of college, they don't actually teach that textbook theory anymore. It gives a basic understanding.
Wow.
But of course, the original...
I have a college textbook right here. I'm sorry, you just lied again.
My God.
I have a college textbook.
You can literally look this up.
I'm sorry that you're lying now. Why are you lying? I have a college textbook that teaches evolution. You're saying they don't teach evolution in college?
I'm not just college, when you're getting
it's taught as a mainstay in every single university. You have to actually, in order to get credited, you have to teach this.
Right. They will deny their own paradigm, CB. It's like I have this 2000. Listen, this was such a great fight. You know, sometimes you just get things from God. God will send you things. And like 15 years ago, a family member had this college book they put on the shelf, and I started looking through it. It says Evolution 2009. And I was like, this is going to come in handy. And I, of course, stole it, took it with me. Long story short, I had a car impounded 10 years ago, right? It wasn't really, anyway, long story. I had the book with me because I was going to study it some more. It was such a good evolution book. I had to then go on the internet and buy the same one again after the cops took it. And it was Evolution 2009, Douglas J. Futuyama. And what a window to the world of these people. They have to deny what they teach in college, right? And literally page after page is, goats and sheep. Okay, making goats and sheep. Okay, cows making cows. Okay, finches making finches. That'll come up later. Ostriches making ostrich. Right? You can't even get a different kind of bird. Right? Penguins making penguins. Whiptail lizards making whiptail. You see where I'm going? So even in the evolution textbook, it says, yeah, you see, things make the exact same kind, and eventually that shows how it makes different kinds. And it was like, wow, this is insane. Like, they're just admitting all the evidence proves to normal functioning creations that are already dependent on working, right? There's no like, oh, it's not working, so it starts to work. Or, the other claim, my favorite is, yeah, it couldn't do it, so it did it. That's evolution. Yeah, it couldn't work, so it just started to work. My goodness, bro. So when you show them, when it says in the books, yeah, this must have happened, right? Or we hope to have information, they just lose their minds. But that is the mainstay in the colleges. They do teach evolution, but they admit that they don't have evidence for it. So when you look into their books, it is a great treat to realize that they don't even have a claim for evidence, just like this outer space religion, right? They don't have a claim for anybody ever measuring Earth curvature. It's never happened. You could ask Matthew Learns, you could ask the weirdo Bendy Light in chat, when has somebody even claimed or tried to come up with, so-called measurements of this magical sphere ball? There is no claim. There's no information. We just have a blank piece of paper here. We're waiting for somebody to come up to the paper and sign it, make one sentence, make a claim, sign it, certify it, and say, here's the claim. There is no claim. No one has ever done it. Same thing with evolution. When has everybody, here's where I got to use the word, this is going to trigger people, but it's adaptation. And adaptation is a dangerous word. It's actually more dangerous than evolution because it's also fictitious. But people that claim not to believe in evolution still believe in adaptation, when adaptation is the same thing. If something adapts and changes to survive, that's evolution. Well, we know there's no such thing because everything that's born is already born with its capabilities, abilities, limbs, functioning systems. Everything has to work, from the blood to the heart to the circulatory to the respiratory to the functions of the brain to your spinal cord, right? Everything has to work in unison from day one, or nothing works at all. That's it. It's that simple. So there is no such thing as adaptation. But here's why it's scary and dangerous. When you let's say you meet a Christian or a skeptic that knows evolution is false, but still wants to use this adaptation word, they will now defend this adaptation word. And just like the Matthew Learns, just like the psychotic Glober, outer space cadet, they will start making stuff up in their imagination to justify the word. Like some guy the other week at Geo's channel said, well, I've seen lions get stronger. That doesn't even make any sense. I doubt you lived in Africa to observe, 3 or 4 generations of lions in the first place. And no, they already have strong lions and they die. And, cubs replace the ones that die and they become strong and eventually die too. That's just the normal part of the cycle. So people will make stuff up and claim they've seen something that isn't even possible. You'd have to live in Africa. And that's when I realized, wait a minute, this is dangerous. This word adaptation is far more dangerous than evolution because people don't realize what they're saying. They're still claiming evolution unknowingly. And then they're going to make something up. Well, penguins, yeah, penguins. Yeah, they already live there, right? Well, yeah, that's adaptation. No, they already live in that environment. Polar bears, yeah, polar bears already live in that environment. And they just have to, it's just like talking to a Glober. And so that evolution paradigm, CB, is actually the foundation of these issues. That's where their heart is. But they'll put up the globe as a shield, and then we'll attack that, unknowingly realizing that that's just a facade. That's just a distraction.
So there normally here in Oregon, there aren't any hummingbirds that are active in the wintertime, but there are now. And the reason why is because the hummingbird feeders that are outside in the wintertime that people put up. So now there are hummingbirds that are active year round here in Oregon. So,
but to that guy, I don't remember talking to that guy, CB. But that's a good example of me talking to, trying to show them what their school systems, what they believe and who their slave masters are, what they're bringing forth and teaching. They can't agree to that. And the point that I'm trying to show is that if you're admitting that you can change their mind, right? They tell them, well, they teach them this form of evolution or this sort of orbital mechanics or outer space religious belief system when they're in grade school, right? And then they'll admit that actually that's not true. And we actually have to teach them something new and different when they go to college. So they admit that they lied to millions of children. And that's just normal and it's fine because it gets them started in their imagination to start believing this outer space evolutionary paradigm. So they're all admitting that it's okay to lie to millions of children in school because we'll give them the real truth later.
Okay, so horizontal is not a geometrical category, right? It's the fact that is opposite of vertical. Not sorry. Let me go back. It's the fact that it's defined by gravity, basically.
You dug down deep into the earth and confirmed
Well, the furthest that you can dig in the earth is 7.8 miles. So you're making a claim about 4,000 miles. So would you like to substantiate and verify your claim for me?
The sound effects, I can't. All right, hold on.
Scale.
objects in a vacuum that's ever expanding? One of numerous planets, one of which is a gas giant in a vacuum. As we spin, revolve, and shoot through space, as the galaxy also shoots through space on an elliptical orbit, but we never feel any
You're a man of science. How could you commit such atrocities?
Excuse you, mustard gas would like a word.
Excuse you, solar energy has something to say.
Excuse you, Anthrax has an opinion on that.
Excuse you, penicillin would like to chime in.
The atom bomb.
Yep. Gravity is one heck of a seatbelt. I just think butterflies must be really tired all the time.
Maybe they're just like ants, you know, they're like way stronger than they should be. Something like that.
Maybe. Good point.
Yeah, you would think with, if there was gravity, we'd be walking around like we had magnetic shoes. Just we'd be really strong, just constantly getting off and off again. mind-boggling. It's usually how I make fun of it to my students, because I've had them ask, like, what do you think about gravity? I'm like, well, it is called the theory of gravity, and I sort of start to walk around as if my shoes were, magnetic, and they all kind of laugh. But I go, that's what everybody thinks, right? And it kind of clicks, for some of them. They're like, oh, professor, you're just being silly, going on your rants again. But because I do rant, as they're doing their drafting, and there's a lot of time for me to kind of just talk about random things, like, how about those dinosaurs? How do you think they procreate, huh?
You got to be the crazy professor, man. That's cool.
Oh, I love it, man. I was the only one who didn't put on a face diaper, and I think a lot of students really caught on to that. Like, wait, Professor V, he's not wearing that face diaper, because in Texas we were kind of allowed to choose. So of course everybody chose to wear one, but nope, not me. I mean, you couldn't pay me to put that thing on, but.
Yeah, look, I know.
But yeah, they see it all now.
If I extend my arm out, and hold it there, after a while, I get tired. I want to, relax it. I want to put it back down. But if I'm just moving my arm up, and then I move my arm down, or if I move it to the side, I'm not feeling any difference in resistance.
Oh, right. You think it would be more like a water situation,
Right.
Because I used to do that all the time in the pool. Like, I'd act like I was kind of floating in there. I'd leave out enough air out of my lungs, right, to kind of just float with my stupid little goggles, and be like, "Whoa, look, I'm floating in the water," as a silly kid. But yeah, that was buoyancy in action for sure. What really got me is those gigantic Navy, what do they call them? Airships, where the planes take off of them, and they're just these ginormous ships that weigh so much and yet just float right on the water. No gravity taking it down. You think this thing would just be sucked into the bottom of the ocean?
Right. I watched an interesting Action Lab short yesterday, where he was pointing out that somewhere in the world, somewhere in Europe, they built a bridge that boats could go over, right? A causeway for boats.
To go over the bridge?
Yeah, it's a boat bridge. It's for boats. It's filled with water, right? And
it's like an aqueduct.
Gotcha.
Right, yeah. And he was wondering about the weight of the bridge when there's a bunch of boats going over it, right? So he set up his own little construction at home, and he had a set of scales underneath one section. He placed a rock in the water, and the scales registered a weight. But then he put the rock in a boat and passed the boat over the top of that section where the scales were, and it didn't register.
Oh yeah.
Right. So
That's right.
The weight of the rock is equally displaced in the water, right? So the water, as long as there's room for the water level to rise, it's fine. It can withstand as much weight of boats as there is. It's cold, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think there's something more to know about water too. The way that it can be, sort of pulsated with electricity and actually store energy, I think. I mean, I've never tried it, but, I come across these readings that, at least in ancient technology, that they may have used water to actually store electricity, which is why we had these star forts in the first place, and why they had these kind of moat-like, apparatuses. Forgot where I was going with this. Sorry. I mean, there's kind of this magic sense to water, you know, this even spiritual sense to water, that we're all filled with water, that everything that typically has life has water. You know, it's just kind of crazy.
Right. Yeah. I think you're right. I think there's something about water that's not well understood.
And why they put all the crap in it and tell us to drink it out of a bottle. It's just completely dead water, no electricity, usually no electrolytes or anything like that.
Kind of reminds me of that. I think it was a German study where they studied like bottles of water, and they found like upwards of 25,000 different chemicals.
Oh my gosh!
Literally insane.
I also watched a guy put coconut water under a microscope, and it was surprisingly very clean.
Huh. Yeah, I've heard some crazy benefits with like coconut water for sure. I mean, it makes a lot of sense being.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
I could only see like a few strands of coconut fibers. That was it. It was just pure. Really?
I mean, I've heard even like in an emergency situation, you know, like if you didn't have baby formula, that you're supposed to use coconut water. I was like, dang. I'm not going to try it anytime soon, but I mean, on my 3-month-old, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of crazy once you start looking into diving into really anything. It starts being, you start finding out that you knew a lot less than you really did. Because then you have all the anomalies that are happening in certain people's fields. Like you always hear about, well, you know, we teach it this way, but this is where it doesn't make sense, you know.
I don't think that we fully have a grasp, an understanding of states of matter. I think what we understand about states of matter is rudimentary.
Yeah, I completely agree. But then again, how could we have even been on the right track when they're telling us like, oh yeah, those bones and those fossils, they turn to oil, right? Go ahead and believe that. It's like they're already setting us up with false information, and we just run with it. They didn't even have to do much.
Well, is crude oil, or even just petroleum, is that considered? Is it considered inorganic?
Good question. I mean, they've always kind of taught it as organic, but like, is it? I always thought it was like this dense carbon, but I don't know. I could be wrong about that one. I need to look back into that. What's weird is that or at least in Texas, from what I know, like we have these these pockets. So like they extract all the oil, and then they'll fill it back up with sand. But then they've noticed like it'll sort of refill with oil, and they'll have to come back. They've made like re-drilling another hole somewhere and realizing that it wasn't tapped out, and that just kind of seems odd to me. Like did we hit another million year checkpoint and there's just more oil, or what? Like clearly not composite material, but organic versus inorganic, I don't know. Like, is it like maybe a mineral, like a rock kind of thing? I don't know. My trust in the establishment is pretty low. It wouldn't put it past them to actually be like, that's actually like a really good thing, and we're just using it to burn in a car. Like, it could be like the blood of the earth, for all I know,
I'm wondering if the density gradient that naturally occurs on the Earth and underneath the Earth, if it has anything to do with it. Like how the oceans get, more higher pressure as you go deeper in the ocean. So you can only find fish at the very bottom of the ocean that are designed for very high pressures. And I'm just wondering if maybe a higher pressure as you just go deeper in general, whether in the ocean or below the surface of the Earth, just wondering if that has anything to do with how oil is created potentially. Just a thought.
And it would definitely explain why it's so low. Like even surpasses like aquifers, for instance. Like aquifers are usually about 500 to 800 feet below, whereas oil can be 5 times farther down. So I mean, yeah, I think you're definitely onto something with pressure.
Get low.
Does anyone know how they get those drills to do a 90-degree turn?
What do you mean a 90-degree turn? You mean like an oil drill?
Oil, gas, like you'll see diagrams, and they got they show you the drill going like down into the earth, and then suddenly it's like doing this bend and at 90 degrees and going horizontal.
Oh wow! No, I don't think I've seen the diagrams where it goes horizontal. I've always seen it more like almost like a mosquito going into skin.
But does that mean they actually did that, or does that mean someone just made a stupid diagram?
Right.
I think they're using the diagram to claim that's what they're doing. I don't know.
What the fuck?
Jones, while yes, he is like diet woke and like, you know, shill material or whatever people want to call it. He has also been right, and people are realizing that. Whoa, he has been right, right? Like even with the gay frogs, he was right. Like, you know, they're putting. I don't like to put chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay. But it's true. And so people are realizing these things like, whoa, like Alex Jones was right. So it is an entry level, right? And
What the? Is Alex Jones talking about the new, cashless society coming?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
In a photo, so we can see the horizon being curved. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you can, yeah.
Well, that would imply some kind of geometry.
patience.
Pleasure. Can somebody show me pleasure in an empirical?
Oh, yeah, I'll show you some pleasure, bro.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah. Who has that soundboard? Let's get it on.
AI put his foot in it there, right?
What'd you say?
AI kind of put his foot in it there.
Oh, it was perfect, dude. This is a perfect alley-oop, guys. It's great. I mean, all you have to do, hey, if LeBron is on your team, Michael Jordan, you just chuck the ball up near the rim somewhere, and someone's gonna slam it home. So that was perfect. One of my favorite moments.
Did you happen to get around to clipping that any of the Elon Musk interview I sent you?
Let me pull that out. Let me pull that out right now, actually. One sec. Because do you have me in DMs? Or was that in the bot room?
DMs, I think, yeah.
Okay. One sec.
But if you'd asked people in 1969 what would 2013 look like, they would have said there'll be a base on the moon. We would have at least sent some people to Mars, and maybe there'd even be a base on Mars. There'd be like orbiting space hotels, and there'd be all this awesome stuff in space. And that's what people expected. And if you'd said, well, actually, the United States in 2013 will not be able to send anyone to orbit, but I'll tell you what will exist is that there'll be this device in your pocket that's like the size of smaller than a deck of cards that has access to all the world's information, and you can talk to anyone on planet Earth. And even if you're like in some remote village somewhere, as long as there's something called the internet, we wouldn't know what that means, of course. Then you'd be able to communicate to anyone instantly and have access to all of humanity's knowledge. It's like bullshit. There's no way that that's going to be right. And yet we all have that, and space is not happening.
Ooh, okay. Yeah.
If you'd said that the US in 2013 can't send anybody to orbit, what?
Yeah, man. I've heard other people say, kind of reverberate similar things. How I've said this before. There was like some NFL owner who says that he was promised similar things, space hotels and flying cars and so on. And he says that it turns out that the future is really just on the phone. It's not space travel and everything like they said it would be. Space is not happening from Elon Musk. That's amazing.
Like some may argue that he's speaking strictly from a private, enterprise view. So if space wasn't happening in 2013, wow, we've made some leaps and bounds since then, right?
Yeah, we just sent some YouTubers up there, and now we're on our way to the moon, boys.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
What's the
Everybody
procedure,
stay calm.
everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm.
It's a good one.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, partner.
Well, it's all over, man. It's all over. I just watched a video of Dude Perfect going into space, bro. It's over. It's all over. Yeah, check it out when you guys have time on YouTube. Dude Perfect goes to space.
So you just heard about this?
Yeah, I've been off for a while, yeah.
This was like, what, last week?
I just watched it the other day. I was dying. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, it's the new hotness.
Yeah. I noticed that at the end of the video, close to the end of the video, and when he gets out, they asked him if the Earth was flat or round.
Yep.
Yeah, what do you know?
Had to get that in there, right?
Of course, yeah.
But they were just asking for his opinion, right?
No, they straight out asked him.
Yeah, but they said, and is the Earth flat? They said, is the Earth flat? And he said, no, it's round, right?
We went to space!
Yeah, it was so annoying, that fucking video.
Right, but they didn't say to him, from your experience going up there, looking out the window and seeing the horizon, seeing the Earth, right? They just said, is the Earth flat? He's like, no, it's round.
Okay, like the thing that makes me laugh the most about the whole thing is that if it was round, they didn't go high enough to see curve. When something's 39,000 miles around, how far do you need to be off its surface to start seeing curvature? About 800 fucking miles.
Not flat. I can confirm it's round.
You know? What do we have that's 800 miles high? Nothing.
Satellites, right?
Even the International Space Station is only 250. And look at the curve they show on that silly live feed. You wouldn't see curve like that at 250 miles, man. When it's 39,000 miles round.
You wouldn't see any curve because there isn't
You
any.
wouldn't see any curve. Zero. You would have to be at least 800 to 1,000 miles above a surface that's 3959. It's crazy, man. Like, it's just, perspective. Like, if you're standing in front of the Empire State Building on the sidewalk, can you see the whole apartment building? No. Maybe if you cross the street, you'd be like, oh, yeah, okay, I can kind of get it. It's a tower. Right?
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Correct.
You just don't.
Timbo's correct though. There's no curvature to see. But so we should sit back and allow this to become a debate, this particular point, to be a debate between globers. So Neil deGrasse Tyson needs to argue it out with, the ISS crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. We don't even need to give numbers because we know it doesn't exist. So it's kind of an argument that doesn't need to be had.
Yeah, but even if you use their numbers, it's completely nonsense. Right? If you put your forehead to a wall, you can't see the full wall, right? You kind of step back, and then eventually you can say, oh shit, yeah, it's a big ass wall. But like perspective, Rob. Like you can't see an object that large, that close to it. You gotta step back from it. It's just funny.
I cannot see.
Well, actually, it'd be interesting to get Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michio Kaku in the same room together and have them argue it out, because Michio Kaku is on record saying that all you have to do is look out the window of a plane and know that the Earth is round.
And science. Wrong. Wrong. We're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
Right. That's one point they agree on. Neil deGrasse Tyson says we're 95% dumb, and Michio Kaku says we're off by a factor of 10 to the negative 120. Is it 10 to... Can you play that again? What's he say exactly?
In cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
A factor of 10 to the 120, right. That just means they've got some holes to fill. Right?
Oh my.
Back to those holes.
Oh, glad. I'm so glad I found that clip today. Did you hear that? Is that what you were referencing?
Yeah.
Okay. And he was being innocent too. Like you could tell, you could tell he was being so genuine and innocent. He didn't really realize it until the end when I played the clip. Brilliant stuff.
I was trying to find a video for you guys from a channel called In Fiction We Trust, and the guy did a live stream going over that space flight Dude Perfect thing. And I wasn't able to find it on his channel, but it was really good. You know, he'd have to pause it every 2 seconds to point out something, and literally every second of the, you know, his channel's video, the Dude Perfect channel, every bit of it seemed like propaganda, every second of it, and definitely seemed like it was all set up leading to that question about whether the Earth was flat or not. Like, as soon as it gets off the fucking rocket or whatever, they run over, and it's like the only thing that they ask him, right? It couldn't be any more obvious that that's just one big propaganda piece.
Yeah, you can tell the audience that channel plays to, and that type of thinking plays to. It's a bunch of, like, you know, junior high kids. Like, they do all the ducky face and all that stuff too. Like, you're just not serious. Just, you know, like, it's like, wow, really?
They're not stupid. They know the demographics.
Oh yeah, they get their analytics, like who's watching their video, and they're like teenage boys, 12 to 16. And
Right,
what's
they have a
funny
target.
is, like, yeah, and in the globalist spaces, people are spamming that video. I'm like, and it's kind of funny too, because, like, you talk about some of these like failure to launch, you know, guys, like, get, you know, people who, you know, they maybe they graduated high school, maybe they didn't. They don't really have anything going for them, and they go online and argue with flat earthers. Their mentality is still stuck in, like, junior high school mode. They have not become an adult. They've got nothing going for them. They've got no career, no family, no girlfriend. So that's why a character like Dude Perfect to them is like the ultimate form of entertainment, or the ultimate debunk of flat Earth, because that's their life.
Damn, sick burn, man.
I mean, the other explanation is, you know, they're a bunch of pedos, you know, and I guess that works too, because, you know, you look at some of these globalist people and you're like, you are cringe as hell, dude. You know, like,
Yeah, that was that whole video that they put up, man. It was all cringe. Literally, second by second was propaganda cringe. I don't know how anybody would be that gullible to fall for it, but I mean, they're out there, and like you said, they targeted it just for that audience, and they're lapping it up, man, like the sheep that they are.
yeah, I mean, it's interesting there, because it's like there's a video for that audience, and it just so happens it includes globalists. I mean, what a coincidence. You know, here's a video for 16-year-olds, and a bunch of globalists are watching the crap out of that.
Yeah. We sitting here and we have a laugh, we have a dig, we mock, we make fun, and, you know, we have a joke. But make no mistake, right? This we are at war. This is a war, and they are fighting back, and it's a serious war. It's serious for them, because it's this whole topic is at the very foundation of a system that they rely on. They rely on us relying on it.
I hear you, man, but it's embarrassing people that have some clout and, you know, can pull some strings and or the ultimate deceivers on that side. But, like, the people who made that video and the people involved in that, like, what a bunch of numpties. I mean, if I can sit there and just cringe every second about how obvious it is that it's a fakery, then they're not doing a very good job at all. And then you go watch NASA, or Jaren's got a NASA comedy hour where you can just sit there and laugh at how embarrassingly fake everything is, how terrible of a job they do. Like, they're not even good at it. And the only way they get good is by listening to us and watching our critiques of them and then trying to improve upon it, but they still just fuck up constantly. So, yeah, I'm just kind of laughing at them. I think the truth will come out, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. And you guys spreading faster than the internet or something.
Yeah, you broke up a little bit there.
Sorry. Yeah, country back, bro. You guys carry on.
We'll be right back after these short messages.
Brought to you by Spice Forex. Spice Forex, because Spice BB is pissed.
And use your space beer to wash down some space food.
You already owe me a space soda from our last bet.
Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Does that mean on Earth it's shit?
It's good food in space. Oh boy. Spacey's now with the new drive-up menu. Or should I say spaceship? And make sure you get your spaceship insured, folks.
All right, get down here. I'm going to call Space AAA and have them tow us. Thank you very much.
Getting tired of Facebook? Switch over to Spacebook.
Look, buddy, if you want to add me on MySpace, I switched to Spacebook a while ago.
That goes with the meme I made.
You got to get closer to the satellites, brother.
I can't understand you.
I give up.
You know how much I sacrifice?
Yeah, man. We lost Adam due to the satellite disconnection.
Look at the mess with my boy.
I am blown away, and I don't even know what to do now.
When you flat smack a Glober so hard they become friendly.
My cranial structure has received serious damage. How are you?
You can tell a lot about the way they drive. Like pretty much everything I need to know about them.
You can tell a lot about who, so that was the only thing that didn't come through for me.
I missed what you said you wrote about it this time.
Oh, really? You said you could tell a lot about somebody, but I just missed who. The who.
About how they drive. You pretty much know everything I need to know about them. By being behind them for a little bit in traffic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I was just behind somebody that was stopping every time a car would pass on the other side of the road. Like, what sense does that make? Who taught you that in driving school?
Yeah, man. Those are your average, everyday Globe believers out there. Watch out. Yeah, speaking of which, had that something crazy happen the other day. Like, I'm merging onto the highway. Of course, the dude didn't want to let me merge on. Kind of speeds past me and wouldn't let me on. So I end up behind this goofball who ends up behind someone else who, the way the highway is set up, they kind of changed it recently, the past couple of years. So it's split. So there's 2 lanes and they're forcing you to go either north or south. And so if you choose to go north, then you have a light that's above the highway. and so it's always a continuous green light. And this person like goes to stop at the green light, and so the person that cut me off almost hit me. It was just a nightmare, man. People are crazy on the road. It's wild. So, but like I said, these are your average, everyday, globe believing people.
Yeah, I can tell if they're that timid, then they definitely got that show because they're scared of everything. If you're that scared, just stay home. Don't even drive. Just get a chauffeur or something. But dude, I deal with it every day. It's kind of my job. It's making my hair fall out. Let's just say that. It's fucking driving me nuts.
I've always thought that if there was just a million of me's on the highway, that there would never be traffic. I wonder if there's some truth to that, because it does seem like there's some bad apples that just sort of ruin it for everybody.
Yeah,
I heard a quote about
that. What's that called? Nirvana, right? That's how. If everybody could drive like me. Actually, one of the best times of my life was when the lockdown happened and everybody was off the roads for like 2 weeks, and for about 2 months. I felt like I was achieving nirvana because I was just so peaceful finally. All the stress in my life was gone pretty much. Like every day was so smooth. Wow, it was a great time in my life. And I'll support lockdowns if they come back. I'm just joking.
No, I do remember the highways being just dead during that time. There were people talking about people speeding too, and going super fast. I actually kind of remember that. No one's around. Step on it a little bit.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, it's kind of hard to be a professional driver surrounded by amateurs like that, and then to be like an intellectual surrounded by dumbed down people. That's the nicest
right.
Yeah, it's like everywhere I turn, it's incompetence, and I have the greatest disdain for incompetence, and just surrounded by it. So, it takes a lot of CBD to keep me chill.
Yep.
Yeah, man. They're pouring Gatorade on their plants at home.
Oh my god. Yeah, I heard a golden rule for the highway is basically if you ain't hauling ass, get your ass out of the left lane. Just keep it simple. It's like those are the same people that are like, happen to have positions in higher up. That's the lady that manages the bank, or that's the, dude who teaches at the local university, or this guy's a doctor or a physician. He's trying to help. It's just like all these goofballs are the same people that want to give you like medical advice or, life advice or financial advice. I don't want to hear anything from any of you guys. If first of all, if you got juice in your arm, I don't want to hear anything from you. But so it's just like the incompetence, like you said, is just definitely makes you want to pull your hair out for sure. I thought you guys were supposed to be the leaders, the elites. These are the dumb ones.
There's a sense of entitlement in the way these people drive too. Like that position carries over somehow into traffic, and they get to dictate things, which it's not how it works. But yeah, if you can't drive, then I don't want any of your advice, because driving is something that's incredibly simple. And if you can't even do that, then spare me.
Yeah, you said that person was stopping because people were passing them on the side. That's just crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Let someone drive you over. You need to put the keys up, trade your license in. You just revoke your license. You're done.
I'll catch you guys later. I just rolled home. I got some girls, my wife and daughters, to say hi to.
Awesome, man. Thanks for stopping by. Take care. If you guys take a look at Plum Bob's PFP profile picture, got a bit of destroyed technology there. So it's always nice to see some destroyed technology. I think I have a picture of some destroyed technology as well. Oh, here it is. It's a whole basket of destroyed technology, folks. That's what we do.
Well, it's been a painful process, but we've finally rebuilt it.
Sorry, I had to step away. What?
It's been a painful process, but we've finally rebuilt it.
Oh yeah, back and better than ever, baby.
And I bet Don Pettit just can't wait to get on one of them rockets.
I'm sure he'd go in a nanosecond. A nanosecond. I don't think I've ever said that. Dude, I'd do that in a nanosecond. Funny.
Any Globies come in all cocky talking about Artemis launching today?
No. I don't believe so.
Not yet, huh?
What is there to say?
No, well, come on. You don't expect them to come in and be like, see, they're going back to the moon, ready to eat your words?
No, I do expect it. It's just that they seem like they can only show us like freaking artificial, CGI and stuff.
Did you guys take a look at that, like the launch or anything? I mean, I know it happened in the middle of the night, so I didn't see anything other than, on the news this morning they said that it happened. Like, did anybody take a look at the launch footage?
Yeah.
Yeah, the footage looks pretty legit, bro. I hate to say it, but I think they're really going to go to the moon this time. I hate to rain on you guys' parade, but sorry. You know what I mean? Hate to be the Debbie Downer, but the Earth might not be flat after all. Yeah, that footage was pretty legit from where I was sitting down. Yeah, I'm just saying though.
Yeah, whether or not people could go to or land on the moon or walk on the moon really means nothing to what the Earth is either, though.
True. Yeah. Okay, you got me. Hey, CB. On a lighter note, though, dude, I went to the interview, dude. It looks good. I think I'm gonna get the job, dude. So happy.
There you go.
Woohoo! So, woohoo! I'll be the one telling people you can't come in here with no shoes on. No, I really won't.
Tell them they have to take their shoes off at the door.
Right? Yeah. Faux show. Well, I'm gonna go celebrate and make some spaghetti. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
Celebration spaghetti.
Celebration spaghetti, dude.
It's code. It's code.
Oh yeah, that's definitely code. It's code for something lucrative and nefarious. All right, gents.
All right.
Yeah, but we have had some in the lobby and debate text coming in and saying that, Lou. But they're not game enough to join the voice. Yeah.
They're gonna wait till the manned mission, right?
10 years later.
Just like the simulation.
Oh, how did the launch go?
Just like the simulation.
You couldn't even tell any difference.
Just like the simulation.
I just scrolled up a little bit, like Spake when he says, or who was this? 3D. He's like, it's freezing today. It is kind of cold here today. I don't know where he is, but we're talking about having record cold this weekend for the date. We're supposed to have a high of like 12 degrees or no, it's supposed to drop to like 12 degrees overnight this weekend. It's a little too early in the year for those temperatures.
I didn't catch the exact temperature this morning here in Australia, but it was freezing. I mean, like Timbo's talked about having some warm days, and it's, you can get around with shorts and a shirt, and it's true. But this morning was unusually cold for this time of year.
Yeah, you're supposed to be going into summer. You're in spring right now, and it was cold.
Yeah,
right?
we had polar blasts in the south. The last 3 days we've had polar blasts. Been really fucking cold.
Yeah, and we're getting I know what you mean by polar blast. What do they call it? Or the Arctic vortex. The Arctic vortex is rolling through here already this weekend.
Yeah, some regions got snow.
You think this is Frieza? No, he is cooler.
Cooler.
It's just a joke from that show I keep referencing, but there's a character named Frieza, and then there's another character who calls that character Freezer, and then Frieza has a cousin named Cooler, so they just riff on
it. I know Frieza was from Dragon Ball. Is that all Dragon Ball?
Yeah, it's an abridged series, like a comedy version. It's hilarious. You think this is Frieza? No, he is Cooler.
That's so stupid.
I was scrolling frantically looking for that just when you guys were talking about being cold. But it's funny how they talk about this global warming, but then we have a polar vortex, or what did you call it? A polar blast? I've never heard that before.
Yeah, he called it a polar blast up here the last few years. You've been hearing the meteorologists call it an Arctic vortex.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's like a low pressure system that just keeps on swirling around and around and around, and like it'll just sit over your area, for like a week, and then it passes, and then it's back again next week.
I just remember the Juicy Smollett character that, that whole thing happened during a polar vortex, they said. Oh, but wait, there's global warming. It's like, which is it? Is it getting colder or?
It's climate change, okay? It's climate change. So anytime anything changes, we have something to point at. Gets too hot, we'll point at that. Gets too cold, we'll point at that.
Yeah, so it's like, what's the right temperature? San Diego. In September.
Do you remember?
I got a treat for you, CB. Just give me a second to find it. Where's it at? Man, now I'm wondering how far down this could possibly be. Actually, I can just type it in. There you go. You might have seen it by now anyway, but right. See that?
You're super quiet, Elijah. I'm not sure if you're intending to speak or not.
Yeah, I was asking if in the chat you guys see that?
For CB.
Yeah, I see it in the chat. I'll check it out.
Yep.
Are you guys reading the manga?
No, it's I got the fan animation or something.
Yeah. I'm saying the manga is really good right now.
The Mongo?
Yeah, the story's still continuing. Paper.
Yeah, not everybody's going to catch that one. Over there, they like to use Mongo as slang for mongoloid.
Oh, no, manga.
Manga.
It's like comic. It's just the Japanese version of comics.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I got it. I was just, yeah. It's a flat earth dude reference.
Yeah. How you Mongos do.
Did you see what I tagged you in, Elijah, in the locker room?
The locker room. No.
Yeah. I tagged you in, it's a screenshot I took of 19th century laws, British laws for building railways, and I heard you guys talking about it on FED. So I posted that for you. I don't know if that helps anybody. But I can't find where I got it from or how I found it. I think it was through Archive, Wayback Machine. Somehow I found it, and I snapped a shot of it, and now I can't find the source.
I'll probably try to type it in and see if I can find something.
Cool. Right, I got to split, guys. I'll talk to you later. Have a good one.
Goodbye.
All right, take care.
He cut an interesting promo of his own afterwards. Let's listen to it.
So yeah, this was I grabbed this clip off of an MMA podcast I watch. Apparently, there was a fighter who won his fight and had some nice things to say after his victory.
Weight title via knockout. He cut an interesting promo of his own afterwards. Let's listen to it.
2 things, 3 things. The world is flat, God is black, and there will no champ unless I say so. Ladies and gentlemen.
What was the last one?
I don't know. I couldn't really decipher. I did hear God is black. Like, it was a wild.
Yeah, the world's not flat. I don't know what color God is, and I couldn't get the last part.
All right, thank you for that Luke Thomas approved breakdown of his words.
The world is definitely not flat.
Dude, that guy that just said that, biggest cuck. Like, it's just, I watch his show, but because his partner is funny, but this guy is such a mainstream. Like, he's a sucker for all these things mainstream. I'm not surprised that he would have such a quick response. Oh, definitely not flat. But let me see if I can post that for you guys. I honestly don't even know what the third thing that he said was. It's like, the world is flat, God is black, and I don't even know what the last thing he said. Kind of messed that up. The world is definitely not flat. Okay, Luke. All right, I should be posting now.
True, because you just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true. And what makes you think what your scientists are writing is any more truer than my saints? Because there are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records. Oh, fossil records. I didn't even think about the fossil records. I guess I'll concede. Oh, wait, one more thing before I do, Mr. Reynolds. Have you seen these fossil records? Have I? Huh? Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures? Well, no. No. Oh, interesting. So let me get this straight, Mr. Reynolds. You get your information from a book written by men you've never met, and you take their words as truth based on a willingness to believe, a desire to accept, a leap of, dare I say it, faith?
Come on. Look, I mean, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like, come on. That's a false equivalency.
Just answer the question, Mr. Reynolds. Sure. Yeah. Okay. I rest my case. I rest my case. Oh, that got me. Yeah. Frank, do you want me to? Yeah, all right. What? Well, we're going on the fence. I mean, it's a shadow of a doubt. You actually don't believe in evolution anymore? I don't know. It created a reasonable doubt. It makes you sound like a stupid science bitch. That's good. Oh, my God.
So, is the Earth curving? Can we witness curvature on the Earth?
Yes, you can.
Okay, standing on the Earth, we can see a boat going over the curve.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no problem with that, right?
Yeah.
Can you agree that we're going to see a boat going over the curve?
Yes.
And it's actually going over a curve, not just the imagination of a curve. It's actually the curve of the Earth.
Yes.
Wholeheartedly, you agree with that. You're not going to change your mind.
No, because that's the fact.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Clause, you say you can't
All right. So we can see the curvature of the Earth. Klaus is admittedly saying that. CB, can you roll the clip? I might want to play it.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth. You just don't. You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and you say, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. You just don't.
So what do you have to say to that, Klaus?
I think I remember seeing that or some, if I believe, but he's actually wrong there, yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, a science communicator, a guy who denounced Pluto as a planet, who has
And
all authority over academia. Basically somebody that you would call an expert. You're throwing him under the bus for the sake of being right in an argument. Is this right?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah. That's what's happening.
No, he's just wrong because you see curvature when you're in space or close to space.
So you're saying, I don't know, what do you have a degree or something?
I don't even know why he said that. But
Wait.
That's all right, me.
Wait, he said you saw curvature. You saw curvature. So
Klaus,
you
can you go? Klaus,
hold on, Sasha.
Klaus, can you go to find? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we just want to address the point.
We were trying to address what he said he saw. So he was saying, well, you can only see it in space or close to space. Were you in space or close to space, Klaus?
No, but we have evidence, like videos and pictures.
Wait, you said you saw curvature, though.
You said that.
Again, evidence, videos and pictures.
No, you said you saw the curvature.
You said
I said you can see the curvature high up in the sky or in space. Or
No. Wait a minute, Klaus. Hang on a second. I just asked you if you saw a boat go over the curve, and you agreed with me. What do you mean high up in space? You said you saw a boat.
I'm talking about like the.
Yeah, I'm talking about. Curvature.
Yeah. You can only see the curvature when you're high up in the sky.
So,
you know.
Wait, what did you see the boat going over?
Yeah, what did the boat go?
That's another thing. That's not the curvature. I'm talking about the curvature, like seeing the Earth curves, like the horizon curving. That's what I'm talking about.
One second, guys.
So, is the Earth curving? Can we witness curvature on the Earth?
Yes, you can.
Okay, standing on the Earth, we can see a boat going over the curve.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no problem with that, right?
Yeah.
Can you agree that we're going to see a boat going over the curve?
Yes.
And it's actually going over a curve, not just the imagination of a curve. It's actually the curve of the Earth.
Yes.
Wholeheartedly, you agree with that. You're not going to change your mind.
No, because that's the fact.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can only see the curvature when you're high up in the sky.
So,
you know.
Wait,
what did you see the boat going over?
Yeah, what did the boat go?
That's another thing. That's not the curvature. I mean, talking.
See the boat going over.
Yeah, what did the boat go?
That's another thing. That's not the curvature.
What did you see the boat going over?
Yeah, what did the boat go?
That's another thing. That's not the curvature. We're talking about the curvature, like seeing the Earth curves, like the horizon curving. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, dude speaking out of like 5 sides of his mouth. Mickey asked this guy 17 times, "Can you see curvature?" Yeah, that's a fact. And then at the end, he goes like, "Well, no, that's different." It's like, wait a minute, you're pinning me down to what I said?
No, 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 no. Wait. Wait.
Dude, you got to pick a side or you're going to be banned.
No, wait, please. We can make a deal. If you spare my life, I'll give you a planet. 3 planets. 2.5.
You just went down.
I'm a haggler.
Or what's the other one? We don't know.
Magic speed.
Magic speed. The magic speed thing's come up several times in the last week or so. So I think it was you that brought it up first, Chocolate, right? With the trajectory that an asteroid would have to take to make the craters on the moon. Do you want to just run his comments or Neil deGrasse Tyson's comments back past us?
Turns out there is a magic speed.
That's Creation Bear. Thank you very much. It turns out there's a magic speed.
It's the way he says it, like he's talking to a 5th grade class. Like, wow, guys, there's a magic speed. It's insane.
But isn't that though the programming where they have some
Hello. Is my voice normal?
I don't know. So you'll never be trusted again, so don't worry about it.
Dude, this is my voice. I turned it off. Program, bro.
What the fuck you doing here? Identify yourself. Who the fuck are you?
There's no such thing in my world as life, really.
What?
We're very complicated rocks.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
To get to Mars, you have to land on the moon, they say. Any way of going directly without landing on the moon? Is that a possibility?
Well, we need to use the moon as a proving ground because when we go to Mars, we're going to have to be there for a long period of time. So we need to learn how to live and work on another world.
So how long a trip to Mars? How long would it take?
It's about a 7-month journey there. The challenge is Earth and Mars are only on the same side of the sun once every 26 months.
Go ahead, tell me. What do you think?
We come back and try it again.
Mike.
This one's totally not relevant to anything, just kind of funny.
American rappers saying N-word this and N-word that, but a Caucasian can't. So say it. Say what? Say the word you want to say. I'm not saying that I want to say it. I'm just saying that I can't. So you can. Say it. Say it right now. I will say it with you. Okay. Is a master.
It's a Pizza Hut commercial I found a couple years ago, or this was, I guess, last year, where they sounds like they made a subtle reference to possibly flat Earth, with a little slight propaganda, a little edge propaganda in there. Here's the ad from Pizza Hut.
The Edge from Pizza Hut. Every bite is a masterpiece. It comes loaded with toppings all the way to the edge. For the crust, let's keep it real, thin, and crispy. They might not be able to see it, but we'll know it's there. It'll be our little secret. And to finish it off, a delightful sprinkling of garlic and herb seasoning.
I really gotta get going, man.
Did you catch that?
Loaded with toppings all the way to the edge. For the crust, let's keep it real, thin, and crispy. They might not be able to see it, but we'll know it's there. It'll be our little secret.
Interesting.
A bit vague, but I guess if you're in the know like we are, we make a little bit of sense out of it. But the normie's not going to catch that.
Oh no, yeah, I agree. Yeah, it just caught my attention. I'm like, these motherfuckers talking about Edge. I was like, for real? They're like, oh man, just the propaganda. They sneak it in from time to time, but the little like, oh, they may not know it's there, but we'll know. It'll be our little secret. It's like, oh man, you guys. I see what you're doing. It's not slick. I'll post the ad in case anyone wants to see. So next time someone asks you where's the edge, just hit them with this. Just drop them with a link. Link's right here. Call up your local Pizza Hut. They got it. There you go.
Yes, okay. So horizontal is not a geometrical category, right? It's the fact that is opposite of vertical. Not sorry. Let me go back. It's the fact that it's defined by gravity, basically.
Today, Junior?
Did you hear all that stuttering? That guy, for just to say that horizontal is defined by gravity. I think he had to. I mean, to even muster those words or utter those words, I should say. Like, you probably do have to stutter a bit in between saying horizontal is defined by gravity. I think maybe you probably realize how ridiculous that sounds.
Achievable thing. Why would that technology not only have been protected but being constantly worked on? Why would they not constantly be returning if they could have gone? It's just such a crazy lie. Yeah, they're going to Mars.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. Destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Okay, thanks, Creation. Well done.
That's wonderful.
Well said.
Thank you. Yeah, isn't that crazy? This is the general narrative, and no mainstream people will even
What's going on?
Not much, just chilling. Going through old stuff that I had saved away, old recordings and things that I've had for a while.
Yeah, I've been hopping in and out. I heard some of the stuff.
Some gems I forgot about.
I was trying to help my friend of mine get some of her stuff. CB, you ever try any of that HHC stuff?
Sorry, what was that?
You ever try any of the HHC stuff?
No, what's that?
It's that it's the hemp derived the hemp derived. So it's hemp derived. Okay, so what it is it's technically, and it's simple. It's just hemp derived Delta 9 from the hemp plant, and then they basically they inject 2 hydrogen molecules where the dual bond is present in that molecule, and that's what makes it HHC apparently. But it's supposedly that molecular structure where the hydrogen is stronger than that of THC's molecular structure, but it's only 80% as potent. So if that, whatever that's worth. Anyway, it's worth. I would post in links to look into if you're thinking about it at all. Delta Munchies is good.
So is it Delta 8 or Delta 9?
This is 9 extracted from hemp.
Wow.
Oh, hold on one second. What's up?
Hey, are you sure she doesn't want any help? I'm like, I have 2 arms that are free.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if do you need help?
I just gotta go upstairs and grab my work uniform. Real quick.
Oh, I'm doing nothing, so if you want some help, let me know.
Alright, never mind. I don't know what's going on. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to stay out of it. What was that? What was the other thing I was saying? CB?
The HHC.
Yeah. So DeltaMunchies.com. That's a good spot. Right now they got BOGOs on 2 gram disposable carts. I just bought like 4 of them, so they're like buy one get one half off. So you get 4 grams for like 4 grams for like $75. I got an indica and then a sativa.
That's crazy. So all they have to do is mess with the molecules, and it can kind of bypass some of the.
I've got a link on my Discord server. I'm not on my. Actually, I can get it. I'm just right here parked. Hold on. I'll send you this. It tells you everything you would ever not want to know about this stuff. Like it's so in depth. Like you're just like, okay, yeah, I think I got it now. But I have it in my server. I have a room just strictly for vape and gummies.
Interesting. Okay.
But this, Diamond, it's actually a really good merchant site too. But I'll put it in live stream. I posted it the other day again, but it's just easier. But yeah, if you look at that it's not that long of an article, but man, it breaks it down like every little thing. it tells you about the dude that came up with this. It was like a Roger Adams in 1944, American chemist, added the hydrogen molecules to Delta 9. Hydrogenation modifies the structure of the Delta 9 THC by replacing the double bond with 2 hydrogen atoms. In other words, HHC is the most stable form of THC. It is the most stable form of THC. It is highly resistant to oxidation, heat, and UV light. So it's basically a stronger molecular bond, but it's like the purest form of THC. It's derived from THC, like Delta 9, but in the end, with the hydrogen molecules, it's not technically THC. It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, very interesting. I've got that same article.
So it's like it's synthetic, but it's derived from a non-synthetic origin. So I don't know how you want to do that. Right. Because you're just adding hydrogen to something that's organic. So how I don't know what that does to the DNA of the plant, but it seems to work just fine though, man. Just saying, it's only 0.3%. It's legal, 50 state legal, federally legal, 50 states. Then some sites are weird; they won't ship it. I'll get there, you'll put your state in, they'll be like, oh, we can't ship there. But I know Delta Munchies is good. I know Koi, KOI, CBD is good.